Chapter 21:17. Young Master Xianxia, even if I die, I will die standing, I will never give in. Xianxia raised her head and looked at the sky, feeling disheartened. 3,000 worlds, 10,000 years of cultivation, all gone in one day. It's not easy to cultivate, how can you be so willful? Die just like that? Jiang Chen's voice carried a hint of playfulness, reverberating in Jiang Xinxin's ears. At that moment the three Jiang siblings trembled. They were saved. Who are you trying to fool? Quickly come out and greet the most handsome immortal sovereign. Li Shuai shouted in a deep voice. His face was incomparably gloomy because he always liked to control other people's lives in his hands. Moreover, this was the first time he encountered such a situation where the other party couldn't even detect it. At this moment he was also a little suspicious. Jiang Xinxin was extremely happy. He finally appeared at the most crucial moment. She once imagined that one day she would be rescued from the hands of her enemies by a prince with wings that could shake the heavens. Although Jiang Qin did not have such a great ability, in this divine tomb where even the divine soul of a divine king could not fly, the fact that Jiang Qin could appear was already the arrangement of the heavens. In her heart Jiang Qin was invincible, he was invincible. As long as he was here, everything would be peaceful and calm. Handsome my ass. You're still too young to compete with me in terms of handsomeness. Jiang Qin appeared out of nowhere just like the Nine Nether. Li Shuai's expression became serious. This person in front of him seemed to have some ability, but his strength was really ridiculous. Ah, 8th grade immortal sovereign. Are you here to be funny? You want to snatch my woman away with just you? I, the most handsome immortal sovereign, have braved the wind and waves, pointing my sword at the divine world. I've never met a worthy opponent. Today you might not even be worthy for me to take action. 8th grade immortal sovereign How long do you think you can survive in this divine tomb? Trying to be a hero and save a damsel in distress? In my opinion you're just a coward. Li Shuai said proudly. In his eyes Jiang Qin was a complete idiot, an 8th grade immortal sovereign. Wasn't he seeking his own death by fighting against a 9th grade immortal sovereign like him? Kid, since you want to become a hero, I'll fulfill your wish. At the same time you should also understand this principle. Before your strength reaches a level where you can look down on the world, don't act so pretentiously. Because the price of doing so might not be something you can bear. Li Shuai was bossy and arrogant. Indeed, in his eyes, there was no one worthy of respect, because he had overcome so many obstacles along the way. Even a late heavenly god's soul was nothing to him. He would still kill them without hesitation. There's no point in talking more. I've always been a magnanimous person. I can accept others showing off, but I just can't accept others showing off more than me. Jiang Qin sneered. Their gazes met and a resplendent radiance erupted from them. The two of them were locked in a deadlock and neither of them was willing to take a step back. A terrifying collision was unavoidable. Young Master Jiang Qin, be careful. He's very powerful. Jiang Xinxin said worriedly. There was a trace of nervousness on her beautiful face. Now that she was tied up by the immortal binding rope, she couldn't do anything at all. The Empress is so elegant and peerless. Of course she's a match for a hero like me. Immortal binding rope, come. Li Shuai waved his hand. Jiang Xinxin flew up into the void and went straight towards Li Shuai. Go. Jiang Qin sneered. The Zulong Tower instantly sucked Jiang Xinxin into it. Instantly, Jiang Xinxin's expression changed drastically. Because she didn't know what kind of space she was in, but she could clearly see everything around her, including Jiang Qin. Where did you take him to? Li Shuai looked at Jiang Qin in shock and shouted. Dead people don't need to know these things. Jiang Qin Lung smiled and stood up with his sword. The heavenly dragon sword moved horizontally and vertically. The sword pointed at the void, breaking through the wind and waves. The sword momentum was unparalleled. Boy, if anything happens to my Empress, I'll crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Li Shuai did not hold back. His palm moved like thunder, splitting a mountain. There was nothing fancy about it, but it was enough to kill an ordinary 9th grade immortal sovereign. However, how could an ordinary person be compared to Jiang Qin? His figure flashed and dodged Li Shuai's attack. The mountain range behind him was completely split apart and turned into dust, causing the Jiang brothers to be dumbfounded. You're indeed quite capable. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Jiang Qin pointed at the sky with his sword. Layers of sword shadows appeared. The terrifying sword momentum of the heavenly dragon sword forced Li Shuai to retreat inch by inch. It was difficult for him to resist. Jiang Chen's terrifying momentum pointed at the sky. It was already unstoppable. Li Shuai had underestimated his enemy, causing him to suffer a great loss. After being hit by Jiang Chen's sword, Li Shuai retreated with an ugly expression. Ever since he became invincible in the immortal world, he was unstoppable in the divine tomb. He had never suffered such a loss before. How could Li Shuai feel good at this moment? You've completely infuriated me. Boy, it seems that if I don't show my true strength, it'll be a little difficult to kill you. Li Shuai slowly took out a golden spear. The spear's radiance pierced through the sky. It looked like a real extreme Dao weapon. Good timing. Let's see what you're capable of. Jiang Chen wielded the heavenly dragon sword. His footwork was exquisite. Even if he could not fly directly to the sky, his sword momentum was boundless. The heavenly dragon sword's terror and sharpness were not something that ordinary people could withstand. Torrential purple golden spear. This is my life divine weapon. It was created by the essence of the earth. You can be proud to die under my torrential purple golden spear, even in the underworld. I've been unstoppable all my life. My talent is unparalleled. In this world I'm the #1 genius. You're doomed to die without a burial place after fighting with me. But unfortunately you don't have a divine spark. Once you die it'll be over. Eat my spear. Li Shuai wielded his spear and stirred up the wind and clouds. The two of them instantly became a series of residual shadows. It had to be said that Li Shuai was indeed powerful. If he did not underestimate Jiang Chen before the fight, he would not be easily forced to retreat by Jiang Chen. He definitely had his own strength to be able to look down on the divine tomb. Interesting. You're quite good at boasting, but I wonder how capable your subordinates are. But it's your bad luck to meet me. Even if you're a genius in the myriad world, you can only sigh because I specialize in killing geniuses. Chapter 21:18. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, slashing the stars and shattering the void. The surrounding air even solidified. Li Shuai's torrential purplish golden spear did not hesitate at all. Layers of spear shadows appeared, shocking people's hearts. As the sword light and spear shadows clashed, the spectators were incomparably shocked. The 9th grade immortal sovereign who was fighting with heavenly god Mo Yen could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He did not expect this 8th grade immortal sovereign to be so powerful. What kind of figure was Li Shuai? He was an outstanding figure among the immortal sovereigns of the myriad worlds. Countless immortal worlds had fallen into his hands. Moreover, he had crushed them effortlessly. His strength was not inferior to a void god expert. 9th grade immortal sovereigns were not his match at all. Otherwise, how could Li Shuai gather so many super immortal sovereigns around him? Strength was one thing. Li Shuai's heroic spirit reached the clouds, saying that he could bring them into the divine world and defeated many heavenly god divine souls. In their eyes, this most handsome immortal emperor was even more arrogant and fearless than the heavenly gods. There were countless 9th grade immortal sovereigns that entered the divine tomb, but none of them had ever seen an 8th grade immortal sovereign. Moreover, this 8th grade immortal sovereign was able to go toe-to-toe with the most handsome immortal sovereign. The battle between the two was incomparably terrifying, but also very exciting. As a true peerless genius among the immortal sovereigns, even Li Shuai could not tolerate the fact that someone was on par with him. Moreover, this person's strength was weaker than him. He felt that his dignity had been greatly challenged. Clang! The spear shadow turned into a sky full of feathers cutting through the sky. At this moment, Li Shuai's expression became serious. This was one of his trump cards. It was absolutely invincible. An ordinary 9th grade immortal sovereign would have already been killed by the feathers in the sky full of feathers. Phantom divine spear, slash the heavens and destroy the earth. Li Shuai roared. The torrential violet golden spear slashed through the void. Most importantly, Li Shuai was flying. This was unbelievable to everyone. Everyone knew that flying was not allowed in the divine tomb due to the laws of the heavens and earth. However, he was standing in the sky. The spear shadow slashed through the sky and surrounded Jiang Chen completely. He can actually fly. Oh no, I'm afraid young Master Jiang Chen has really met his match this time. Jiang Zhiren said with an ugly expression. Yeah, this is a battle between geniuses. Hee, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach such a level in our lifetime. The battle between geniuses and monstrous geniuses is destined to shock the world. At this moment, Li Shuai seems to have the upper hand. Jiang Zhijuan said. His eyes were filled with envy, but there was no trace of jealousy. Because he knew that it was impossible for him to resist. Boss can actually fly? I didn't know that until now. What else can this guy use to fight boss? He's just overestimating himself. Big Brother is an immortal emperor of the myriad world. No one can stop him. Even void god experts are nothing to him. I have already predicted that Big Brother might ignore the laws of the divine tomb. No, this isn't disregard. Boss can only fly through the air for a short period of time because the illusory wings on his back are formed from energy. This should be some kind of secret art. The consumption is definitely not small. Even if it's a secret art, it's not something that an arrogant person can compare with. Many people were mocking and ridiculing. Looking at the battle between Li Shuai and Jiang Chen, everyone felt that Jiang Chen would definitely lose. Master, I believe that this guy is definitely not your match. Although Heavenly God Mo Yen was forced to retreat step by step, at least he was still able to stabilize the situation. He had placed all his hopes on Jiang Chen. Flying through the air? Even so, you still can't do it. Jiang Chen sneered. He had already seen through all of Li Shuai's attacks. The great divination art had already seen through Li Shuai's battle trajectory. Li Shuai's every move was imprinted in Jiang Chen's mind. 5 elements combat dragon seal. Go. Jiang Chen covered the sky with one hand. As soon as the law of the 5 elements appeared, it covered the sun and the sky. The dragon seal filled the entire sky. Even Li Shuai, who was already prepared, was shocked. The illusory divine spear was easily dodged by Jiang Chen. As if he could predict the future, the 5 elements combat dragon seal swept across the sky and crushed down. Even if he was on the ground with a horizontal blade, Jiang Chen was still not afraid. The 5 elements combat dragon seal turned into an illusory shadow and fell from the sky. Li Shuai's spear was pushed back by the combat dragon seal and his face was extremely ugly. This attack was from a higher position, but the illusory divine spear was still unable to injure Jiang Chen. On the contrary, he was tricked by him. However, the terrifying 5 elements combat dragon seal still made Li Shuai's heart palpitate. This guy is so terrifying. He even dodged it. Isn't it incredible? Whether you believe it or not, I don't believe it. What can we do if we don't believe it? I feel that boss and this guy have a 50% chance of winning. That's impossible. Boss will never lose. Just wait and see. Jiang Chen looked down on the world and pointed his sword at Li Shuai. This most handsome immortal emperor still had some ability. Otherwise, how could he be so arrogant? Not bad, not bad. It's a pity that you still can't defeat me. The 5 elements combat dragon seal forced Li Shuai to retreat, but it also made him re-evaluate Jiang Chen. This guy's terror was definitely not inferior to him. So, if he still underestimated his opponent, it would be really difficult for him to be invincible. If you think that you will win just like this, then I can only say that you are too arrogant. However, you are worthy of my attention. Even if you die, you should be able to smile in the underworld. Li Shuai stood in the sky, high above the void, as if the entire divine tomb was in his hands. Li Shuai's strength was really impressive. 9 revolutions Overlord's spear. First revolution, wind and cloud, 9 heavens shakes. The light of the spear was unparalleled, piercing through the heaven and earth. Li Shuai was like an ancient god of war standing proudly in the sky. Jiang Chen held his blade horizontally, not panicking in the face of danger. His heavenly dragon sword also burst out a terrifying momentum. Unity of dragon and sword. Second revolution, holding sky, exterminating all saints. No matter how evil you are, what can you do to me? Jiang Chen, unity of dragon and sword. The heavenly dragon sword was him and he was the heavenly dragon sword. He swept across the universe and thunder rumbled in all directions. The sword destroyed the spear and the dragon's might was vast and mighty. Every time Li Shuai's terrifying attack was blocked by Jiang Chen. Could be said that one sword could fight against millions of masters. Third revolution, forbidden storm rises. Fourth revolution, 8th revolution 10,000 spear exterminating strike. Look at my 9th revolution 9 revolutions heaven and earth great shift. Li Shuai's long hair fluttered in the wind and his eyes were wide open in anger. The 9th revolution of the Overlord spear was indeed disdainful of the world. Jiang Qin looked dignified and the great void technique shuttled through the void. Even in the divine tomb there was no hesitation. No one could stop the secret technique of the void. He stepped in the void, holding his sword and stood proudly like the Lord of the 9 heavens. Azure Dragon's 5 steps, reaching heaven in 1 step. Jiang Qin roared. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps, each step was stronger than the previous. The void cracked inch by inch, the wind rolled and the thunder was deafening. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps stirred up the universe with each step. Even the 9 revolutions Overlord spear was crushed by Jiang Chen's foot. Li Shuai's aura was completely suppressed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's last step broke through the void and sent Li Shuai flying. The torrential purple-golden spear in Li Shuai's hand was completely shattered. Chapter 21:19. Puff. A stream of blood spurted out. Li Shuai's body and all the meridians in his body were crushed by Jiang Chen's step. Even his weapon was not spared. If Li Shuai did not use up all of his immortal strength to protect his heart meridian, he would have completely vanished into thin air. Li Shuai was completely defeated. He was utterly defeated without any suspense. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps completely suppressed Li Shuai's 9 revolutions Overlord spear. Even the rainstorm purple-golden spear created by the Mother Earth essence could not escape the fate of destruction. Sooner or later I will come back to find you. Jiang Qin, I will not rest until you die. Li Shuai's voice reverberated between the foothills. Jiang Qin wanted to chase after him, but heavenly god Mo Yan's divine soul was completely suppressed by more than a dozen immortal emperors and his soul was almost destroyed. Get lost. Jiang Qin shouted angrily and swept his sword across. More than a dozen immortal emperors could not withstand the power of this sword. Inside the ancestral dragon pagoda, Jiang Xianxia's heart trembled when she saw this scene. This is what it means to be invincible. Jiang Chen's domineering aura was enough to soar to the 9 heavens. Even Li Shuai, a peerless genius who claimed to be an immortal emperor of all worlds, was defeated by Jiang Chen. Don't kill us, we are all innocent. Yes, we were all kidnapped by the most handsome immortal emperor. We did not do it willingly. I beg you, immortal sovereign Jiang Chen. I'm sure a peerless figure like you won't be calculative with us, right? All of them knelt down. They knew very well that Jiang Chen had the absolute power to decide their life and death. If I did not appear, heavenly god Mo Yan's divine soul would vanish into thin air, and the 3 of them would be either dead or captured, right? Jiang Chen stared at everyone. Everyone fell into silence because what Jiang Chen said was an indisputable fact. We are innocent, please let us go. Jiang Chen shook his head. I also feel sorry for all of you. You've cultivated for millions of years, but your cultivation was destroyed in a single day. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourselves for not understanding the situation. There is no medicine for regret in this world, so all of you must die. Jiang Chen was definitely not a soft-hearted person. If it wasn't because he was strong enough, why would these fellows kneel down and compromise? In the end, he still followed that so-called most handsome immortal emperor and bullied the weak. Let's go all out. We're going to die either way. If we go all out against him, we might still have a chance to live. That's right. We can't just sit and wait for death. The eyes of the immortal emperors were burning with anger. Jiang Chen had already decided their life and death. Therefore, at this moment, they couldn't just wait to be captured. They had to fight with their lives on the line, only then would they have a chance to survive. He's just putting up a desperate struggle. Jiang Chen said faintly. The heavenly dragon sword swept across the area. More than a dozen 9th-grade immortal sovereigns could not even withstand a single attack from Jiang Chen. All of them were killed. The current him could even fight against a late void god. More than 10 arrogant and conceited immortal emperors vanished into thin air at this moment. Heavenly god Mo Yan's divine soul was also extremely weak, as if it was going to vanish soon. Master, I might vanish completely. Mo Yan is already satisfied to be able to see such a terrifying side of Master. It's a pity that I can't accompany Master to conquer the divine world. It's a pity that my divine soul is about to be extinguished. Don't worry. I will definitely kill that Li Shuai and avenge you. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Thank you, Master. After Heavenly God Mo Yen finished his words, he turned into a shadow and disappeared among the divine wood. A divine spark slowly fell into Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and held the divine spark in his hand tightly. His killing intent was like a rainbow. Jiang Chen flicked his finger and Jiang Xinxin was released from the Zulong Tower. Jiang Zhijuan and his brother were extremely surprised. Thank you, young Master Jiang Chen, for saving our lives. Don't mention it. Since you guys are following me, I will not just stand by and watch. The divine tomb is filled with dangers. We still need to rush to the exit of the divine tomb in the extreme north. Only by walking out of the divine tomb can we be qualified to enter the immortal world. Jiang Chen said with a smile. The four of them rested for half a day. Then Jiang Chen brought the three siblings and rushed to the north again. In 5 days, Jiang Chen had saved nearly 179th grade immortal sovereigns along the way. All of them were restrained by these late heavenly god divine souls and could hardly do anything. Jiang Chen naturally knew that it was not easy to cultivate to the 9th grade immortal sovereign realm. He had long wanted to form a powerful force to fight against the divine souls in the divine tomb. Only by combining their strength could they be invincible. Under the leadership of Jiang Chen, these people became stronger and stronger. After all, no one wanted to be alone in the divine tomb and be captured by these divine souls. Moreover, these people even formed an alliance called the Sword God Alliance. Jiang Chen naturally became the leader of the Sword God Alliance. In 10 days' time, the entire western region of the divine tomb was swept by Jiang Chen. Dozens of early divine king divine souls were also killed by Jiang Chen. The Sword God Alliance suddenly became a new force. In 10 days' time they had grown to more than 800 people. At the same time, there were 2 major alliances in the eastern region. One was the Overlord Alliance. The other was the Unparalleled Handsomeness Alliance. In the central region there was also the Heavenly God Alliance. And the Battle Alliance. This time the divine tomb seemed to be quite exciting. Although the divine tomb was far away, the news still spread to every corner of the divine tomb. Because everyone was rushing towards the extreme north. Only by walking out of the divine tomb would they be qualified to enter the divine world. At this time, many late divine king divine souls had also joined in. After all, these 9th grade immortal sovereigns were joining in. Even the divine souls in the divine tomb would find it harder and harder to take action against them. However, the more 9th grade immortal sovereigns Jiang Chen saved, the more enemies he would have in the divine tomb. Moreover, more and more divine king divine souls had joined in. Even if it was Jiang Chen, he was no longer invincible like before. In the entire western region, Jiang Chen had made enemies everywhere. Now too many high-level divine souls were enraged by him. The western region of the divine tomb was the Myriad Valley Mountain. The mountain was dangerous, easy to defend and hard to attack. It was a true natural stronghold. Countless people of the Sword God Alliance had stopped here to rest. Jiang Chen, today will be the day you die. Your Sword God Alliance has killed countless of my divine souls. Today we will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. I was wondering what kind of trash you are. Turns out it's just an 8th grade immortal sovereign. You bunch of trash are really disappointing. Such weak shrimp soldiers and crab generals can't even resist. Humph, this 8th grade immortal sovereign is not ordinary. If you think he's a pushover, you can try to bully him first. Chapter 21-20. The Myriad Valley Mountain was filled with towering peaks. Black water flowed from the east and dark clouds covered the sun. The mountain was so high that it pierced through the clouds. The divine tomb was filled with a gloomy hue. Countless ancient trees towered into the sky with luxuriant foliage. The dark green style was filled with an oppressive aura. Countless stone tablets stood in great numbers. The tomb of divine souls. Currently, the entire Myriad Valley Mountain was filled with an oppressive aura. There were more than 200 peak mid-void god divine souls standing there. Their terrifying aura made everyone tremble in fear. They did not know how to deal with them. Among these mid and early divine king divine souls, there were more than 1,000 of them. The entire Myriad Valley Mountain was surrounded by them. There were countless late heavenly god divine souls. Such might was unparalleled in the world. Everyone felt a great sense of crisis. This time Zhou Xian had created a big hole in the heavenly capital. So many people came to suppress Zhou Xian. Because he had killed countless divine souls and established the Sword God Alliance, these divine souls would not be able to gain much from the opening of the divine tree. So much so that many ninth-grade immortal sovereigns imitated the Sword God Alliance. Countless forces rose up together. The late heavenly god and early divine king divine souls that they sent out were completely useless. Many of them were killed instantly. This was the most miserable situation that the divine tomb had ever experienced in the past millions of years. Therefore most of the divine souls rose up spontaneously. The entire eastern region began to suppress Zhou Xian. Divine king divine souls were everywhere. Do you guys think boss will be able to get through this? There are too many divine souls here. Could it be that we've aroused the anger of the divine souls? Who knows? I feel that our Sword God Alliance is in danger this time. There are early divine king divine souls everywhere. How can we deal with them? Even boss Zhou Xian might not be able to turn the situation around by himself. You're right. My mind is in a mess right now. We have no other choice but to fight with our backs against the wall, because if boss Zhou Xian loses, we won't stand a chance anymore. That's right. Even if we surrender, I reckon we'll still be captured by this group of divine souls. In the end we'll still have our essence, chi and spirit sucked away. In the end we'll still die. I might as well go all out now. Fight with your back to the river, the fighter is the hero. If it wasn't for boss Zhou Xian we might have already vanished into thin air. This time we must unite against a common enemy. Regardless of life or death we will never surrender. More and more people began to understand this logic. Once Zhou Xian was defeated they would definitely lose and die a tragic death. The morale of the Sword God Alliance was high. They might not necessarily lose. Moreover their boss Zhou Xian was the pillar of the Sword God Alliance. They might not necessarily lose this battle. Zhang Zhuren looked at the group of divine souls around the Myriad Valley Mountain with a solemn face. He couldn't help but feel nervous. Zhou Xian had led them all the way and killed thousands of divine souls. Now these divine souls were finally here for the final battle. Young Master Zhou Xian is still so calm now. I really don't know if young Master Zhou Xian has the confidence. Yeah. My palms are all sweaty now. Those divine souls have already sealed the entire Myriad Valley Mountain. We can't escape even if we want to. So we can only fight. However, young Master Zhou Xian hasn't taken any action yet. We can only wait and see. Although I'm very confident in young Master Zhou Xian, there are too many divine souls this time. Moreover, all of them have reached the peak middle void god realm. How terrifying would that be? At least I think I would be killed instantly. Jiang Zhijuan said with a bitter smile. I believe in him. Young Master Zhou Xian will definitely lead us to break through this siege. Jiang Xinxin had a natural trust in Zhou Xian. She was saved by Zhou Xian several times. He was like a god of war that descended from the heavens, invincible. No one could be his opponent. At this moment Zhou Xian was refining those divine sparks. The 75th floor of the Zulong Tower had been opened. Zhou Xian's strength had become much stronger. The dragon marks in his body had reached 2,099,300. He was only one step away from breaking through to the 9th grade immortal sovereign realm. The refining of thousands of divine sparks had allowed Zhou Xian to sense a trace of divine sense. This trace of divine sense was sent out by the Zulong Tower. If the 76th floor of the Zulong Tower was opened, this divine sense would be even more powerful. Zhou Xian had a feeling that once the Zulong Tower reached the 80th floor or higher, he might have an unexpected harvest and surprise. But now the entire Myriad Valley Mountain was guarded by tens of thousands of divine souls. However, when Zhou Xian's divine sense swept through the Myriad Valley Mountain, he did not find any hierarch divine souls. Otherwise it would be troublesome. But even now it was still quite difficult. After all, even ants could kill an elephant. There were too many of them. Damn it, do they really think that I'm invincible? So many divine souls have come to hunt me down. Looks like there's going to be a big battle today. Zhou Xian murmured. He was a little worried about Houzi and De Huang. He wondered how these two fellas were doing. What's wrong? Zhou Xian, have you become a coward? Aren't you very powerful? Yeah, you're as timid as a mouse. How can you lead a group of heroes? If you don't come out, the Sword God Alliance will completely disappear today. Looks like this fella is a coward. He doesn't dare to come out. Then we'll overturn the entire Myriad Valley Mountain. You're right. How can we not take revenge? We've lost so many divine souls. How are we going to explain this to our subordinates? Just an 8th grade immortal sovereign, do you dare to fight me? Countless people stood at the foot of the Myriad Valley Mountain and shouted. A divine king, divine soul with wings of a flying demonic beast stood in the sky. His aura was incomparably imposing, shocking everyone. Cowardly mouse, do you dare to fight me? True Water Divine King's voice was like a huge bell. His face was like a vermilion jade. He held a long sword in his hand. He was also a powerful divine soul. His terrifying strength had reached the peak middle void god realm. Noisy. A silhouette appeared in the valley of the Myriad Valley Mountain in an instant. It was fulgurating shadows. Your Xianxia mouse? True Water Divine King shouted in a deep voice. His face was cold as if he was afraid of Xianxia's death. So what if I am? If you want to fight, let's fight. I'll accompany you to the end. Xianxia sneered. Reckless kid. Today I'll let you know how powerful I, True Water Divine King, am. Go to hell. Eat my True Water Sword. As soon as True Water Divine King's voice fell, his long sword was like a clap of thunder. Many of the surrounding divine souls were secretly shocked. This True Water Divine King is not simple. Yeah. He can even fly in the sky. With this alone, he's already undefeatable. That's right. Looks like so many people have come for nothing. This Xianxia probably has no strength to fight back. Chapter 21-21. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, Heavenly Dragon Sword. Xianxia's sword swept across millions of troops. In an instant, the Heavenly Dragon Sword revealed its sharpness. When it clashed with the True Water Sword, the True Water Sword was instantly broken. Xianxia's roar was like thunder. His sword aura was still invincible. Wherever it passed, not even a blade of grass grew. True Water Divine King was instantly cut into two. No. Before True Water Divine King could finish his words, he was instantly killed by Xianxia. His divine soul also vanished when the Heavenly Dragon Sword slashed down. A divine spark fell into Xianxia's hand quietly. Xianxia looked at everyone with disdain. His expression was cold and his aura was imposing. Divine Sword. Divine Sword. Divine Sword. His voice was like a tsunami that reverberated within 100 miles of the Myriad Valley Mountain. It was deafening. Xianxia slashed True Water Divine King's divine soul in anger. Everyone was taken aback. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds. True Water Divine King's divine soul did not have any power to fight back at all. In an instant he was killed by Xianxia and his divine spark fell into the hands of his opponent. A sword slashed down. It was terrifying. This was the impression that all the divine souls had of Xianxia. Because this guy was completely unreasonable. Many of the divine souls did not even see how Xianxia did it. True Water Divine King's divine soul might not be the strongest among all the divine souls, but it was also one of the best. Now that he was killed by Xianxia, many of them had lingering fear in their hearts. I knew it. Boss Xianxia will not lose so easily. How about it? My words came true. Unparalleled sword god, invincible in the world. Boss, kill this bunch of things that are neither human nor ghost. No matter how terrifying they were when they were alive, they're just a bunch of divine souls now. Why worry? Haha, if it's a real divine king, even if it's a heavenly god, I guess we can't escape death. But they're just souls that are neither human nor ghost. What's there to be afraid of? Boss Xianxia is mighty. Xianxia's sword had completely stabilized the morale of the Sword God Alliance. Now they were no longer worried about this group of divine souls. At least, Xianxia's current strength had terrified them. An 8th grade immortal sovereign was able to instantly kill a peak early void god divine soul. How terrifying was that? At this moment, a lot of doubtful voices were heard in the Divine Soul Alliance, because the strength that Xianxia had shown was just too powerful. Many divine souls even had the thought of retreating, but the arrow that was knocked on the bow had to be released. If they retreated at this moment, they would lose even more face. No matter how powerful he is, he's only one person. The rest of the 9th grade immortal sovereigns are nothing to us. Moreover, he could kill a divine king divine soul by himself. Do you think he can withstand the combined attack of hundreds of us? That's right. There are enough ants they can even kill an elephant. I don't believe that no matter how strong he is, he can resist our human wave attack. We have so many people, so why should we be afraid of one? If this gets out, how will we have the face to stay in the tomb of the god of sin? Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Although Jiang Chen's strength was very strong, it was not possible for him to intimidate everyone. After all, there were too many people who came to suppress him. Even he was not confident that he could win. The sword attack just now was just to establish his prestige. Although the effect was achieved, it still could not stop the murderous intent of these divine souls. Now he had become the target of public criticism. Everyone had the right to kill him. Therefore, in this battle of Myriad Valley Mountain, it was either win or die. Moreover, there were those ordinary 9th-grade immortal sovereigns behind him. Since Jiang Qin had gathered them to resist the divine souls, it was impossible for him to abandon them and let them become cannon fodder. This would go against his original intention. What's the difference between him and an executioner? Then let's fight. I, Jiang Qin, have never been afraid of anyone. In today's battle, I will kill every single one of you divine soul scum. Jiang Qin pointed his sword at the void, fearlessly challenging everyone. Who could have such a terrifying aura? One man against a million. Don't overestimate yourself. Let's attack together. Don't give him any chance. Yes, kill him directly. Otherwise we'll be in danger. More than 200 divine king-level divine souls, all of them had reached the middle void god realm. They surrounded Jiang Qin in the middle. 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their own abilities. Good. Jiang Qin shouted in anger and laughed madly. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, causing a storm that swept across all directions. The edifying light. Suppress. Jiang Chen's voice was like Sanskrit. The edifying light shone brightly on the ground. Although the edifying light was very powerful, it was still difficult for him to edify all of them. He only managed to repel some of the divine souls. Jiang Qin didn't dare to let his guard down. 200 divine souls besieged him at the same time. If he made a slight mistake, he might lose his life here. At the same time, the other 700 to 800 9th-grade immortal sovereigns were also besieged by thousands of heavenly god divine souls. The situation became very tense. Even if there were powerful 9th-grade immortal sovereigns, none of them could cover the sky with one hand like Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was having a hard time fighting against 100 divine souls alone. The surrounding divine souls had all sorts of techniques, forcing him into a difficult situation. Compared to those 9th-grade immortal sovereigns, Jiang Qin was in a much more difficult situation. Because every single one of them had the strength of a middle void god. Jiang Qin would not be so worried even if there were 10 or 20 of them. However, there were more than 200 experts attacking together. Who could understand how much pressure Jiang Qin was under right now? Unification of dragon and sword. Jiang Qin did not dare to be careless. He immediately unleashed the unification of dragon and sword, turning his body into a sword, sweeping across the heavens and earth. However, there were too many of them. Even if he were to kill them all, his hands would become weak. The unification of dragon and sword was besieged by 200 divine souls. Even if he could soar into the sky, it would still be difficult for him to withstand the attack. The unification of dragon and sword was directly intercepted. Jiang Qin was forced to retreat a few hundred meters. Countless terrifying light rays shot out. Jiang Qin roared in rage. The 5 elemental combat dragon seal struck towards the sky. At this moment, even the sky trembled. The terrifying echo was deafening, as if it could pierce through one's heart. The 5 elemental combat dragon seal combined the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It was filled with the terrifying aura of the heavenly law. The 5 elemental combat dragon seal instantly killed 8 divine soul experts. However, Jiang Qin also suffered from a terrifying attack. His entire body was slashed by the blade, causing him to suffer heavy injuries. The raging flame fire dragon blade doesn't feel good, right? The divine soul of the raging flame divine king said with a smile. His eyes were cold. Just now, the fire dragon blade was directly aimed at Jiang Qin's body, causing Jiang Qin to feel as if his entire body was being burned by flames. However, it was only for a moment. Because he had 5 kinds of flames, how could he be burned by the raging flame fire dragon blade? Since you like playing with fire so much, Then I'll send you to heaven. Zhou Xian sneered. He clenched his hand, and the fire of sun and the true thunder fire appeared in his hands. Zhou Xian wanted to let him understand who was the ancestor of playing with fire. How is this possible? You actually have two kinds of supreme flames at the same time. Chapter 21-22. Are you afraid? Zhou Xian sneered. But in the next second, another flame appeared in his hand, the Qilin Saint Fire. No. There are 3 of them. Someone exclaimed. Just one of the heaven and earth Saint Fire was enough to defy the heavens. This guy actually got 3. How could they not be envious? Most importantly, if it was an ordinary person, they would have been devoured by the violent flames, but he was still able to handle it with ease. Even so, it's still impossible for you to defeat us. The divine soul of the flaming divine king said with a cold smirk. His eyes were filled with greed, but he didn't know if he could control these 3 supreme flames. In front of this supreme being who played with fire, he felt that he was just a child's play. What if I add this? Zhou Xian moved his hand and the vermilion bird divine fire appeared. The temperature of the entire Myriad Valley mountain became extremely hot. The group of divine souls also became a little nervous, because flames and holy light were the things that divine souls feared the most. But even so, the 200 divine soul experts didn't retreat. But at this moment no one dared to take another step forward. Because everyone knew that no matter who these 4 flames fell on, the result would be unpredictable. Their soul would be destroyed and they would disappear from the world. 4 flames, you're courting death. If you're not careful, you'll be devoured by the Supreme Saint Fire. That's suicide. The raging flames divine king sucked in a mouthful of cold air, his face completely changed. Everyone's heart couldn't help trembling. The suppression of the sovereign saint flame was really terrifying. This guy is too abnormal. How is this possible? Yeah, I think this guy is playing with fire. That's not necessarily true. Didn't you see that those 4 flames are the supreme saint fire of the world? But in his hands they're quite docile. Even the flaming divine king, who claims to be the best in controlling fire, doesn't dare to make the slightest move. What should we do now? Let's see if anyone is willing to be cannon fodder. Once he uses 4 types of flames, we might have to sacrifice a lot of our people. No one wanted to be cannon fodder, so the entire scene became tense. No one dared to act blindly without thinking. On the other side, the 7 to 809th grade immortal sovereigns were also suppressed. Close to 200 of them had died. However, when the souls of the late gods saw the 4 types of flames, their mouths became dry, as they would be purified by the flames if they came in contact with even the slightest bit. They would vanish from the world. What? No one dares to come forward. Then I'll have to make a move. A sinister smile appeared on Zhou Xian's face. Let's do it together. We must not let him detonate the 4 types of Supreme Saint Fire. Otherwise we won't have a good time. Moreover, we'll be implicated. Those late heavenly god divine souls can't resist the Supreme Saint Fire at all. Even we have to be cautious. The divine soul of the flaming divine king roared. Everyone understood the current situation. They must not give Zhou Xian any chance. Once he detonated the 4 types of flames, the situation would be different. Kill without mercy. 200 divine souls launched their attacks again. Zhou Xian was forced to retreat again and again. He was even forced into a desperate situation. Zhou Xian's trump card had not been completely revealed, but he had an extremely bold idea. He wanted to fuse the 5 types of Supreme Saint Fire together. It's not just a simple fusion, but to fuse them into one type of flame and then detonate them. If he didn't control it well, Zhou Xian himself would suffer. But he wanted to give it a try. Once he succeeded, it would be the unparalleled fire dragon seal. Then he would use the 5 elements combat dragon seal to turn the dragon into fire, and then turn the fire into a seal. Flapping his wings, the dragon wings spread out in an instant, shocking a lot of people. However, the shock that Zhou Xian gave them had already made them numb because this guy had too many trump cards in his hands. In the entire divine tomb, the divine souls that could fly could be counted on one's fingers. Even in this situation where tens of thousands of divine souls gathered, the number of divine souls that could fly could be counted on 2 hands. Once the dragon wings spread out, it soared straight to the 9th heaven with unstoppable momentum. No one could withstand its sharpness. But Jiang Chen couldn't give up so many followers. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Formation: Myriad Souls Lock Formation. Flaming God King's divine soul growled. They were obviously prepared. 200 divine soul powerhouses combined to form the Myriad Souls divine lock formation. Even if it was a real deity, it wouldn't be a problem. A layer of terrifying law energy covered Jiang Chen in the sky above the Myriad Valley Mountain. He also felt a huge pressure. This Myriad Souls lock formation was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, his body was constantly being suppressed. Even the dragon wings couldn't take him to the 9th heaven. He could only look down from a few dozen meters in the air. Soul lock suppressing sound. Jiang Chen frowned, but he was still forced to suffer injuries again and again. The soul lock suppressing sound was even more terrifying than the Buddhist Heart Sutra. It was similar to a curse. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Jiang Chen's strength was constantly being suppressed, but his flame fusion was finally about to be completed. Enduring the great pain of the soul lock suppressing sound, the 5 kinds of flames in Jiang Chen's hands rose into the air. Jiang Chen controlled them with one hand. The 5 kinds of flames finally fused together. That kind of blue flame gradually took shape and became a nightmare in everyone's heart. How is this possible? He actually has a 5th kind of flame. What kind of flame is that? I have never heard of it. The divine soul of the flaming divine king murmured, with a touch of fear in his eyes. Because these 5 kinds of flames had already formed a new kind of flame dragon seal. At this moment, the entire Myriad Valley Mountain was filled with blazing flames. The temperature rose sharply. It was incomparably terrifying. The seal, I call it the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. The blood at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth carried a touch of strange coldness. He struck out with one hand and the flame dragon seal shot out like a ray of light. Jiang Chen struck out with the 5 elemental combat dragon seal. This seal was even more powerful than the slaughter dragon seal. 3000 Flames Dragon Seal explode. Jiang Chen roared in rage. The 3000 Flames Dragon Seal instantly exploded in the sky, turning into thousands of rays of light, illuminating the entire Myriad Valley Mountain. Lights shone brilliantly, blood-curdling screams shook the heavens. It was a tragic scene. Countless late heavenly god divine souls could not withstand it at all. This 3000 Flames Dragon Seal was specially made by Jiang Chen for them. Even though it was difficult for 9th grade immortal sovereigns to withstand it, it was not to the extent of being unable to withstand it, although they would definitely be heavily injured. However, those below the Divine King Divine Soul realm, once touched by the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal, they would definitely die. A cold light burst out from Jiang Chen's eyes. It's time for these divine souls to return to the heavens and earth. They could be said to be unparalleled in killing. Most importantly, Jiang Chen had detonated the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. If the target of the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal was a single person, the degree of terror would be even more indescribable. Even Jiang Chen was not sure how terrifying the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal would be. Chapter 21-23. Since you like to play with fire so much, then let the fire burn your body. Jiang Chen wielded 5 types of supreme flames and surrounded the flaming divine king's spiritual soul in an instant. The latter's face turned as black as the bottom of a wok. No, don't kill me. Don't. However, his pleas for help were destined to be useless. Letting the 5 types of flames burn his body was also a form of respect for him. The flaming divine king's spiritual soul was extinguished. Cries of agony could be heard everywhere. Thousands of advanced heaven god realm fighting souls instantly turned incorporeal, leaving behind only godheads. That type of scene could be said to be unparalleled in this world. The souls of thousands to tens of thousands of heavenly deities were set aflame, making one feel fearful. Even a third of the 200 divine king realm fighting souls were wiped out. However, it had to be said that Jiang Chen was also severely injured by the soul-locking sound. His face was pale and his strength was no longer at his peak. What a terrifying and peerless savage. That's right, we have suffered a huge setback this time. But he is now an arrow at the end of its flight. If the rest of us join forces, we will definitely be able to kill him. That's right, what are you afraid of? Since things have come to this, we have to be prepared to die. Otherwise, once he grows stronger, we will all die. We have no way out. More and more Divine King Realm fighting souls said in a deep voice. They clearly understood that the current situation was completely different from before. They were the ones fighting with their lives on the line. However, Xianxia was also an arrow at the end of its flight. Boss is mighty. Too ferocious. Even if we fail, we can be proud of ourselves. Boss killed tens of thousands of heavenly gods' divine souls all by himself. This is too shocking. That's right. These heaven god realm fighting souls finally know fear. However, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. We are still at a disadvantage. If we did not drag Boss Xianxia down, he would have been able to soar into the sky and leave the Thousand Valley Mountain. That's right. Even if we die, we must not embarrass Boss Xianxia. Let's fight till the last moment. Although there were less than 600 immortal emperors left, their voices still reverberated like the heavens. Everyone understood that Xianxia had been seriously injured because of them. Moreover, Boss Xianxia had single-handedly turned the situation around. Although they were all 9th-grade immortal sovereigns who had entered the divine tomb from the lower plane, none of them had Boss Xianxia's courage. A 7th-grade immortal sovereign would be able to go on a rampage in the divine tomb. They rejoiced because they were from the same era as Xianxia and had the same dream. They were also duty-bound for this battle. Sword God! Sword God! Sword God! A tsunami-like voice resounded in Xianxia's ears. Although the myriad souls' divine lock formation had yet to be broken, he had to fight with his life on the line. Furthermore, he had to bring out his true strength for this final battle. However, even so, Xianxia might not be able to escape unscathed. His current condition was no longer sufficient for him to use the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal again. Heavenly Tribulation. The current Xianxia had already reached the peak of the 8th grade Immortal Sovereign Realm. Advancing to the 9th grade Immortal Sovereign Realm was imminent, and this moment was the best opportunity for him to do so. The might of the Heavenly Tribulation was not inferior to the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. This group of arrogant myriad souls' divine lock formation would become their nightmare. Zulong Tower, it's time to unleash your power. So many divine sparks of heavenly gods and divine kings should be enough for you to have a good meal. Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and murmured. Thousands of divine sparks were all absorbed by Xianxia at this moment. A terrifying suction force burst out from the Zulong Tower, as if it was an uplifting joy. After devouring all the divine sparks in an instant, the Zulong Tower shone brightly in Xianxia's body. He did not hold back and directly used this energy to break through to the 9th grade Immortal Sovereign Realm. It's already come to this, are you still going to put up a resistance? I don't believe that you still have the strength to fight. Prepare to die. Although so many heavenly god divine souls have died, it's worth it to kill you. After killing you, no one in the eastern region will be able to stop us from collecting the essence, chi and soul of 9th grade immortal sovereigns. Countless mocking and ridiculing voices resounded in Xianxia's ears. He knew that at this moment they all thought that he was going to die for sure. Therefore they had lowered their guard against him to the lowest point. However, some of them would not let their guard down. As the saying goes, a centipede dies but never falls down. They had seen how powerful Xianxia was. Therefore no one dared to underestimate him at this moment. Using one's life as a joke was not a small matter. Young Master Xianxia, are you really going to die? Xianxia murmured. Her eyes were sparkling. She didn't believe that Xianxia would fail like this. Every time there was a crisis he would always be the savior. Could it be that he was going to be attacked by all of them? Even if we die, we can't let Boss Xianxia lose face. Go. Kill. Although we can't kill a divine king realm divine king, but we can still fight against a late heavenly god divine soul. Countless people's eyes were filled with determination. At this moment, Xianxia was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Their only hope was about to be destroyed. In a battle of life and death, no one was willing to back down. Did you see that? Your men are all ready. But they are not going to fight to the death, they are going to die in battle. Someone said in disdain. As the leader of the Sword God Alliance, Xianxia's lips curled into a cold smile at this moment. A bunch of fools, do they really think that I'm helpless? Isn't it too early to be happy now? Xianxia said with a faint smile. Explode. Dragon transformation. Xianxia roared. In an instant he turned into a half-human half-dragon state. Under the dragon transformation his battle strength increased by more than 10 times. A terrifying aura swept across the sky, crushing all divine souls. What is this? Jiang Zhuren sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling the terrifying pressure from Jiang Chen. His trump card seemed to be endless. This true dragon pressure made even ninth-grade immortal sovereigns like them feel suffocated. It was too terrifying. The current Jiang Chen was more than 10 times stronger than before. Isn't this too fucking awesome? Ah, young Master Jiang Chen, I'm going to chase after you for the rest of my life. Jiang Zhuren's body trembled, his eyes were filled with surprise. Jiang Chen was always able to give them a chance to escape from a desperate situation. At this moment, all the divine soul experts became solemn. Even the myriad soul lock great formation was trembling. The terror of Jiang Chen after his dragon transformation made people's hearts palpitate. Don't hesitate, give it your all. A divine soul shouted. More than 100 divine souls swarmed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was like an ancient war beast, waving his gigantic and powerful arms, sweeping across the sky. His imposing manner was unstoppable. Chapter 21-24. At the same time, the Zulong Tower was absorbing the divine sparks one after another. The Zulong Tower shone brightly, and the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body increased rapidly. At this moment, the sky above the divine tomb was filled with rolling thunder clouds. This is the supreme heavenly lightning tribulation. He's going to undergo the tribulation here? This is too scary. This guy is crazy. He'll die without a burial place. What? The supreme heavenly lightning tribulation? Isn't that the heavenly tribulation that only appears in human god realm? How is it possible for a mere 8th-grade immortal sovereign? The supreme heavenly lightning tribulation. Even a human god might not be able to withstand it. Many human gods have lost their lives in this trial, and they couldn't even condense their divine sparks. It's like a fantasy. Shit. We'll be in trouble once the heavenly lightning tribulation falls. The myriad soul lock formation has sealed Jiang Chen, and it has sealed us as well. He wants to attract the heavenly lightning tribulation to kill us. This madman. You'll die too. Everyone was shocked. They all knew that once the 9 heavens lightning tribulation fell, the entire Myriad Valley mountain would be razed to the ground. Thunder and fire were the natural enemies of spirits. Moreover, the 9 heavens lightning tribulation was something that even a deity might not be able to resist, let alone their spiritual bodies. At this moment, the entire Myriad Valley mountain became restless. Jiang Chen wanted to perish together with them. This guy is a peerless ferocious beast. A divine soul said in a trembling voice. Thunderclouds rolled. At this moment, the surroundings of the Myriad Valley mountain became a land of heavenly lightning tribulation. It was also the place where Jiang Chen was undergoing the heavenly lightning tribulation. No one could escape from this area. The entire sky was filled with thunderclouds, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. This time Jiang Chen had already prepared a foolproof plan. Even a human god couldn't withstand the heavenly lightning tribulation. Does Boss Jiang Chen want to perish together with us? Too ruthless. Looks like Boss Jiang Chen has been forced into a corner. Today we are destined to die with a grievance. Although Boss Jiang Chen's methods are heaven-defying, they will still perish together. We are all finished. No matter if it was a divine soul expert or a 9th-grade immortal sovereign, all of their faces were ashen at this moment. Once the lightning tribulation descended, the heavens and earth would shatter and the void would shatter. No living being would be able to survive. Moreover, divine souls were afraid of lightning and fire. This lightning tribulation was an unavoidable catastrophe for everyone. Ah, what, now you finally know how powerful I am? Reckless fools, I didn't go looking for you, but you just had to provoke me. Jiang Chen gazed arrogantly at the sky, flapping his wings and flying. In the blink of an eye, the thunderclouds had already covered the entire Myriad Valley mountain. Everyone could feel this irreversible and terrifying pressure. The might of the heavens was unfathomable. Jiang Chen, you will die a horrible death. A god-king level divine soul cursed. However, their complexions had already turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Death had completely surrounded them. Everyone listen, don't resist. I will absorb you into my treasure, it can withstand the lightning tribulation. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. All the immortal sovereigns' eyes lit up. Some of them were even prepared to perish. But at this moment Zhou Xian brought them a turning point. Even the supreme heavenly lightning tribulation could be avoided? What a heaven-defying method. Nobody wanted to die if they could live, especially those immortal sovereigns who entered the divine tomb from the lower planes. Which one of them did not have a dream to enter the divine world and show off their might? However, they did not know that it was not so easy to enter the divine realm. The tomb of the god of sin was a soul harvester. Those who could escape the calamity of the tomb of the god of sin were all super monstrous geniuses, peerless geniuses. Is this true? Can I not die now? Haha. Boss Zhou Xian is mighty and domineering. Some of them cried tears of joy. Who said that a man should not cry easily? These peerless immortal sovereigns who had gone through life and death trials to reach this stage felt an unprecedented shock. Zhou Xian was their savior. Their gratitude was naturally expressed in their words. Everyone knew that at this moment Zhou Xian was like a supreme being above the heavens. They could not help but prostrate themselves in worship. Zhou Xian waved his hand and the Zulong Tower shone brightly. Hundreds of ninth-grade immortal sovereigns were sucked into the Zulong Tower. However, the strength of the Zulong Tower was like a tiger in the eyes of those divine souls. They could feel that the Zulong Tower was coveting them as if they were the prey of the Zulong Tower. They would rather be struck to death by the heavenly lightning and have their souls destroyed than to enter the Zulong Tower. Obviously they were right. If these souls had entered the Zulong Tower directly, they would have been refined by the Zulong Tower directly. It would have been 10,000 times more painful than having their souls dispersed. This guy wants to kill us with heavenly lightning. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The heavenly lightning rumbled and instantly descended. The 9 heavens profound lightning descended. Zhou Xian held the Zulong Tower and pointed it towards the heavens. The lightning tribulation descended in an instant. Countless divine souls tried to escape in all directions, but they could not withstand the terror of the lightning tribulation. Thousands of divine souls within 1,000 li were terrified. They did not dare to fight against the lightning tribulation. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not escape from the range of the supreme heavenly lightning tribulation. The heavenly lightning was a heaven-defying energy. Moreover, the supreme heavenly lightning tribulation was a heavenly lightning tribulation that descended when a human god was breaking through. Not to mention these middle void god divine souls, even a human god divine soul would not be able to survive. The suppression of the heavenly lightning on divine souls was almost unbearable. It was like wood meeting fire, water meeting the blazing sun. They could not resist at all. Blood-curdling screams filled the air, deafening the ears. Lightning flickered beneath Myriad Valley Mountain and radiance dazzled the world. Under a single strike, hundreds to thousands of souls were obliterated into ashes, and only godheads remained without any signs of life. This guy is holding a pagoda and is not afraid of the heavenly lightning. But it can't be. Isn't this supreme heavenly lightning tribulation too terrifying? A powerful hierarch divine soul shouted in a deep voice. Scope. Otherwise, both of us will not be able to escape. No, we can't. At this moment, not even Zhou Xian had expected that 2 hierarch divine souls were hiding in the dark. Before they could even take action, they were struck to death by the supreme heavenly lightning tribulation. These 2 divine souls had already reached the peak late void god realm. However, under the supreme heavenly lightning tribulation, they did not have any strength to resist. They did not even have the chance to escape. If Zhou Xian did not have the Zulong Tower in his hand, he would not be able to escape. This supreme heavenly lightning tribulation was completely out of his expectation. 9th-grade immortal sovereigns would definitely die if they were touched by it. Those 9th-grade immortal sovereigns in the Zulong Tower were secretly shocked. Zhou Xian's method of killing hundreds and thousands of divine souls was truly terrifying. The heavenly lightning tribulation, the annihilation of tens of thousands of souls. To think that there's an unexpected harvest? Zhou Xian rubbed his nose and murmured. In the western region, in a place where thousands of gods were buried, an old and hoarse voice was murmuring. Chapter 21-25. Boss Zhou Xian is so terrifying. I wanted to have a fight with him. Luckily, Zhou Xian sighed. Of course. Our boss Jiang Chen's prestige is unparalleled. Luckily you didn't, otherwise you wouldn't even know how you died. This heavenly tribulation is way too terrifying. It's absolutely tragic. If we were to go through the baptism of the lightning tribulation outside, not even our ashes would be left. You're right. That's the supreme heavenly lightning tribulation that only humans and gods would experience. It's definitely not something that we immortal sovereigns have to endure. This time we're finally out of danger. Surviving a calamity, a rainbow after the rain. Hu Hansan survived again. The heavenly thunder rumbled, the lightning punishment descended. The myriad valley mountain collapsed, not even a blade of grass was left. The supreme heavenly lightning tribulation was terrifying. Looking from afar, the myriad valley mountain was scorched black. Under the supreme heavenly lightning tribulation, everything turned into nothingness. The mountain collapsed, the grass and trees turned into ashes. Within a 1,000-li radius, even the tens of thousands of heavenly god divine souls that did not participate in the battle were caught in the crossfire. Jiang Chen looked around. The whole myriad valley mountain had a circumference of 1,000 miles and 100,000 divine sparks. The scene couldn't be any more spectacular. There were also hundreds of divine kings' divine sparks. He was truly rich this time. Most importantly, there were 2 hierarch divine sparks. This was too unexpected. Jiang Chen could not help but feel a lingering fear. These 2 arrogant hierarch divine souls were hiding in the dark, planning to deal a fatal blow to him. However, in the end they found out that he could not escape from the range of the heavenly lightning tribulation. Even they could not escape death. Today Jiang Chen had returned to his human form. His strength had increased by another level, 9th grade immortal sovereign. Unparalleled supreme. Have I finally reached it? Jiang Chen murmured. If he was in the immortal world, he did not know how long it would take. There was no pressure and no motivation. However, the commotion this time was bound to spread to the ears of many divine souls. He hoped that they would not have any designs on him. Right now, Jiang Chen already had a domineering intent to compete with Heaven Duke. If another 200 divine souls of God King came, he was sure that they wouldn't be able to return. And he wouldn't need to borrow the power of the lightning tribulation. Jiang Chen's body trembled as he clenched his fists. The 2,197,000 dragon patterns in his body shone with golden light. Peak early 9th grade immortal sovereign, and this was before he absorbed the 100,000 divine sparks. These 100,000 divine sparks were destined to upgrade the Zulong Tower once again. Jiang Chen could not hide the excitement in his heart. However, he still released all the immortal sovereigns from the Zulong Tower. More than 500 9th grade immortal sovereigns had survived the calamity. There were even more than 10 immortal sovereigns that had broken through the 9th grade immortal sovereign realm and reached the void god realm. Boss, I have broken through to the 9th grade immortal sovereign. To me this battle is truly boundless. Yeah, I've also broken through to the heavens. Boss, I feel like I've broken through the heavens. We've gained a lot this time. If it wasn't for this battle, I believe that many of you would have benefited a lot. Boss, I want to compete with you. How about it? But even if we win, we will still follow you. At least we will not leave you in the divine tomb. Without you, we would be dead already. Countless people were looking forward to it. Some of them were even eager to give it a try. Jiang Chen was also impulsive. If he didn't suppress them at this moment, these fellas might turn the heavens upside down. However, he could see that these people's admiration and worship towards him could not be changed. After all, he had shocked everyone in this battle. He single-handedly turned the situation around, killed 100,000 divine souls, and saved countless 9th grade immortal sovereigns. Jiang Chen was not only their boss, he was also their savior that they would never forget. Since you guys are so confident, then I'll fulfill your wish. Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. He was walking leisurely in front of more than 10 late void gods. Although these people's auras were powerful and should not be underestimated, they would always be his underlings in front of Jiang Chen. Immortal Sovereign Lu Dong, I see that you're the strongest. Why don't you come and try? Jiang Chen said. Yeah, Immortal Sovereign Lu Dong, your aura is the strongest. You were the one who had the highest chance of breaking through to the Immortal Sovereign realm. Now it seems that you've lived up to our expectations. Yeah, Immortal Sovereign Lu Dong. Boss is strong, but you're also talented. We're all super immortal sovereigns of the lower planes. Who would be willing to be second? All right. Boss Zhang, Lu Dong is here to challenge you. Lu Dong was wearing a white robe. He had an extraordinary aura. His long sword swung in the air, his sleeves fluttered in the wind. Mo Kihan. Come and spar with Boss Zhang. Brother Lu Dong is no match for you. A bearded middle-aged man said with a smile. However, he had the attitude of a spar. Yexing Yunwang is here too. A man with a black sword in his hand stood with his arms crossed. His long hair was flowing in the wind. He was also handsome. Lu Dong, Yexing Yunwang, Mo Kihan, you three are shameless. 3 against 1. Boss is a 9th grade immortal sovereign. The 3 of you have already broken through to the early void god realm. Jiang Zhuren couldn't help but say. Don't worry. A 9th grade immortal sovereign can still kill the 3 of them. Jiang Chen smiled. Let's do it. You only have one chance. Boss Jiang, you can't let your guard down. Mo Kihan chuckled and took the initiative to attack. The momentum of a thunderbolt, the roar of a tiger and the howl of an ape. The terrifying wind from his fist seemed to be able to break the void, causing piercing pain in everyone's eardrums. Everyone took a few steps back. Those 9th grade immortal sovereigns who had yet to enter the void god realm gasped. Because the strength of a void god was much stronger than a 9th grade immortal sovereign. Boss, have a taste of my sword. Yexing Yunwang's expression was calm. He waved his long sword, creating layers of sword shadows. Jiang Chen's expression was calm, unmoving like a mountain, as if he was detached from the world. Lu Dong followed him unhurriedly. The 3 of them formed a triangular formation and went straight for Jiang Chen. Good timing. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and retreated in order to advance. The great divination art had allowed him to predict the trajectory of the trio's attacks. The trio's attacks were instantly rendered useless. Jiang Chen fought and retreated at the same time, but he was still at ease. The trio had unleashed their trump cards, none of them willing to show any weakness. Moreover, the 3 of them had just broken through to the void god realm. Naturally, they were filled with battle intent. Breaking through to the void god realm made them invincible. Boss Jiang Chen was willing to fight with them. The 3 of them knew that Jiang Chen was just a 9th grade immortal sovereign. From their point of view, it was still possible for them to defeat Jiang Chen. Although their boss was strong, his personal strength was still too weak. Back off. Jiang Chen roared. He pushed the 3 of them back at the same time. Yexing Yunwang, Mo Kihan and Lu Dong could not do anything. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's mercy, they would have been injured. The difference between an immortal and a god was like heaven and earth. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to challenge someone of a higher realm. Chapter 21-26. Jiang Chen's eyes were burning with battle intent. His hands were itching to fight against these people. Void God Realm? He, a 9th grade immortal sovereign, could still beat them up. That's what you said, boss. Don't blame us for being too ruthless. The remaining 8 void god experts were also eager to give it a try. They naturally wanted to be in the limelight. After all, in the immortal world where they came from, who wasn't a supreme expert that could be counted with one's fingers? Indomitable spirit, worshipped by tens of thousands of people. Even in the divine tomb today, they were still unwilling to bow down to others. They still wanted to become stronger and survive. Their talents were all peerless, 1 in 10,000 geniuses. Zhang Xianxia was one of them. She was also one of the experts that had broken through to the void god realm this time. Her talent was definitely one of the most outstanding ones. I will not be left behind by you, Prince Jiang Chen. Zhang Xianxia decided in her heart that she must follow in Prince Jiang Chen's footsteps. She must not be any weaker than him. One day she hoped that she could stand in front of him, protect him, shield him from the wind and rain so that he would not be so tired anymore. So what if there are 11 of you? Come on. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice fell, the 11 early void god experts swarmed towards Jiang Chen like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, displaying their abilities. Yexing Yunwang, Mo Kihan, Lu Dong, and Zhang Xianxia took the lead and fought against Jiang Chen. The other 7 experts did not dare to be negligent. 11 void god experts surrounded Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took out the heavenly dragon sword and swept across the universe, fighting against the experts. The hundreds of people who were watching were dazzling with golden light. To them these were precious treasures. Perhaps they would be able to break through the ranks of void god experts. In less than 100 moves, Zhou Xian had gained the upper hand. Because of the great divination art, he was able to see through everyone's moves. He was already in an invincible position. Moreover, Zhou Xian already had the confidence to fight against a late void god when he was still an 8th grade immortal sovereign. Zhou Qian's every move was ruthless, but he did not have the intention to kill. In the blink of an eye, he had forced back 11 people. He stood proudly with his long sword in front of him. His imposing manner was shocking and unstoppable. Boss is mighty. Everyone nodded their heads willingly. Sometimes it wasn't a shameful thing to bow down to someone. Zhou Qian's strength was unparalleled. He was only a 9th grade immortal sovereign, but he was able to gain everyone's trust. This was because of his strength and also because he had saved everyone. With the strength of a void god, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with a divine king divine soul. In this divine tomb, a late heavenly god divine soul is said to have the strength of an early void god, but it's actually not. Compared to a true void god, there's still a certain gap. Your strength is no longer the same as before. Zhou Qian said solemnly. After receiving boss Zhou Qian's praise, the 10 of them felt proud even though they were defeated. That means that as long as we break through to the void god realm, the so-called divine king divine soul will not be that scary anymore. Udong asked. That's right. However, it's still quite difficult for you to deal with a peak divine king divine soul. However, it shouldn't be a problem for you to protect yourselves. In order to kill you, one would need a hierarch divine soul at least. Zhou Qian nodded and said. Boss Zhou Qian, we will never forget your kindness today. In the divine tomb we pledge our lives to follow you. Yesheng Yunwang, Mo Kehan and the others knelt down on one knee. At this moment they did not feel that it was a shameful thing to do. Because the leader of the Sword God Alliance definitely had the ability to do so. Moreover, he had something that made them trust him. Get up all of you. The tomb of the God of Sin is full of dangers. We're just helping each other. After all, no one can walk out of the tomb of the God of Sin unscathed if we are alone. A hero needs 3 helpers. Helping others is equivalent to helping yourself. Zhou Qian smiled. He had already expected this to happen. He also understood that this was only the divine tomb. Once they get out of the divine tomb, everyone would go their separate ways. However, at least at this moment he had a responsibility on his shoulders. That was to lead them out of the divine tomb and kill all the divine souls. Those who stood in his way would die. Zhou Qian brought hundreds of experts and continued towards the exit of the extreme north. Along the way there were many human experts who joined the Sword God Alliance. The Sword God Alliance was considered as the sun in the sky and was quite powerful. At this moment Zhou Qian was quite excited. After all, 100,000 divine sparks were definitely enough for the Zulong Tower to improve further. Moreover, this improvement was bound to be quite big. It's all up to you, old friend. Zhou Qian moved his mind and entered the Zulong Tower. He then began his crazy refining journey. 100,000 divine sparks. The entire Zulong Tower shone brightly as if it was very excited. Even Zhou Qian did not expect such a huge amount of divine sparks. When the Zulong Tower was absorbing the divine sparks, he had also benefited a lot. The divine sense in his body had a slight throbbing. Although Zhou Qian was not sure, he knew that the divine sense was very powerful. It was many times stronger than his own divine sense. Moreover, once the divine sense was gathered, it would be possible for him to break through the 9th grade immortal sovereign realm and enter the void god realm. As a matter of fact, Zhou Qian did not know that if the Zulong Tower did not absorb so many divine sparks, he would not have formed his divine sense so early. The divine sense was a part of the divine sparks. Only a peak human god could form the divine sense. Once the divine sense was gathered, the divine sparks would be formed. Once the divine sparks were formed, one's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Moreover, once the divine sparks were formed, one would have a great position in the divine world. A heavenly god expert would receive preferential treatment no matter where he went. Of course, this was a story for the future. Zhou Qian cleared his mind of distracting thoughts and started to cultivate wholeheartedly. The divine sense within the 100,000 divine sparks became more and more, gathering in Zhou Qian's mind in a myriad of strands. The Zulong Tower was extremely excited. 100,000 divine sparks allowed it to leap from the 75th floor to the 78th floor. This was simply a miracle. Even Zhou Qian could not believe it. However, the divine sparks were extremely huge. They were filled with earth-shattering energy. After the Zulong Tower broke through the 78th floor, the flow of time became even slower. Moreover, the hardness of the Zulong Tower had increased to a certain extent. Jiang Qin could feel that the Zulong Tower had become a lot stronger. That blurry feeling appeared once again. The Zulong Tower was shining with golden light. On the entire tower, there seemed to be a shadow of an azure dragon. It was truly mystical and shocking. At this moment, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had reached 2,190,000, reaching the peak of the 9th grade immortal sovereign realm. He was only one step away from entering the void god realm. In the immortal world, every increase in realm required an increase of 50,000 dragon marks. From the immortal sovereign realm to the god realm, every realm required 100,000 dragon marks. But at this moment he received a piece of news. A monkey had wreaked havoc in the peerless divine treasury and was heavily injured in Mount Methria. Are you sure it's a monkey? Chapter 21-27. Yes, it's a monkey. I think it's called 13. Boom. A deafening explosion resounded in the mountain range. Within a radius of 10 li, the mountain rocks crumbled and a shocking rage soared to the sky. Speak, what's going on? Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. His heart was filled with anger and worry. I've also heard from others that there's a peerless divine trove 30,000 miles to the east. It's said that there are countless divine soul powerhouses at the divine monarch and hierarch level guarding the divine trove. Even a divine emperor's divine soul exists there. It's a land of death. Who dares to provoke a divine emperor divine soul? But that monkey went to that land of death. In the end, many people went there. A divine emperor-level treasure trove must be extremely rich. Now many experts are flocking to Mount Methria. It is said that this time, an earth-shattering battle is likely to break out. Moreover, there are countless human powerhouses going to Mount Methria this time, and there are even innumerable divine soul powerhouses. It can be called a gathering of heroes. It's really rare. However, the level of danger was also extremely worrying. It's said that there are countless great forces that have been passed down for thousands of years in the divine tomb. They're formed by divine souls. They're divided into the north, south, east, west and central divine soul camps. Boss, should we join in the fun this time? Maybe we'll get some unexpected rewards. It's said that someone obtained a divine tool in Mount Methria. Some people even saw a heavenly divine tool. The 9th grade immortal sovereign looked nervous as he looked at Jiang Qin. At this moment, all of them wanted to go to Mount Methria to find out what was going on. If they don't go and get a share of the loot, when would they be able to take action? If they could get 1 or 2 divine tools, they could do whatever they want in the divine world in the future. Go. Gather everyone and go to Mount Methria. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with passion. Damn monkey, nothing must happen to you. Jiang Qin was extremely worried. Long Shisan and De Huang were his sworn brothers. How could Jiang Qin not be worried when such a big thing happened and De Huang's whereabouts were unknown? So he gathered everyone and went to Mount Methria. This time nothing must happen to Long Shisan. In Jiang Chen's heart, no one was more important than De Huang and Long Shisan. They were his family. So at this moment, Jiang Qin was extremely worried. 30,000 miles was not far, but it was not near either. It would take at least a few days to reach there. However, Jiang Qin was burning with anxiety. At this moment, no one could understand what he was feeling. Currently, the Sword God Alliance was extremely powerful. There were more than 30 Void God experts and 1,300 9th grade immortal sovereigns. They were invincible in the entire eastern region. There was no divine soul force that dared to provoke Jiang Qin anymore. However, according to what the 9th grade immortal sovereign said, there might be another divine soul organization in the eastern region that had been hiding the deepest. It's just that they had not fought with them yet. Yexing Yunwang, Mo Kahan, Lu Dong, Jiang Xinxin, listen up. The few of you bring the remaining people and head to Mount Methria at full speed. I'll go first, the rest of you follow. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Qin turned into a ray of light. He flapped his dragon wings and flew away, disappearing into the horizon in a blink of an eye. Everyone head to Mount Methria at full speed. Our Sword God Alliance must not be left behind by others. Lu Dong roared and started to move forward at full speed. Mount Methria stretched for thousands of miles. The terrain was precipitous, towering into the clouds. The highest peak was more than 100,000 meters. It was majestic and dangerous, majestic and magnificent. The entire tomb of the god of sin was filled with dusky colors, but only Mount Mithria was shrouded in clouds and mist, giving people a feeling of a paradise on earth, a paradise. Around Mount Mithria, there were many immortal sovereigns and divine souls. However, at this moment they did not have any conflicts as they had their own camps. The second highest peak of Mithria Mountain, Tianzhu Peak. There were green mountains and black waters. A violent ape with an iron staff in his hand was staring at the surroundings with a solemn expression. His face was gloomy and cold. His face carried a touch of ruthlessness. His body was covered with cuts and bruises. Standing outside of Tianzhu Peak, he was like a stone pillar that could support the heaven and earth. One man guarding the pass, 10,000 people could not get through. Damn monkey, do you really think that you're a deity that descended from the heavens? The peerless divine tomb is not something that you can monopolize alone. Do you really think that you're invincible in the world? The heroes of the world are gathered here. What qualifications do you have to monopolize Tianzhu Peak? You're too naive. Yeah, do you think that this is your home? Damn monkey, your time of death is coming. When our Vice Alliance Lord arrives, you'll die without a burial ground. So what if you're strong? You've already been heavily injured by us. Overconfident thing, when our Alliance Lord occupies the entire Mount Mithria, you'll have your soul scattered. Why are you still talking to him? One look and I can tell that he's already an arrow at the end of its flight. Let's join hands and kill this monster. It'll be a piece of cake. Many people were shouting at the bottom of Tianzhu Peak. However, no one dared to rush forward and fight with the monkey, because the monkey had already killed 500 ninth grade immortal sovereigns. Many divine souls of Divine King Realm had died under his iron staff. However, he was also heavily injured because of this. The group of heroes took turns to fight him, almost turning the monkey into a crippled body. The monkey held the iron staff in his hand. His expression was solemn and his eyes were fixed on the scene. No matter how many people attacked from all directions, he remained unmoved. Who else could this person be other than Xiu San? His might and domineeringness as he slaughtered his enemies had already shocked everyone. That was because his appearance was like an ancient war god that stood towering there. No one dared to take another step forward. Xiu San held the iron staff in his hand. He was unparalleled. Even though he was heavily injured, his battle strength was still unparalleled. No one dared to stand out and fight with him. Even void god experts had died in his hands. Ninth grade immortal sovereigns, even if there were tens of thousands of them, did not dare to invade him. The people from various major forces and some cultivators who were waiting to reap the benefits were all waiting here. Heaven Sound 12 peaks. There were a total of 12 entrances. On top of each peak, there was a divine temple that led to the divine treasury of Mount Mithria. Some people had already entered, some came out with rewards, some died without a burial place, and some disappeared mysteriously. The main peak, Tianlan Peak, was the true peak. Many people chose to enter from the Tianlan Peak. However, not everyone could enter the divine treasury of Mount Mithria. Moreover, the paths and divine treasures of each peak were different. In the Tianlan Peak, there were already many hierarch divine souls guarding the main peak. As for Tianzhu Peak, ever since Xiu San entered the divine temple, he did not continue to enter. Instead, he stood outside the divine temple on the peak of the mountain, blocking the invaders from all directions. From everyone's point of view, he wanted to occupy all the divine treasures, and that's why he dominated the peak. As long as I am here, don't even think about stepping into Tianzhu Peak. Xiu San's expression was gloomy. Although he was heavily injured, he still did not allow anyone to step into Tianzhu Peak. Damn monkey, looks like you won't shed tears until you see your coffin. If you have the guts, come down from the mountain and fight me. I'll beat the shit out of you. That's right. Damn monkey, looking down from the top, occupying the most dangerous place, what kind of hero are you? You trash, when our Vice Lord comes, you'll definitely die. You're just waiting for your death, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. More and more people were cursing and ridiculing him. However, Xiu San did not budge at all. He stood on top of Tianzhu Peak looking down on the crowd. This is the biggest joke in the world, saying that I'm not a hero? What a bunch of stupid and brainless pigs. You've surrounded me, but have you ever thought about the word hero? A bunch of cowards, a bunch of trash who dares to fight me. Long Shisan's voice was like a great bell resounding throughout Tianzhu Peak. However, the tens of thousands of ninth-grade immortal sovereigns did not take any action, because they knew that the person who stood out would definitely be killed. Humans are selfish, especially at this moment. Who would be willing to die when they have the chance to enter the divine tomb after millions of years of cultivation? A mere ninth-grade immortal sovereign, all of you are not a match for him. You've really disappointed me. A cold and overbearing voice resounded throughout Tianzhu Peak. A silhouette arrived in the sky, his aura was monstrous. He stood in the sky, pointing at the mountains and rivers with a domineering aura. Vicelord, the Vicelord is here. Aha, we can finally get rid of this bastard. Damned monkey, your time of death has come. Yes, Vicelord, get rid of him, get rid of a pest for the people. Deafening shouts resounded throughout the entire sky. The atmosphere was like a rainbow. Who are you? Tell me your name. I, Long Shisan, will not kill a nameless person. Long Shisan pointed his staff at the void and said with a faint smile. You'll understand how stupid your words are when you're dead. Since you want to know so much, I'll tell you who's the murderer. The Unparalleled Handsome Alliance. The Vice Lord of the Unparalleled Handsome Alliance, Li Shuai. Li Shuai said proudly, his eyes were filled with killing intent. At this moment there was nothing more to say. Fight till the end, the winner is the hero. Unparalleled Handsome Alliance? This name sounds so stupid. Deputy Alliance Master? You've really broadened my horizons. However, it doesn't seem that easy for you to kill me. Long Shisan held the iron staff in his hand tightly. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. What's there to talk about? If it wasn't for you, my people would have already entered Tianzhu Peak. Surrender now, maybe I'll leave your corpse intact. Li Shuai said faintly. I hate people who are more pretentious than me. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Full of nonsense, so noisy. Chapter 21-28. Long Shisan's eyes were filled with an indomitable battle intent. The corner of his mouth revealed a cold and murderous smile. At this moment he was the heavens. No one could force him to leave the Tianzhu Peak. Since you want to die so much, I can only fulfill your wish. Remember, you will die under the hands of the most handsome immortal emperor, Li Shuai. Otherwise, don't die without knowing why you died in the underworld. Li Shuai's eyes suddenly became solemn. He was ready to fight. Those who trespass into this peak shall be killed without mercy. Long Shisan's imposing manner shook the world. If it wasn't for Li Shuai's provocation, perhaps no one would step forward even if there were thousands of people in front of him. It was truly a case of one man holding the pass against thousands of enemies. This is the invincible Overlord's spear. Today I will take your life and avenge the death of my ally. Li Shuai harumphed coldly. His spear pierced through the void, piercing through the heavens and earth. He stood in the void and pointed at Long Shisan. First revolution, 9 heavens move. Li Shuai's spear art was unparalleled, piercing through the sky. In this dark divine tomb, a cold light appeared first. Then the spear was like a dragon, roaring and shaking the heavens. His spear art shook the heavens and earth. He was truly invincible, especially now that he had broken through the 9th grade immortal sovereign realm and reached the early void god realm. Even if he were to encounter Jiangchen again, he would definitely have the strength to fight him. Li Shuai's spear art was quite powerful. Now it had reached a new level. His entire body was filled with flowing lights. The cold light of the spear was oppressive, wreaking havoc between the heavens and earth. Long Shisan's pupils shrunk. Although he also had the strength of a void god, he could only be an ordinary early void god. Even he had to admit that this guy was too powerful. Although his name was a bit flashy, he had to admit that he was really terrifying. His spear was extremely sharp. Tens of thousands of mountains were shaken. Such a powerful spear. It's like a ghost wailing and a wolf howling. He's really a powerful expert in the heavens and earth. Yeah. I have never seen the Vice Lord fight with all his strength. I never expected him to be this terrifying. No wonder so many geniuses would bow down to him. It's really shocking. The Vice Alliance Master's might is overwhelming. I think this damned monkey has no chance of surviving. You want to occupy a mountain all by yourself? You must be dreaming. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? His spear covered everyone's sharpness. We are all early void gods, but we are far from his level. This person will definitely become a great person in the future, and there will definitely be a place for him in the god world. More and more people were filled with ridicule. Li Shuai's appearance had instantly turned the situation around. Even if Long Shisan's battle strength was monstrous and no one dared to face the invincible iron rod in his hand, Li Shuai was not afraid at all. "Keep my staff." Long Shisan was stronger than his opponent. The two of them were fighting fiercely, exchanging blows with each other. Golden light flickered in the sky as the Overlord's spear and the metal cudgel clashed. Neither of them fell behind. Li Shuai strolled leisurely in the courtyard, calm and unruffled. On the other hand, Draconic Shisan was extremely solemn, but the anxiety in his eyes had also become more serious. Even Long Shisan was shocked. Although he was a 9th-grade immortal sovereign, he was only one step away from reaching the Void God realm. Moreover, he was born with unparalleled battle strength and a strong physique. He could even fight against 3 Void God experts at the same time. But now it was a little difficult for him to fight against Li Shuai alone. After all, he had suffered a serious injury earlier. It was not easy for him to withstand Li Shuai's attack. "I didn't expect you to have some skills. Looks like I will have to fight with you officially. You mean I will use 80% of my strength?" Li Shuai smiled faintly as if he had finally become serious. Usually, even Void God experts would find it hard to withstand his attack. The might of his spear was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. But in front of this damned monkey, his attack lost its effect. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was actually quite shocked in his heart. This guy must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he will become his greatest enemy in the future. "Come and fight, there's no need to talk anymore." Wanton, comfortable, delightful. Long Shisan waved his iron rod and laughed wildly. Too many people had witnessed his strength. So even at this moment he still carried a terrifying aura, and no one dared to go against him. "Your death is here. Don't be so arrogant. Today I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." Li Shuai roared in anger. The spear light flew again, causing the void to tremble. The long spear was like a dragon, shaking the heavens and earth. Second revolution, sky-shattering myriad saints. This time Long Shisan's pupils shrank. Even with his current strength, it was hard for him to withstand this attack. He quickly retreated and pointed his iron rod at the void. Long Shisan did not dare to attack at all. Because this spear had already triggered the laws of the void, as if it was coming from all directions. The deafening aura was unstoppable. Such a terrifying spear art. Long Shisan murmured in his heart. Even he had to exert his full strength at this moment. Battle Saint technique. Long Shisan also used his trump card, but this attack still made him fall into a passive position. Because his injuries were too severe and he could no longer withstand such a high-intensity battle. Even the Battle Saint technique couldn't launch a complete attack. It could only be suppressed by Li Shuai, unable to reverse the situation. "Go down." Li Shuai pressed down with his spear. Long Shisan's body trembled and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying, crashing onto a mountain rock and fell down. Invincible. 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 Vice Lord is unparalleled, invincible. Vice Lord is a peerless hero who dares to compete with him. Kill him, avenge the deaths of thousands of immortal emperors. Draw the blood from his neck and offer it to the heavens and earth. A tsunami-like voice reverberated in Tianzhu Peak. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. Once this monkey dies, they would be able to enter Tianzhu Peak and get a share of all the treasures. Such a good thing, who wouldn't be excited? I've said it before, you can't even withstand a single blow from me. You can only blame yourself for meeting me. So at this moment you can only choose death. Li Shuai's spear light pointed straight at Long Shisan. At this moment even Long Shisan himself felt a terrifying chill and the aura of death. "If I'm not injured, killing you will be as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Thief, don't be so arrogant. Long Shisan will never let you go even if I die." Long Shisan's face was filled with unwillingness. Indeed, if his battle strength was at its peak, why would he be afraid of the most handsome immortal emperor? However, there was no if in this world. Even if there was, it was already in the past. "Accept your judgment." You have killed too many people, your hands are stained with too much blood. It's time for you to go to Avicii hell. Li Shuai smiled. This was the last strike, he would not give this damned monkey any chance. Die. Third revolution, forbidden wind wave. Master Monkey has an immortal body. You want to kill me? In your next life. Long Shusan's eyes were filled with madness. With his strength, if he wasn't severely injured, killing Li Shuai would be a piece of cake. Even at this moment, Long Shusan didn't show any signs of fear. He had the life symbol art, which was equivalent to an immortal body. Long Shusan went crazy. His fiery golden eyes shone brightly as he prepared for a life-and-death battle with Li Shuai. Who dares to touch the brother of I, Jiangqin? At this moment, a loud shout came from the sky. A true dragon sword shone with golden light and pierced in front of Long Shusan, blocking Li Shuai's third revolution overlord's spear. When the sword fell, the wind blew and the momentum reached the sky. Chapter 21-29. Little Xianxia, you're finally here. If you don't come, you're going to cry at my funeral. Long Shusan said loudly. He knew that this guy always liked to show up at the most crucial moment. Long Shusan did not have any relatives in his life. Apart from his wife, Lan Lingji, he only had a group of brothers. At this moment in this divine tomb he only had his brothers. Jiang Chen's appearance was no different from sending charcoal in a snowy day. Moreover, it was a moment of life and death. If Jiang Chen was a second late, he would be doomed to die here. Long Shusan's heart was incomparably tangled and struggling. He didn't have to wait for death here, but he had no other choice. He must protect this place and stop anyone who dared to rush up to Tianzhu Peak. This was his mission and the meaning of his existence. Even if it was a narrow escape, Long Shusan did not take a step back. He did not have the slightest bit of fear in the face of 100,000 divine soldiers. Even if he was going to die, he must die here. He thought that he would never see this brat again. Not long ago he and Jiang Chen had advanced and retreated together, fought together and faced life and death together. At this moment he was facing the threat of death. His death was resolved by Jiang Chen's sword. The heavenly dragon sword, Jiang Chen's peerless divine sword. The sword shocked the world and swept away everything in its path. Long Shusan's eyes flickered with a trace of imperceptible helplessness. Even if he was talented and had unparalleled combat strength, he was still defeated in the face of 100,000 divine soldiers and peerless experts. Although Long Shusan's heart was filled with hatred, there was no way he could give up the rest of his life. The appearance of Jiang Chen had rekindled Long Shusan's hope. His face became incomparably excited. At this moment his heart was filled with hot blood and battle intent. What a terrifying guy. To be able to block the overlord's spear of the deputy lord with just a sword. This is really impressive. Not bad. This guy shouldn't be a nobody. Otherwise, how could he be so terrifying? The moment an expert makes a move, you will know whether he is an expert or not. Looks like this guy is here to save this damned monkey. That's right, but I believe that the Vice Alliance Master will definitely be able to show disdain for everyone, haha. An early Void God Realm Vice Leader can definitely look down on everyone. Someone laughed wildly and cheered for Li Shuai. Jiang Chen stepped on the void and soared with his dragon wings. In a moment he arrived and a domineering and murderous aura flickered between his brows. Damn monkey, how have you been? I didn't expect you to be in such a sorry state, huh? Little Xianxia, if you don't kill this guy today, don't tell others that I know you. Long Shusan said angrily with tears in his eyes. Thousands of words converged into one sentence, and that was a mocking scolding. Between brothers, just a look was enough. Jiang Chen didn't say much because it wasn't the time to be sentimental. It's you. Li Shuai squinted his eyes and stared at Jiang Chen. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. So what if it's me? You, a loser, ran away after losing. I thought you were already dead. Humph. Jiang Chen said in disdain. Boozer? Jiang Chen's words set off a huge wave. The entire Tianzhu Peak was in an uproar. Could this guy have fought with the Vice Alliance Master and even defeated him? How could this be possible? Li Shuai's facial expression was rather ugly, but it was an indisputable fact. If he had escaped in time, he would have been killed by Jiang Chen. Today he wouldn't be standing here as the vice leader of the unparalleled handsome alliance. Li Shuai's face turned pale. Fuck, kid, you're not bad. This guy was defeated by you. Long Shisan let out a weird cry, which made Li Shuai's expression turn even uglier. Since there were so many people below Tianzhu Peak looking at him, how could he feel good after being called a loser by Long Shisan? Little brat, don't be so arrogant. Even if you've defeated me before, it was only in the past. Now that I've broken through to the Void God realm, what qualifications do you have to fight with me? Killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Li Shuai said proudly. However, the people below Tianzhu Peak were still anxious. To think that the Vice Alliance Master was defeated by this guy. It seems like it's a battle between geniuses. Yeah, but the Vice Alliance Master is right. That was in the past. It won't be the same today. Since the Vice Alliance Master is already a Void God expert. That guy is just a 9th grade immortal sovereign. Ah, that's right. The Vice Alliance Master is unparalleled. The Vice Alliance Master is invincible. Deafening voices were heard from below Tianzhu Peak. Li Shuai was still the one that everyone was looking for. Little Chinzi, don't disappoint me. But you have to be careful too. This guy is quite strong. Long Shisan said sternly. Jokes were just jokes. However, he would never stand by and watch a real life-and-death battle. Don't worry. He's already been defeated once. No matter how strong he is, he's still trash. Jiang Chen's words were extremely arrogant, causing everyone to feel discontented. However, only by defeating him would they have the qualifications to say such words. Looks like you've really thought too highly of yourself. I'm already a Void God now. What do you have to fight with me? I'll take back the humiliation I suffered that day bit by bit. There's a path to heaven, but you chose to walk into hell. Even if you didn't appear, I'll still look for you. Otherwise, there will always be a knot in my heart on my path to the top. Your appearance today has saved me a lot of trouble. Li Shuai said calmly, but his eyes were extremely stern. After experiencing a defeat, he understood himself better and respected his opponents more, especially Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had once defeated him as an 8th grade immortal sovereign. Now that he's already a 9th grade immortal sovereign, he had to be extra careful. Li Shuai was very confident. After all, he had already reached the Void God realm. A Void God and a 9th grade immortal sovereign were two completely different concepts. That's why he was so confident. You've already lost once, why are you still pretending to be strong? Even if I'm at my peak, I can still beat you to a pulp. You still want to fight with little Chinzi? I have to say that you're very strong. It's a pity that you've met little Chinzi. You're just unlucky. If little Chinzi can defeat you once, he can defeat you twice and thrice. Long Shisan's sarcastic attitude made Li Shuai's face flushed with anger. Do it. You only have one chance. Otherwise you'll die a horrible death. Jiang Chen said coldly. This time he would not give Li Shuai a chance to escape. Li Shuai must pay the price for wanting to kill his brother. How can I not fulfill your wish since you're so eager to die? I was lucky enough to escape from the battle in the past, but you'll definitely die today. The one who was lucky enough to escape is you. Looks like you're really stubborn. Do you still think that you're an immortal sovereign of the myriad worlds? There's no lack of geniuses in this world. But what's lacking are geniuses with brains. Killing a retard like you is as easy as killing a chicken. Chapter 2130. Good. Look at my invincible overlord's spear. This time I will make sure that you won't be able to return. Li Shuai roared and his voice shook the sky. Everyone in the surroundings could not help but look at him. They could see that Li Shuai was completely infuriated by Jiang Chen. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Both of them had a deep grudge against each other. Now they had completely released their grudges and a battle was about to break out. The anger in Li Shuai's heart soared to the heavens. He wielded his spear and went straight towards Jiang Chen. The Overlord's spear was indeed a peerless divine weapon. It was not any weaker than the violet golden spear. It carried a terrifying aura between the heavens and earth and fell from the 9 heavens. Jiang Chen held his sword and attacked. The heavenly dragon sword was a weapon that had won 100 battles. The two of them clashed again and it was destined to be another terrifying battle. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and looked extremely terrifying. He had a pair of dragon wings on his back and stepped on the void. His sword light shone through the 14 prefectures, dominating the world. The cold light pierced through the void. The battle between the two of them caused the surrounding rocks to roll down. Dark clouds filled the air and stirred the atmosphere in the void. The dark clouds in the divine tomb seemed to be wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. Jiang Qin deduced with the great divination art. Li Shuai's overlord spear had nowhere to hide. Even though he had broken through to the void god realm, he did not have any advantage when facing Jiang Qin. 8 revolution million spear devastating strike. Li Shuai roared like thunder. The spear surged and pierced through the void. Jiang Qin was not in a hurry. He was calm and composed. He wielded the heavenly dragon sword and the azure dragon's 5 steps. Each of his steps shocked the heavens. First step, trample through mountains and rivers. Each of Jiang Qin's steps was filled with terrifying aura. The surrounding heavens and earth seemed to be sealed. Second step, soaring spirit. The third step, shattering the universe. With just 3 steps, Li Shuai had been completely suppressed by Jiang Qin to the point that he couldn't retaliate at all. However, Jiang Qin had already used the great divination art to create Li Shuai's 8th revolution overlord spear. Therefore he didn't have any hesitation and easily dodged it. At the moment when the 10,000 spears appeared, the heavens and earth trembled. A mountain was suddenly shattered by Li Shuai's 10,000 spears. Its power was unstoppable. What a terrifying spear technique. The Vice Alliance Master is unparalleled in the world. Yeah. Such a terrifying spear art. Even a void god would not dare to face it head-on. The Vice Alliance Master's battle prowess is vast and unstoppable. He is destined to sweep away these 2 ignorant fools. That's right. Let's cheer for the Vice Guild Master. Although Li Shuai's 10,000 devastating spears looked cool, it couldn't do anything to Jiang Qin. Because Jiang Qin had already seen through everything. No matter how strong the 10,000 devastating spears was, it was just a facade to him. On the contrary, Jiang Qin's Azure Dragon's 5 steps had the power to shatter the heavens and earth. Li Shuai couldn't withstand it at all. This guy's strength is too abnormal. He's already so powerful after breaking through to the 9th grade Immortal Sovereign Realm. What would happen if he breaks through to the Void God Realm? Li Shuai thought quickly. However, at this moment he didn't dare to be careless. If he was careless, he would be in a disadvantageous position. Come on. You're really impressive. However, my 9 revolutions overlord spear is not just for show. I don't believe that you can dodge my 9th spear. 9 revolutions heaven and earth great shift. Li Shuai said proudly. Without any hesitation he launched another attack. This time it was even more unstoppable. 9 revolutions heaven and earth great shift. Even a mid-void god expert would have to avoid this attack. At this moment the people at the foot of the mountain were dumbfounded. Such a powerful aura had caused them to shiver in fear, not daring to fight against it. Even many void god experts felt that they were too far behind to catch up to it. Who could withstand such an attack? Even among the current human experts, there might not be a handful of people who could withstand it. 4th step, roaming the great void. Jiang Qin strolled leisurely without any pressure. Even when facing the terrifying 9 revolutions heaven and earth great shift, he still gave people a relaxed feeling. Long Shan squinted his eyes. He knew that Jiang Qin must be confident. Otherwise he wouldn't be so calm. This guy has a lot of trump cards. It's impossible for him to be defeated so easily. In his eyes, there's no difference even if it's a void god expert. Little Qinzi, you have to be careful. This guy is not easy to deal with. Long Shan laughed and said. Although it was a kind reminder, it sounded like he was mocking Li Shuai. Kill him. Li Shuai's spear moved horizontally and horizontally. The 9 revolutions heaven and earth great shift instantly crushed the void. Jiang Qin had already taken 4 steps forward. 5th step. The heavens and earth mourn. This time Jiang Qin did not dodge at all. He was confident that under the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, even Li Shuai's heaven and earth great shift would not stand a chance. Sure enough, when Jiang Qin's 5th step landed, the heavens and earth seemed to be crying and trembling. The seemingly light step pierced through the void and contained the strength of the law. In an instant, Li Shuai's overlord spear was crushed by Jiang Qin's domineering aura. Li Shuai staggered backwards and his face was as gloomy as water. Li Shuai's overlord spear was crushed by Jiang Qin's domineering aura. How is this possible? Our vice lord lost? Someone couldn't help but gasp and said. He lost. Even our Vice Lord's peerless divine weapon, the Overlord's spear, was destroyed. This guy is really powerful. Oh my god. Is he still a 9th grade immortal sovereign? Even Void God Realm experts are no match for it. It's too terrifying. Li Shuai was defeated once again. Moreover, he was defeated by the same person. Jiang Chen's Azure Dragon's 5 steps was unparalleled in the world. No one could resist it. The 100,000 divine soldiers at the foot of the mountain could not help but shake their heads and sigh. Unstoppable, unstoppable. I've said it before. If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you again. Unfortunately, there won't be a third time because you must die. Jiang Chen said faintly. At this moment he had already sentenced Li Shuai's death. This guy should have died. This time he almost put his brother in danger. How could Jiang Chen let him live? It's not that easy to kill me. Transforming the body into a spear, creating the heavens and earth. If you can block this attack, then even if I die I can rest in peace. Li Shuai said in a deep voice. Instantly his body shone brightly. His whole body seemed to be incomparably holy. He put his palms together and pointed at Jiang Chen. At this moment, Li Shuai turned into a golden spear, piercing through the void, flying horizontally and vertically. The surrounding temperature became extremely high at this moment. The piercing sound of the golden spear piercing through the void was deafening. Jiang Chen's expression became solemn. He summoned all 5 types of flames at this moment. Chapter 21:31. 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. Come on. Jiang Chen shouted in a low voice. 5 types of flames instantly formed a seal. The whole void was scorching and crackling. Everyone retreated backwards. The raging flames that blotted out the sky were all ultimate flames. Each of them was powerful enough to destroy the heavens and earth. However, Jiang Chen had 5 types of flames in his hand. How could this not be shocking? Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. What a terrifying guy. However, my one with the spear will definitely give you a big shock. Li Shuai harumphed coldly. His golden spear will not fall, charged towards the sky. The flames in Jiang Chen's hand were like torches. The seal was formed and struck out. The might of the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal had also reached its peak. The void was like a collision between 2 planets, instantly exploding. Li Shuai's man and spear unite. The golden spear will not fall was also repelled by the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. Flames fell from the sky and shattered the mountains, forcing countless 9th grade immortal sovereigns to retreat quickly. Otherwise they would be implicated. Even so, the terror of the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal was still not to be underestimated. The flames swallowed Li Shuai in an instant. His entire body was wrapped within the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal, making him look quite miserable. Li Shuai's roar shook the sky. It was heart-wrenching and lung-splitting. The blazing flames were not something to be trifled with. At this moment he finally knew how powerful the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal was. Li Shuai's human spear will not fall was completely suppressed by the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. He was also burned by the 5 types of flames and almost turned into ashes. Li Shuai ran away in a miserable state. His body was severely injured. His whole body was burnt beyond recognition. It was as if he had just escaped from a fire. More importantly, the flames in his heart were burning him. It caused him to be severely injured and his life was at stake. The vice leader has really lost. This guy is simply a monster. Yeah. Looks like our unparalleled handsome alliance has offended a great enemy. So what? If our alliance leader was here, how could he be beaten so miserably by this guy? That may be the case, but the situation is stronger than the person. In the end we still lost. Countless people retreated 100 li away because the entire Tianzhu Peak had completely exploded because of the flames of the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. Even so, there were still hundreds of 9th grade immortal sovereigns who were completely burned to death by the flames of the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. Not even their bones were left behind and they would forever remain in Tianzhu Peak. Your end has come. Jiang Chen pointed his sword at Li Shuai. He didn't have the habit of sparing his enemies. Only death would prevent them from becoming a threat to him. Jiang Chen naturally wasn't afraid of Li Shuai. But in the future, if Li Shuai were to become a threat to his friends and family, Jiang Chen would be in eternal pain. Therefore Jiang Chen liked to nip danger in the bud. So what if they were geniuses? There was no lack of geniuses in this world, and there were even more people who died young. If one could not stand at the peak and become the strongest, what was the use of having outstanding talent? Oh my God, he actually wants to kill the vice leader. Someone exclaimed. Jiang Chen's murderous intent had completely enveloped Li Shuai. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Li Shuai was extremely terrified because his escape route had been completely blocked by Jiang Chen. So there was no chance for him to escape. Even if there were 100,000 divine soldiers behind him, no one would dare to save him and fight against Jiang Chen at this moment. In this battle, Jiang Chen had already swept away everyone. No one dared to offend him. You'll definitely die. Jiang Chen swung his sword down. But at this moment, a blue sword shadow broke through the air and struck down Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. Jiang Chen frowned. This guy was quite strong. Who is this guy? If you want to kill me, you'll have to go through me first. A white robe, long hair fluttering in the wind, a feather fan and a sword in his hand, looking down at all directions. A pair of blue eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. A terrifying killing intent filled the air. The white-robed man turned around and stood straight. His fair skin was more enviable than a woman's. His facial features were exquisite and dazzling. His every movement was majestic and magnificent. One word, handsome. 2 words, very handsome. 2 words, super handsome. The white-robed man looked at Jiang Chen and said faintly, "You can't kill my people." Really? Unparalleled handsomeness. You should be the leader of unparalleled handsomeness, right? Unfortunately, if I want to kill someone, no one can stop me. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. This person was indeed very, very handsome. In fact, he was even more handsome than Big Yellow when he first saw him. He was simply too handsome. Is that the old lady of unparalleled handsomeness? He's too handsome. Yeah, I've never seen such a handsome person. It seems that strength is not important anymore as long as he's handsome. You bunch of love-struck fools. What's so good about a handsome man? It's better if he's as rough as me. A muscular man with black hair all over his body said proudly. Go to hell, you bearded dinosaur. How can you be compared to the chief of Unparalleled Handsomeness Alliance? You're too shameless. Someone couldn't help but snort. It was undeniable that the chief of Unparalleled Handsomeness Alliance was too handsome. No one could find any flaw in him. Looking at him, strength became secondary. In short, he was very handsome. Handsome boss, save me. Li Shuai said as he cried. At this moment he no longer had the demeanor and bearing of an expert. He was like a crying child. In the face of death he had no backbone. Life and death had become the only thing in his heart that he persevered on. Moling Dongchen, unparalleled handsomeness. You really live up to your name. I've heard about the chief of Unparalleled Handsomeness Alliance. Seeing you today, you really live up to your name. If you were a beauty, I'm afraid even I would be attracted to you. Dragon Shersan chuckled. However, Moling Dongchen's face was calm. He glanced at Li Shuai with a faint sneer at the corner of his mouth. Hand him over and get out of Tianzhu Peak. I can choose to let bygones be bygones. Moling Dongchen said calmly. Even his voice was so pleasant to listen to. Unfortunately, he was born as a man. Such a man was destined to stir up the universe and bring disaster to the country. Jiang Chen stared at Moling Dongchen. Both of them stared at each other. Neither of them intended to take a step back. No one can order me around. Even the heavens are no exception. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth slightly curved up. The heavenly dragon sword was unleashed. The void trembled wherever the sword pointed. Li Shuai had nowhere to run, he could only stare at Jiang Chen in disbelief. He died on the spot. How dare you disobey me? Moling Dongchen said faintly. However, everyone knew that the current Moling Dongchen was exuding a cold aura. Everyone felt a chill down their spine. So what? He almost killed my brother. It's only right for me to kill him. Jiang Chen took a step forward without fear. He didn't give any face to Moling Dongchen's questioning. Chapter 2132. Jiang Chen and Moling Dongchen's aura was like a rainbow. At this moment, although the two of them did not move, Their aura alone had already made countless people flinch. After a while, Moling Dongchen's expression became extremely solemn. He looked at Zhou Xian and said with a faint smile, "You're really a genius that makes people jealous. However, I have to fight with you. So many people from the Unparalleled Handsome Alliance are looking at me. I can't give them an explanation. It's not a big deal if a trash dies. However, the Unparalleled Handsome Alliance will not bow down to anyone. If you want to fight, let's fight. I'll accompany you till the end." Zhou Qian smiled indifferently. He was extremely carefree. This Moling Dongchen was not a petty person who would steal from others. It was a good thing to have a fair and square battle with him. "Are you purposely going against me? Killing my men, it seems like you really have guts." Moling Dongchen smiled. His expression became colder as if everything in his eyes was covered with frost. The Unparalleled Handsome Alliance was a well-deserved reputation. However, he was also famous for his coldness. "I've said it before. I'll kill those who kill my brothers. This is a matter of course. If you stop me, I'll still kill you," Zhou Qian said confidently. Although his opponent was strong, he could feel it. However, this battle was unavoidable. Xianxia was touched. Zhou Qian had completely become his shield. Zhou Qian's appearance not only saved him but also brought him into the limelight. What more could he ask for from such a brother? "If you can take one move from me, I'll forget about today's matter," Moling Dongchen said faintly. In fact, he just wanted to test Zhou Qian. If Zhou Qian was really weak, then it would not be a big deal to kill him. However, if Zhou Qian was really powerful, then it would not be a wise choice to fight him head-on. After all, the entire Mount Mithraea was overcrowded. More and more experts had arrived. Perhaps there would be an earth-shattering battle soon. All right. Zhou Qian nodded. He didn't want to continue fighting with this guy. After all, the person he wanted to kill was Marshal Li, and the person he wanted to save was Xian. Since he had already done it, why should he do anything more? Moreover, Xian must have something that he couldn't say at this time. Otherwise, with his personality, how could he be so foolish as to guard this place and rather die than give up? This fellow was not a simple-minded person. There was definitely something strange about this place that could make him act like this. Now that Xian was injured, if he were to have a life-and-death battle with Moling Dongchen, both of them would be in a weakened state. Then the ending would not be so pretty. "Good, you have guts," Moling Dongchen said faintly and praised him. However, the movement of his hands did not slow down at all. Both of his hands stirred up the wind and clouds. His strength was so strong that it seemed to be able to move mountains. The surrounding heaven and earth seemed to have solidified. Dark clouds filled the air and the wind sounded bleak, toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. A low roar was heard. The entire Tianzhu peak seemed to be trembling. Zhou Qian's mouth slightly curved up. The great divination art had completely evolved his attack. Zhou Qian had already seen the momentum of the toppling the mountains and overturning the seas clearly. Zhou Qian did not retreat at all. He was fearless in the face of danger. He swung his blade horizontally and unleashed the slaughter dragon seal. A dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens. The attacks of both of them intertwined with each other. Moling Dongchen's toppling the mountains and overturning the seas was found by Zhou Qian, which was the simplest and also the weakest point. Using the slaughter dragon seal, Zhou Qian blocked Moling Dongchen's attack effortlessly. The sky was lonely and the dust had settled. The entire Tianzhu peak fell into silence. Not bad. Interesting. Today's matter is written off, Moling Dongchen said with a faint smile as if he did not care about Li Shuai's death at all. Such a powerful attack. Both of them had pushed their strength to the limit. But in the end they could return to nothingness so easily. It's really watertight. Such power is not any weaker than the Alliance Master. No wonder both of them are unwilling to continue the fight. If they really continue the fight, both of them will suffer great losses. That's right. But in fact, the Alliance Master has already lost. He just did not continue the fight to save his face. The Alliance Master's strength is at the Void God realm while that monstrous genius is only at the 9th grade Immortal Sovereign realm. It's really infuriating to compare oneself with others. Yeah. We have forgotten about this. We shouldn't have done that. This guy is too heaven-defying. Although this battle was not as earth-shattering as they had imagined, it was still exciting. Both of them only used one move to turn the awkward situation into friendship. Moreover, Moling Dongchen might not be able to gain any advantage if he continued the fight with Jiang Chen. This was something that Moling Dongchen understood very well. Thanks for letting me win. Jiang Chen smiled calmly. Jiang Chen took a glance at the 100,000 immortal sovereigns below the Tianzhu Peak and followed Long Shan into the Tianzhu Peak. Boss, we have been guarding the Tianzhu Peak for many days. If we don't go in, I'm afraid that we won't be able to get anything. Yeah, boss. Among the 12 peaks of Tianyin, only the Tianzhu Peak has not been entered yet. Even the Tianlong Peak has been entered. This guy obviously wants to be the champion. He wants to take all the treasures for himself. These two are too greedy. That's a divine treasure of God Emperor level. The treasures inside are definitely beyond our imagination. Boss, don't hesitate anymore. More and more people began to instigate Moling Dongchen. Moling Dongchen was very clear that there must be a very tempting divine treasure on the Tianzhu Peak. Otherwise, why would these two people guard this place at all costs? You bastard. Where have you been for such a long time? It's so hard for me to find you. Long Shan punched Jiang Chen and scolded jokingly. This divine tomb is really strange. If you can walk, leave this place as soon as possible and enter the divine world. I always feel that there's some kind of power here that we can't fight against. Those terrifying divine souls are definitely not easy to deal with. Jiang Chen shook his head and said solemnly. You're right. But now I can't leave this place yet. Long Shan said in a deep voice. What are you thinking? Even if you're powerful, it's impossible for you to fight against so many people. Why do you want to guard this Tianzhu Peak? Jiang Chen knew that Long Shan would not do useless things. He must have his own difficulties. Long Shan looked solemn and did not say anything. Come with me first. Dragon Shan brought Jiang Chen to the front of a divine temple. The divine temple was about 10 zhang high, as if it was embedded in the mountain. Although it was already in ruins, it was still filled with a majestic and overbearing aura. The whole divine temple was covered with spider webs and the red paint had fallen off. Even the door had become dilapidated and covered with dust. Even the plaque at the front of the divine temple was drooping. What is this place? Chapter 2133. In front of the temple in the center there was a white jade statue. It was more than 7 zhang tall, and there was a person holding a primordial golden cudgel in his hand. He was in high spirits, stepping on the void, surrounded by clouds and mist. His battle intent was high and his cudgel was pointed at the sky. Especially his eyes, although they were made of white jade, their charm and domineering aura were unparalleled, looking down on the 9 heavens. Even Jiang Chen could feel a great pressure coming from it. Most importantly, this white jade statue looked very similar to Long Shan. Can you feel it? I seem to have a deep relationship with him. Ever since I came here I felt that I must protect him, protect this temple. I don't know when he appeared here and I don't know when he will disappear. But as long as he is here I will protect this place. He is like a family member to me. I feel that since I came to this world, everything is destined. This place is like my shore. If I leave, this temple will definitely be destroyed. The passage to Tianzhu Peak is behind this statue. It's a bit magical. This statue does look like you. But to be honest, do you think you have anything to do with this place? Jiang Chen asked in a low voice. At this moment he did not dare to make any wild guesses. This divine statue was definitely not a nameless figure when it was still alive. It was definitely a powerful figure. Being able to become a divine statue here meant that it was not a simple person. Even the protectors of this place were all hierarch experts. However, there were no protectors of this Tianzhu Peak. Although there is no guardian here, I am the guardian of this place. Even if I die, I will protect this place as if this is my home. I have a mission to protect it. Long Shan murmured with tears in his eyes. I don't know why, but I feel very sad. Little Chinzi, I have never felt this way before. If he is really my family, then where do I come from? My father and mother, who are they? Jiang Chen could understand Long Shan's feelings at this moment. Because in his heart he was like a natural stone monkey. But did he really have no parents? He felt that it was impossible for him to be born from the heavens. Everyone has parents and no one is an exception. The white jade statue in front of Long Shan was like his faith. Once the white jade statue fell, his faith in the pursuit of his parents and loved ones would also fall. Look, there are words on the white jade statue. Jiang Chen frowned and said in a deep voice. The north wind blows and the snow swirls in the air. The heavens can shed their tears first. At the jade pool gathering they were drunk. The mandarin ducks of the past flew separately. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The seas dried up and the rocks crumbled. Sad, sad, sad. With a red sleeve, there was no way to separate from sorrow, and the wind was bleak and desolate. Every inch of the liver and intestines is broken. The blue clouds rise one after another, soaring to the sky. Even if I die 9 times I will not regret. Long Xian gently stroked the words on the white jade statue and murmured. At this moment 2 drops of tears actually fell from the eyes of the white jade statue. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank. These were the tears that fell from the white jade statue. Although Long Xian didn't notice it, he saw it clearly. This white jade statue was really too mystical. Monkey, monkey, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. However, Long Xian seemed to be in a daze. The temple was about to collapse, but he was still standing there motionlessly. Jiang Chen wanted to pull Long Xian, but Long Xian was as still as a mountain. When he touched the white jade statue, it started to crack inch by inch. Fingers, arms, and finally even the head of the white jade statue fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. At this moment, a golden rod appeared from the body of the white jade statue. Long Xian's iron rod was instantly sucked into the golden rod. It was dazzling and colorful. Finally, the entire temple stopped shaking. The light was dazzling. Unparalleled divine rod, wishful needle. Golden light bloomed and 8 huge words suddenly rose into the air before dissipating in the void. Long Xian reached out his hand and the unparalleled divine rod was kept in his hand. The shadow of the rod overlapped and the might of the rod was mighty and unstoppable. The injuries on Long Xian's body seemed to be covered by the golden light. His injuries instantly healed and his aura continued to rise. This is indeed a great fortune, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He knew that the unparalleled divine rod's might was unstoppable. It was comparable to a divine tool. Even the heavenly dragon sword seemed to be inferior to it. This was Long Xian's fortune or fate. This statue must be closely related to him. It was just that they did not know about it. Moreover, Long Xian's iron rod had fused with the divine rod in the statue. This meant that there was a great connection between the two. Long Xian's body was also extremely clear. His strength continued to rise and finally stopped at the peak of early void god realm. Long Xian slowly opened his eyes. The white jade statue in front of him had already turned into powder. The unparalleled divine rod in his hand was also extremely overbearing. The light was dimmed but the might could not be concealed. At this moment Long Xian was like an immemorial war god. His gaze became extremely sharp and overbearing. Everything has ended. Long Xian slowly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times in front of the white jade statue. He's my father. He is dead. But his divine soul did not perish and did not enter the divine tomb. In the end his soul was destroyed by that person. This white jade statue is the last trace of his soul seed. Long Xian's voice was a little hoarse. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Jiang Chen could feel that this fella seemed to know a lot of things. What did my father do wrong? Why did you kill him? Long Xian's roar was like thunder, deafening. At this moment the entire divine temple finally calmed down. Little Chenzi, did I lose my composure? Long Xian kept the unparalleled divine rod and murmured with a bitter smile. Who are they? Jiang Chen asked. The enemies who killed my father. One day I will kill them again. Jiang Chen wanted to ask more but Long Xian only said so much. He knew that Long Xian was trying to protect him. There were some things that Long Xian wanted to bear by himself. He did not want to implicate Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen's current strength wasn't strong enough, in the future, Jiang Chen's grudge would be his grudge. The grudge of his father's death was absolutely irreconcilable. One day he would stand beside Jiang Chen and fight alongside him. Jiang Chen heavily patted on Long Xian's shoulder. Long Xian also smiled, as if he had returned to being the unparalleled monkey who laughed and scolded angrily. I'm afraid that the divine treasury of Tianzhu Peak is not simple. Now that the divine temple has been destroyed and my father's statue has been destroyed, It's time for us to go to the divine treasury. Chapter 2134. I can feel that there's a powerful force in this divine treasure. Although it's not outside of the temple, once we enter the depths of Tianzhu Peak, the guardian of the divine treasure might come out. Xian said in a low voice. Seems like we still need some pawns. Zhang Chen smiled knowingly. The two of them naturally knew what was going on. There were protectors in the 12 peaks of Tian'in, but there were no protectors here. How was that possible? Perhaps it was because of the existence of the white jade statue that made the protectors hide. Alliance leader Dongchen I Xiangbatian am here. A 9 feet tall strong man holding a blood-red battle axe came from the sky. His hearty laughter could be heard from 10 miles away. Overlord Alliance? Your noses are really sharp. Could it be that you can't enter the Tianlan Peak? Moling Dongchen said faintly and glanced at Xiangbatian who was holding the battle axe. Alliance leader Dongchen must be joking. There are experts from our Overlord Alliance guarding the Tianlan Peak. However, only the Tianlan Peak and Tianzhu Peak can enter the core area of the divine treasure. It was said that there was a damned monkey that had been guarding this place with his life. Therefore, I also wanted to see what kind of monster it was that dared to guard this natural stronghold alone and block millions of lions. I want to meet him. Xiangbatian laughed. Why isn't your little Overlord Alliance leader here? Could it be that he has entered the Tianlan Peak? Moling Dongchen squinted his eyes and said. The strength of the Overlord Alliance leader is not something that we can fathom. He has already entered the divine treasure. However, those who are not strong enough might not be so lucky. So I'm here to try my luck. Xiangbatian's words were obviously filled with sarcasm. The Tianzhu Peak is very simple. There's no protector here, only a dead monkey. You can try. Moling Dongchen smiled proudly and caressed his feather fan. Every frown and smile of his was more charming and handsome than a woman. Really? Alliance leader Dongchen, please don't lie to me. Xiangbatian was also very cautious. Even the leader of the unparalleled handsomeness alliance was only defending and not advancing. How could he be the one to stand out? There was bound to be an ambush. I, Zhan Lingyun, have also come to join in the fun. The two of you sure are elegant. Could it be that there's someone who doesn't know his place in the Tianzhu Peak who dares to block the path of the two alliance masters? A young man in silver armor said proudly. He held a halberd in his hand and looked extremely domineering. Since Brother Zhan is here, why don't we charge into the Tianzhu Peak together? Let's see who dares to stop us. What do you think? Xiangbatian's eyes lit up. At this moment he could form an alliance with Zhan Lingyun to investigate. What kind of person was Zhan Lingyun? He naturally saw through Xiangbatian's intentions with one look. Very well. I want to see who dares to fight me. Zhan Lingyun and Xiangbatian joined hands, stepping on the void, their auras unparalleled. Finally, someone has taken action. Now we can finally enter the Tianzhu Peak. Moling Dongchen said with a smile. There was a gleam in his eyes. Since both of you have such fighting intent, how can I not accompany you? Moling Dongchen's participation had made the two of them more confident. After all, they were the ones who came later. Moling Dongchen was the one who understood the situation here better than the others. With the help of Alliance leader Dongchen, it'll be a piece of cake. Quick. Zhan Lingyun and the others were naturally happy to help. After all, only by knowing one's own strength and one's enemy could one win 100 battles. If they did not know the opponent's means, then they would definitely be weaker in the battle. Even Moling Dongchen did not take action directly. One could imagine that the damn monkey that was guarding the Tianzhu Peak was definitely not someone that was easy to deal with. Damn monkey, quickly come out and accept your death. Otherwise I, your grandfather, will flatten the Tianzhu Peak. Xiangbatian's voice was powerful and shook the heavens and earth. Many of the 9th grade immortal sovereigns covered their ears. This guy was a human-shaped weapon. He held a battle axe in his hand, blood red, and his killing intent was shocking. You came at the right time. It seems like our luck is not bad. Jiang Chen said with a smile. You or me? Xian laughed. Let's do it together. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Moling Dongchen will suspect us. We only need to use 30% of our strength. I know. I'm not stupid. Long Xian carried the iron staff and followed Jiang Chen out of the Tianzhu peak. This mountain is opened by me. This tree is planted by me. If you want to cross this road, leave your grandmother behind. Long Xian said with a proud face. Damn monkey, looks like you won't give up until you see your coffin. Then I, your grandfather, will try the iron staff in your hand. Xiong Baishan's eyes turned cold. Suddenly, his aura rose and pointed at Long Xian. All right. Let me see what you've got. Dragon Xian held the unparalleled divine staff in his hand, sweeping in all directions. His chi was strong, but when he thought of Jiang Chen's words just now, he knew that he couldn't go all out. He had to pretend that he had lost to Jiang Chen and create a path for them. Long Xian's staff was terrifying and unstoppable. Xiong Batian was also quite powerful. His early void god strength was also one of the best. However, Long Xian only used 30% of his strength. Xiong Batian was only able to suppress him by 10%. Good. Xiong Batian roared and swung his blood-colored battle axe. However, it was a pity that Xian didn't use his full strength. He purposely let himself be knocked back 800 meters, making him look like he was in a sorry state. You're just a monkey. What's there to be afraid of? You're still defeated by me. I'll fight you. Jiang Chen said faintly. Your opponent is me. Zhang Lingyun smiled. Count me in. Moling Dongchen also came forward. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword and fought against the two of them alone. Both of them were extremely powerful. Jiang Chen only managed to block a dozen of their attacks before he retreated. His face was flushed. Obviously, he was not a match for the two of them. You're not being fair. Bullying the few with numbers. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Bullying the few with numbers? Even without alliance leader Dongchen, you're still not a match for me. Zhang Lingyun said proudly and snorted at Jiang Chen. We brothers know that we're not a match for you. We'll retreat for today's matter. I hope you won't be so ruthless. Otherwise it won't be a good thing for you. If my brother and I fight to the death with you, I think at least one of us will be heavily injured. This shouldn't be what you want to see, right? Jiang Chen said with a gloomy face. He looked very aggrieved. But at this moment they were under the eaves. Their skills were not as good as theirs. So they could only retreat. The three of them looked at each other with a dignified expression. They were very clear that the two of them were not weak. Once a life and death battle broke out, even if they managed to kill one of them, they would definitely be severely injured. Who would be the one to stop them? Who would be willing to sacrifice at this moment? What a joke. None of them were willing. As long as you give way to the divine treasures of Tianzhu Peak, we won't kill you. Moling Dongchen said. We're going into. This is our final bottom line. Otherwise, at worst, we'll fight to the death and fight to the death. Chapter 2135. Moling Dongchen and the others pondered over it again and again. They did not stop Jiang Chen and Long Xian. After all, if the two of them were to fight to the death, the loss would outweigh the gain. No one wanted to fight to the death with them. Otherwise, wouldn't it be like letting the others reap the benefits? Moreover, after entering Tianzhu Peak, even if there were divine treasures, only those who were capable would be able to get it. Whoever had the bigger fist would be able to stand firm. Otherwise, it would be useless even if they entered. Whether they could get a share of the loot or not, it would depend on whether they had the strength to do so. Most of their people were here. So, Moling Dongchen and the others were not worried about their backup. All right. I hope you know your limits. Xiong Batian said proudly. He snorted coldly, carried his blood-red giant axe and flew towards Tianzhu Peak. Moling Dongchen and Zhang Lingyun looked at each other and smiled. They then followed suit. Seems like someone finally stepped in for us. Otherwise, I don't know what kind of terrifying battle it would be. Long Xian curled his lips and said with a sigh. Now it's up to their luck. Tianzhu Peak is not an easy place to break through. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. With someone taking the lead, they were naturally willing to hide at the back. Stupid monkey. In the end, you can't just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. To think that you can think of monopolizing Tianzhu Peak. I'll go first. He's just being arrogant. When a true expert arrives, doesn't he still have to make way for them? He's just bullying the weak and fearing the strong. With the presence of the 3 Alliance Lords, he needs to have the guts to continue. You're right. Let's go in quickly. Otherwise, the divine treasures might be taken by someone else. Quick, follow them. We're the first batch to enter the divine treasures of Tianzhu Peak. Countless people flocked to the peak. Out of the 100,000 immortal sovereigns, only 100 of them could fly. The rest of them were running as if they were flying, rapidly ascending the Tianzhu Peak. After all, this was a place of treasures. If they were late by a step, they might not even get to enjoy the soup. Seeing more and more people ascending Tianzhu Peak, Zhou Xian and Zhou Xian looked at each other and smiled. A real massacre was about to begin. The news of Tianzhu Peak being breached had spread to many places in an instant. Countless experts began to rush towards this place. After all, everyone wanted a piece of the pie here. As long as one was able to enter the Tianzhu Peak, one would definitely gain something. After all, in the entire Methria Mountain, only the Tianlan Peak and the Tianzhu Peak were able to enter the divine treasury, and these 2 peaks were controlled by powerful experts. At this moment, many rogue cultivators who did not belong to any organization began to think of ways to enter the Tianzhu Peak, hoping to gain something. After all, who would dare to look down on the divine treasures of a divine emperor? Even an early void god would find it hard to resist the protection of a hierarch's divine soul. Unless they were powerful experts, otherwise, they would only become nourishment for the divine soul experts. Little Chinzi, what should we do? Should we go in? Dragon Xian darted a glance at Zhou Xian and said. If they didn't go in now, they might fall behind the others when they entered the hall later. What's the rush? These guys are waiting to die. Do you want me to send you off? Get lost. Damn it. I don't want to die at such a young age. Zhou Xian laughed and scolded. Wait. Right now there aren't many opportunities. I think there's definitely a great danger inside. You've also sensed it before. This place is extraordinary. We'd rather believe it than not. Otherwise, if we fail, it'll be very easy for us to die inside. There's even a hierarch's divine soul here. Do you have the ability to fight against it? Even if you've broken through to the void god realm, I'm afraid you might not have the absolute confidence. Just wait for the right opportunity. The bird that sticks out will be shot. We have to be the Jiang Taigong who sits on the fishing platform. Little do you know that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Good food is not afraid of late. Zhou Xian restrained his expression and said with a faint smile. More and more void gods and 9th-grade immortal sovereigns began to rush into Tianzhu Peak. Zhou Xian and Zhou Xian were moving forward slowly. They were not in a hurry at all. Undeniably, Moling Dongchen and the others were very smart. They did not rush in first but gave way to the passage of Tianzhu Peak. Because they were afraid that there might be unknown dangers in there. Caution is the parent of safety. Those who could become the leader of the alliance were definitely not fools. They naturally had their own thoughts. Moreover, the other peaks were full of danger. Wasn't it too quiet here? As the leader, Xiong Batian, Zhan Lingyun and Moling Dongchen were waiting silently. They were waiting for their army to enter first before making a decision. Tianzhu Peak, I'm coming. The divine treasures here are definitely not small. I've heard that some people have obtained more than one divine weapon in Tianlan Peak. Since ancient times, divine weapons have always belonged to the virtuous. Looks like I'm going to return with a full load this time. Old man, you're shameless. This is not something you can decide. There are too many wolves and not enough meat. Whoever has the ability will get more. Countless people rushed into the Tianzhu Peak one after another. However, at this moment, there was a commotion in the passageway of the Tianzhu Peak. Thousands of people had already turned into ashes when they entered the entrance of the Tianzhu Peak. They could not even find any trace of their movements. 20 divine souls that were comparable to middle void god divine souls, which were equivalent to peak late divine king divine souls, gushed out and reaped the lives of these 9th-grade immortal sovereigns like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Countless of them were completely wiped out and disappeared from the world before they could regain their senses. Ghost. Help me. It's too scary. These souls are devils. Oh no. I don't want to die. Ear-piercing screams of terror could be heard continuously. 20 mid-void god divine souls began to wreak havoc on the entire Tianzhu Peak. Tens of thousands of 9th-grade immortal sovereigns were slaughtered in less than 10 minutes. Those who set foot on the Tianzhu Peak first were all dead. Fresh blood dyed the entire Tianzhu Peak red. Every single ninth-grade immortal sovereign's eyes were filled with despair. Even the early void god experts could only run away in panic, barely keeping their lives. Most of them were buried in Tianzhu Peak forever. 20 middle void god divine souls swept across the place with unstoppable momentum. Ninth-grade immortal sovereigns were basically killed or injured upon contact. They did not even have the strength to fight back. This had caused a one-sided massacre on Tianzhu Peak. It was a tragic scene that was too horrible to look at. Countless people were crying and screaming as they ran away. However, there were even more people who died on Tianzhu Peak. Corpses were everywhere and blood was flowing everywhere. At this moment, no matter if they were ninth-grade immortal sovereigns or void gods, all of them had lost their dignity. Being able to walk out of the Tianzhu Peak alive was already a great fortune amidst the misfortune. Chapter 2136. Even though the Void God experts had started to organize a counterattack, the result was minimal. Hundreds of Void God experts could only stop these divine souls and delay their massacre. In the end, nearly 30,000 ninth-grade immortal sovereigns were killed. The result was shocking to the hearts of the people. This scene could only mean that greedy people had to say goodbye to this world forever. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Since greed was born, they were destined to brush shoulders with the god of death. 3 out of the 100,000 immortal sovereigns were gone. Even Moling Dongchen and the others took a deep breath when they saw the horrifying death rate. Because more and more people had died at the foot of the Tianzhu Peak. The 20 divine souls fought against these void god experts as if they were invincible. However, the result was that they were forced to retreat again and again. These divine souls are too powerful. Even if the 3 of us were to take action, I'm afraid that it would be quite difficult to deal with 20 divine souls. Zhang Lingyun took a deep breath and his expression became extremely ugly. If they were to take action at this moment, they might not be able to take down these 20 divine souls. Most importantly, these divine souls were all middle void gods. If they were to charge at the very beginning, even the 3 of them would be heavily injured. Zhang Lingyun gasped. Xiong Batian looked at the divine souls from afar with lingering fear. Fortunately, he did not charge at the first moment. Otherwise, even he would be severely injured. These 2 fellows might have already known that this place is scarier than any other place. That's why they have been guarding this place. Moling Dongchen suddenly turned his head and looked at Jiang Qin and Long Shisan. Don't look at us like that. If we knew about this, do you think that this would happen? Even if all of us gathered together, we might not be able to kill these 20 godly souls. You can imagine what level of godly souls there are if there are any more dangers inside. Jiang Qin said Lung. Facing the questioning gazes of the 3 people, he also strolled leisurely and stood proudly without the slightest fear. Moling Dongchen became silent. Indeed, what Jiang Qin said was right. Previously, they had encountered a hierarch divine soul on Tianlan Peak that was comparable to a peak middle void god. It was only a step away from the late void god realm. However, this divine soul had severely injured more than a dozen void god experts. Such combat strength could be said to be peerless and unparalleled. Especially in the divine tomb, the stronger one's divine soul was, the greater the pressure they would feel. The protectors had the absolute strength of a late void god. It was needless to say how dangerous the divine treasury was. He's right, but we're already like an arrow on the bowstring, we have no choice but to take action. Zhang Lingyun will definitely enter the Tianzhu Peak. Zhang Lingyun said in a deep voice and looked at Jiang Qin. Although Jiang Qin's words were beautiful, he still felt that Jiang Qin was scheming something. Even if Jiang Qin did not know about the dangers of the Tianzhu Peak, he should know that this place was not a safe place. Jiang Qin did not expect that these divine souls would be this terrifying. 20 divine souls in less than half an hour had harvested nearly 30,000 divine souls. This scene was incomparably magnificent, but it also made people feel numb. Even somewhat unbearable. After all, these were all lives. Although he was not a kind person, those 100,000 ninth-grade immortal sovereigns had broken through layers of shackles and stepped on the immortal path to enter the divine tomb, all for a chance to become a god. To put it bluntly, these people were just innocent people. Jiang Chen had killed a lot of people, but he did not kill innocent people. These people did not necessarily deserve to die. I hope what you said is true. Otherwise, the giant axe in my hand will not be merciful. Xianxia said fiercely. Stinking idiot, why are you pretending to be a big shot? If you are not convinced, let's fight again. Xian waved the unparalleled divine staff in his hand and sneered. If Jiang Chen did not ask him to lose on purpose, it would not be difficult for him to defeat this bastard. It's just a dead monkey. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Xianxia obviously had other thoughts at this moment. Otherwise, with his ruthless character, he would have already fought with Xian to teach him a lesson. Let's not waste any more time. If we don't act now, it will be too late. Let's enter the Tianzhu Peak as soon as possible while these divine souls are still fighting. Otherwise, we may not have such a good opportunity later. Zhang Lingyun looked at Moling Dongchen and Xianxia and said. Although the three of them belonged to different camps, they were the most solid allies right now. Because none of them could guarantee that they could enter the Tianzhu Peak. Zhang Lingyun and the other two summoned their 20 void god underlings and entered the divine treasure path of the Tianzhu Peak. These guys can't wait any longer. Xian said faintly. But I pity those innocent immortal sovereigns. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. Monkey, let's give them some good fortune. Do you have the confidence to fight against these 20 middle void god divine souls if we join hands? Jiang Chen looked at Xian with fiery eyes. Looking down on me? I'm a void god now. The iron staff in my hand is enough to fight against 10 of them. As for you, if you can't do it, give me 2 of them. Ah. Xian said proudly and looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. You're just a loser. Since when did you win against me? I'm a 9th grade immortal sovereign. Killing a void god like you is as easy as blowing off dust. Jiang Chen glanced at Xian. Xian was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Let's see who can kill more. Little Chenzi, don't look down on me this time. Master Monkey is a peerless sovereign emperor that's going to step into the 9 heavens. I'll show you the real battle saint technique with this strike. Xian was full of confidence. He stepped on the void and swept his unparalleled divine staff across the universe. Layers of staff shadows pressed against the 20 middle void god divine souls. Good. Looks like he's really gained a lot from the white jade statue. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Xian had entered the void god realm, but his combat strength had increased by more than 10 times. This guy's battle saint technique was even more powerful than before. Every strike of the unparalleled divine staff had increased his combat strength by quite a bit. He should not be underestimated. Help. Help. Us help. Alliance Lord, you can't abandon us. Are we going to die? Alliance Lord and the rest have run away. Who can save us? These divine souls are too powerful. How can we, 9th grade immortal sovereigns, resist them? Many of them had already given up resisting at this moment, because Moling Dongchen and Zhang Lingyun had already brought the true void god experts into the Tianzhu Peak. As for the rest of them, they had been mercilessly abandoned. As for these divine souls, they raised their blades and killed 9th grade immortal sovereigns without showing any mercy. Only at this moment did these people truly understand that they had become useless sacrificial pawns. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 2137. The eyes of these 9th grade immortal sovereigns were filled with loneliness and helplessness, as well as resentment and anger of being abandoned. But helplessly, everything was useless. Death seemed to have become insignificant to them. More than 40,000 of the 100,000 immortal sovereigns had died. Almost half of them had died. The destructive power of this group of terrifying divine souls was really too strong. Eat this Master Monkey's staff. Xian descended from the sky like a peerless god of war. His staff shook the heavens and was extremely ruthless. Lowly humans. The leader of the divine souls sneered and said. He raised his hand to receive Xian's peerless divine staff. In an instant, the divine soul was sent flying away by Xian's staff. Everyone took a deep breath. The entire foot of Tianzhu Peak was in an uproar. Look. Is that the monkey? No way. Since when did he become so strong? Could it be that he has been hiding his strength all this while? Even the Alliance Lord might not be able to destroy a divine soul with a single strike. This monkey is simply way too scary. Does that mean we're saved again? In their eyes, Xianxia seemed to have turned into a peerless expert, descending from the sky and charging into the group of divine souls, fighting against the 9 heavens. You bunch of lowly immortal sovereigns, scolding you is not unnecessary. If it wasn't because of little Chinzi's mercy, I wouldn't care even if you guys died 100 times. However, Xianxia was not a person who couldn't tell right from wrong. He would not care about these things at this moment. Here I come. Xianxia was barehanded. His hand seals were formed continuously. The slaughter dragon seal smiled proudly at the heavens. Death chi surged and pierced through the clouds. With a punch, the dragon seal was reborn. At this moment, even Xianxia did not expect that the slaughter dragon seal could kill a mid-void god divine soul. Moreover, this kind of suppression seemed to be a natural restraint. As the divine soul expert died, Xianxia's hand seals became brighter and brighter, becoming stronger than before. What a terrifying seal. This time not only the spectating 9th grade immortal sovereigns, even Xianxia was shocked. Since when did this guy's slaughter dragon seal become so powerful? Moreover, it was filled with the aura of death. As soon as Xianxia and Xianxia attacked, they decisively killed off a divine soul expert. Then the two of them instantly took over the battlefield. With their terrifying combat strength, they directly battled 18 divine soul experts. Xianxia's slaughter dragon seal was incomparably heaven-defying, and the more he fought, the more valiant he became. He killed 3 in a row and he didn't even use the second move. Once the slaughter dragon seal was unleashed, it was as if ghosts and gods were crying, sweeping through everything. Xianxia's expression gradually became solemn. This guy did not lose to him at all. It seemed that even if he was a 9th grade immortal sovereign, Xianxia would not have the confidence to defeat him. This abnormal guy had once again defied the heavens. Even the void god Xianxia became fearful. These two people are like lions that descended from the heavens. We're finally saved. 10,000 years of cultivation, we finally don't have to go down in flames. Many of them were so excited that they shed tears. Not all of them were filled with malice, some of them had no choice but to do so. Millions of years of cultivation, if they were to be lost here, it would really dishearten them. Only by going with the flow, one could only grow in a big environment, and only then would one be able to avoid those dangers. Otherwise, in this divine tomb where danger lurked everywhere, who would dare to say that they could ignore any enemies or divine souls? Due to the circumstances, some people were also forced to do so at this time. They had no other choice. Little Chinzi, you're too abnormal. Since when did the slaughter dragon seal become so powerful? Xianxia slapped a divine soul expert away and said with dissatisfaction. Secret. Huh. Xianxia's slaughter dragon seal shocked the world. In the end, the 20 divine soul experts were completely swept away. Xianxia killed 11 of them while Xianxia killed 9 of them. They had no choice but to submit to Xianxia. Motherfucker, I can't win against you. I'm not convinced. Xianxia groaned and did not say anything. His angry look made Xianxia not know whether to laugh or cry. Thank you, brothers, for saving us. We can't thank you enough. At the foot of Tianzhu Peak, more than 50,000 9th grade immortal sovereigns knelt down without exception. Because Xianxia and Xianxia had saved their lives. No one could understand the despair of millions of years of cultivation being destroyed. If they were to fight with others, death was not to be regretted. However, they were killed by those divine soul experts and did not even have the chance to enter the divine world. Therefore, these people would definitely turn into vengeful spirits after their deaths. 100,000 immortal sovereigns, only half of them were left. It was really sad. Only now did they know how worthless human lives were. And they were all 9th grade immortal sovereigns. At this moment, Xianxia's expression was cold. Looking at the tens of thousands of immortal sovereigns at the foot of Tianzhu Peak, he could not help but sigh. I'm not a merciful person, but I'm definitely not an executioner. Although you guys have made things difficult for my brothers before, it might not be a real life and death battle. Millions of years of cultivation being destroyed and not even being able to touch the doorstep of the divine world, it will definitely be a lifelong regret. As fellow immortal sovereigns, I will advance and retreat with you guys. However, I hope that you guys know that the road to the Tianzhu Peak, the road to the divine treasures is extremely dangerous. Not even 1 out of 10 of you will be able to survive. Jiang Chen's voice was like a great bell, resounding at the foot of Tianzhu Peak. Everyone understood what he meant and admired Jiang Chen even more. This time it might be an opportunity for you guys. I believe that many 9th grade immortal sovereigns will definitely be able to step into the Void God realm after this battle. I will not stop you guys. If anyone is willing to follow me into the road to the divine treasures, I will not stop you. However, you guys should know your own strength. Although the divine treasures are precious, only those with great fortune and strength are qualified to obtain them. However, I hope that you guys can cherish it. I can't protect you guys forever. Humans must rely on themselves to rise up and possess greater strength. Jiang Chen's voice reverberated in everyone's heart. Many of them knew that it would be difficult for them to achieve anything in the divine treasures, and they might even lose their lives here. Now it seems like choosing to stay here was the safest choice. In the end, only 50 early Void God experts chose to follow Jiang Chen and enter the road to the divine treasures. The rest of them stayed at the foot of the peak to cultivate. Many of them had indeed touched the doorstep of the Void God realm, and their strength had increased a lot. Therefore staying here was the best choice. Jiang Chen's eyes became solemn as he looked at the Tianzhu Peak that was shrouded in haze. More than 40,000 heroic spirits had died with hatred, causing the entire Tianzhu Peak to be shrouded in haze, and the atmosphere was eerie. With my divine soul I will lead all of you, with my death chi I will destroy the heavens. The dragon seal in Jiang Chen's hand surged, pointing towards the sky. More than 10,000 souls were attached to Jiang Chen's slaughter dragon seal before their souls dissipated, and eventually turned into nothingness. On the other hand, Jiang Chen's slaughter dragon seal was not corroded by the evil qi. Instead it became a great killing weapon of righteousness. Chapter 2138. Long Shisan's lips twitched. He could feel that Jiang Chen's slaughter dragon seal was gradually solidifying. Moreover, that terrifying killing intent seemed to be able to penetrate one's heart, causing the heavens to salute and all living beings to worship it. This monstrous genius. Long Shisan let out a sigh of relief. If Jiang Chen was his enemy, he might not even know how he died. Even though he had entered the Void God realm and possessed a divine weapon, he was still wary of this guy. From today onwards, it seems like I have no choice but to accept it. Long Shisan sighed, but his expression was filled with joy. He was naturally happy that Jiang Chen was strong because he was his brother. He kept his aura and the slaughter dragon seal. At this moment, even Jiang Chen had a domineering desire to compete with the heavens. However, he knew that the slaughter dragon seal was too powerful. Even a late Void God expert might not be able to withstand it. This was one of his trump cards. The slaughter dragon seal was able to absorb divine souls and 40,000 9th grade immortal sovereigns' souls. It was out of his expectation. In other words, once the slaughter dragon seal was unleashed, it would be able to suppress divine soul experts. Tianzhu Peak, the entrance of the divine treasury. It led straight to the bottom of the mountain range. It was deep and cold, extending all the way down with 9 twists and 18 turns. This place really makes people feel cold all over their bodies. Don't tell me this god's treasury is a place of evil spirits? Someone said with a solemn expression. Yeah, this is definitely an ominous place. Could there be some kind of evil spirits here? Those divine souls are too strong, we can't resist them at all. Get out if you don't dare to go in. A bunch of cowards. Thinking about the divine treasury but not daring to take a step in. Do you people deserve to enter the divine world? Even if you enter the divine world, I'm afraid you'll only become a stepping stone for the experts. Long Shisan said disdainfully. This group of people really made him feel ashamed. Shisan's words made the group fall into silence. They were somewhat embarrassed. They were the ones who requested to enter the divine treasury, but now they seemed to be afraid of the slightest thing. Jiang Chen remained calm and did not say anything. Although he felt that this place was quite strange, he had to go in. It was not easy to get the peerless divine treasury of a divine emperor. If it was a peak divine emperor expert, no one would be able to enter it. Unfortunately, the divine soul of a divine emperor expert had fallen into the divine tomb. That was why there was a divine emperor's divine treasury. If he really was a god emperor, then even in the god world he would be someone above the 9 heavens that could not be provoked. Let's go in. Moling Dongchen and the others have already gone in. We can't be left behind. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He took the lead and walked at the front with Long Shan. The deep and cold underground cave was quite narrow. At most 3 or 4 people could pass through at the same time. The cave was winding and extended downwards. The pressure on Jiang Chen was getting greater and greater. There might be something that even they could not fight against hidden here. Be careful. Don't let any accidents happen. Jiang Chen reminded Long Shan and the others beside him. Dozens of people followed behind Jiang Chen carefully. At this moment, Jiang Chen could even feel a chill coming from the end of the cave. It was so dangerous that it made people shiver. The surrounding rock walls were all blood-red in color. It was cold and dark. They could only see it clearly with their super eyesight. The divine tomb was originally dark and gloomy. It was even scarier in the underground. Water droplets dripped down from the rock walls. The sound of dripping was quite rhythmic. Jiang Chen walked for almost 4 hours before he finally saw the end. This was an underground world of ice and snow. Everywhere was covered in ice and snow. However, the light had become much brighter and the space had also become much larger. In the distance, there was an incomparably large open space that was sealed in ice for thousands of miles, stretching as far as the eye could see. This underground world was quite strange. However, it was really shocking to see such a vast area. On the ice road in the distance, there were 4 giant beasts with long blue tails. They were about 10 feet tall. Their legs were standing on the ground and their claws were unusually fierce. They were like ferocious dragons and hungry tigers. Their blue bodies were flowing with light and they looked extremely domineering. Look, the 3 of them seemed to be surrounded by these giant beasts. Long Shan said with a smirk. These giant beasts are very powerful. These 4 giant beasts are comparable to middle void gods. They are not divine souls but real giant beasts that exist in the divine soul world. A real middle void god has the advantage of the right time in the right place. Once their strength erupts, they might even be comparable to a late void god. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. These giant beasts were not formed by divine souls. They were real existences. The cold air coming from their mouths was extremely terrifying. If one were to be touched by the cold air, one would instantly turn into ice and be frozen. In the distance, at the end of Bing Dao's line of sight, there was an incomparably ancient bronze gate. Although it had long been covered in ice and snow, the Swanni and Yazi beside it were still vigorous and had an intimidating presence. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The real divine treasury might be behind that bronze door. These guys are too disgusting. The 3 of us joined hands but we are still not their match. It's as if they have no weakness at all. Xiong Batian said angrily. At this moment his body was trembling. His body was covered with cuts and bruises. There were traces of ice blades all over his body. He had been frozen 4 times. If it wasn't for his strong body he might have already fallen to the ground. Even so, Xiong Batian was trembling and his face was filled with fear. In a short period of time, if he could not get rid of these big guys, he might die here. On the other side, Zhang Lingyun and Moling Dongchen were not having a good time either. Both of them were heavily injured and their bodies were covered with scars. They were no longer as high-spirited and arrogant as they were at the foot of Tianzhu Peak. We must think of a way. Otherwise we might fail miserably. There are no late void god divine souls here, but these big guys are not any weaker than a late void god divine soul. Moling Dongchen said in a low voice with a solemn expression. In such a desperate situation they thought of Jiang Chen and Long Shan. If these 2 guys were here they might not be in such a miserable situation. Guys, look. It's that damn monkey. Zhang Lingyun's eyes lit up. At this moment his eyes lit up. Brother Jiang, brother monkey, what are you waiting for? Zhang Lingyun said in a deep voice. Moling Dongchen and Xiong Batian followed his gaze and saw Jiang Chen and Long Shan standing at the front. Behind them there were more than 10 people. All of them were early void gods. That's right. What are you waiting for? Xiong Batian roared in anger and said. Who do you think you are? Big guy, even if you die I can still go over. You can't even defeat these 4 watchdogs and you want me to help you? Who was the one who wanted to kill me in the past? Which bastard? How could I forget? Now a tiger that has fallen to the plains is being bullied by dogs. To be more precise, a dog that has fallen to the plains. Ah. You want me to help you? Pfft. What a fool's dream. Chapter 2139. Xianxia was infuriated by Zhou Xian and he still had to deal with the 4 long-tailed beasts. He was completely exhausted. Moling Dongchen and Zhang Lingyun smiled bitterly. At this time Zhou Xian obviously wanted to watch the show. It was true that Xianxia was not friendly to him before. Now that he was here to help him, he even spoke to him in such a rude manner. It was as if his brain was filled with dog shit. Seems like this Xianxia is really courting death. Jiang Chen smiled and looked at Zhou Xian. Don't expect to have a good life after offending this guy. He was naturally on his brother's side. What does Xianxia's life or death have to do with him? My 2 brothers, I hope that you can kill these 4 huge beasts together on account that we're fellow Taoists from the immortal world. Otherwise you won't have a chance to pass. These beasts are simply too fast and ferocious. It's hard for us to defeat them alone. Zhang Lingyun's face was filled with bitterness. At this moment the 4 long-tailed giant beasts swept towards them, making the 3 of them run for their lives. They look like stray dogs. Fuck you. If you don't save me you won't be able to pass. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Xianxia said without giving up. I think you can't hold on any longer. I'm not afraid of you when you're alive. What can you do when you're dead? Jiang Chen sneered and snorted. At this moment Xianxia was speechless. He knew that it was impossible for him to invite these 2 ancestors. What are you guys waiting for? Sun Yang, Guanzai, Li Shi, Feng Quan, come and help us. Do you want me to peel off your skin? Xianxia looked at the 4 people behind Jiang Chen. They were his 4 subordinates. You betrayed us and left us at the foot of Tianzhu Peak. Do you still have the face to order us around? If it weren't for Jiang Chen and Zhou Xian, our 100,000 divine soldiers would have died at the foot of Tianzhu Peak. Feng Quan gritted his teeth and said. He hated Xianxia to the bone. That's right. People like you deserve to die. I can't wait to eat his flesh. Sun Yang also said fiercely. This time Xianxia was completely dispirited because he was now like a rat on the street. Everyone wanted to beat him up and no one was willing to help him. Moreover, he was the weakest among the 3 of them. Moling Dongchen and Zhang Lingyun could still hold on for a while, but he had already fallen into a crisis. Roar! The beast roared like thunder and spat out a mouthful of cold air, freezing Xianxia. With a swipe of its claws, Xianxia's arm was torn apart, causing blood to flow everywhere. However, everyone on the scene was already used to it. None of the experts, even the 9th grade immortal sovereigns who entered the divine tomb, had to kill hundreds, thousands or even tens of thousands of people. They had to step on skeletons to reach the highest peak. Xianxia roared in agony. The blood-red giant axe in his hand was thrown away by the beast. He could only stagger to avoid the beast's attack. Moling Dongchen and Zhang Lingyun were extremely careful, but they were still injured. What an idiot! Zhang Lingyun said while gritting his teeth. He was exasperated that Jiang Chen did not meet his expectations. Initially he thought that he could persuade Jiang Chen to help them. After all, this was a fair game. If Jiang Chen was not willing to participate, then they would definitely become the meal of these 4 beasts. However, this guy insisted on provoking Jiang Chen and that monkey. Wasn't he just seeking his own death? Moreover, even his former subordinates had betrayed him. In other words, they were no longer the people they used to be. It was Jiang Chen and Zhou Xian who gave them a new life. Even Zhang Lingyun knew very well how dangerous his situation was. Those people would no longer listen to his orders. Xianxia cried for his parents. His original toughness had disappeared at this moment. Save me, save me. Xianxia's tragic cry reverberated on the profound ancient ice path. He was smashed by another beast, creating a deep ravine on the ice path. Save me. I beg you, Grandpa Monkey, save me. I, Xianxia, have been invincible in the immortal world for my entire life. I'm not willing. I'm not willing to die here. I don't even know which way the gate of the divine world opens. Save me. I beg you, save me. I'll do anything for you. Xianxia lost his usual elegance because he could see that Jiang Chen and the others did not intend to help him. If that was the case, he would definitely die. He had cultivated for thousands of years. Was he going to die here? How could he be willing? No. No. I am not willing. Xianxia roared in rage as he brandished his giant axe. However, he knew that he didn't have much time left. One long-tailed beast was more than enough to defeat him. The blood-red axe landed on the body of the long-tailed beast, but it didn't even leave a mark on it. On the contrary, he was sent flying a few hundred meters away. His expression was ugly and blood was spurting out from his mouth. His aura was extremely weak. When you mercilessly abandoned your subordinates, did you ever think about how unresigned they were? 100,000 divine soldiers. In less than an hour, more than half of them died. Didn't they cultivate for thousands of years to enter the divine tomb? How much hatred do they have? Dino? A selfish person like you will never understand the true meaning of empathizing with others. Zhou Xian smiled, his words were filled with sarcasm. Unfortunately, Xianxia could no longer listen to him, because he was struck by the long-tailed beast and turned into a pile of meat. His blood splashed all over the profound ancient ice path. Xianxia was dead and his Tao was gone. In Zhou Xian and Long Shisan's point of view, Xianxia deserved it. Moling Dongchen and Zhang Lingyun did not have any sympathy for him. They only cared if Zhang Chen would help them. At this moment, Moling Dongchen and Zhang Lingyun seemed to see a glimmer of hope. At least they did not have any enmity with Jiang Chen and Long Shisan. Brother Jiang, Brother Long, I hope you can lend us a hand. Otherwise, we won't be able to fight against this long-tailed beast on our own. Moling Dongchen finally spoke. He knew that it was useless to say anything because Jiang Chen and Long Shisan were definitely the kind of people who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Xianxia, this arrogant and conceited fellow, died a worthy death. Long Shisan wanted to say something but was stopped by Jiang Chen. Long Shisan knew that although it would be difficult for him to join hands with Jiang Chen, at least they were in an invincible position. However, Jiang Chen thought otherwise. He did not want to reveal his full strength so early. It was definitely not a good thing for him. At least at this moment he felt that Moling Dongchen was somewhat unfathomable. He did not seem to have used his full strength. All right. Chapter 2140. Kakaka, my hands have been itching for a long time. See how your grandpa monkey will torture you guys to death. Long Shisan laughed wildly. He held the peerless divine staff in his hand and swept it in all directions. His aura became unstoppable. Thanks a lot. Zhang Lingyun and Mo Ling Dongchen's eyes lit up. If Jiang Chen and Long Shisan were willing to lend a hand, the current situation would at least be stabilized. There were still dozens of early void god experts. These 4 long-tailed giant beasts would definitely not be their match. Long Shisan took the lead and struck with his staff. The damage was off the charts, causing one of the long-tailed giant beasts to retreat for a few hundred meters. A woo! A blood-curdling screech filled the sky. The other 3 long-tailed giant beasts also launched a fierce attack on Long Shisan at this moment. On the contrary, the pressure on Zhang Lingyun and Mo Ling Dongchen was reduced quite a bit. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to take action. His heavenly dragon sword swept in all directions. Although it was not enough to kill the long-tailed giant beasts in an instant, it brought them great pressure. With the addition of dozens of void god experts, the scales of victory began to tilt towards Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry. He swung his sword in all directions. Although there was nothing special about him, he was the only 9th-grade immortal sovereign here. Compared to Long Shisan and the others, he was quite ordinary. However, even Long Shisan did not dare to look down on Jiang Chen. It's just that Jiang Chen did not want to reveal his full strength at this moment. In the Divine Tomb there were too many unknown dangers and opponents. Hence one had to be careful at all times. Now that they were in the Divine Treasury, one had to be careful at all times. Everyone could become one's enemy. Even Mo Ling Dongchen and Zhang Lingyun were the same. Jiang Chen would not have saved them if he did not want to hide his true strength. The strong preyed on the weak. This was the iron law of this world. No one could go against it. Jiang Chen, Long Shisan, Mo Ling Dongchen and Zhang Lingyun had great battle strength. The 4 long-tailed giant beasts fell into a passive position. Especially Long Shisan, his staff was earth-shattering and unparalleled. Such battle strength shocked Mo Ling Dongchen and Zhang Lingyun. It was obvious that he had concealed his true strength when he was fighting against Xiong Batian. Now that his strength was overwhelming, if he were to fight against Xiong Batian again, he would surely kill Xiong Batian at lightning speed. However, this was still not Dragon Shursan's full strength. It was at most 70% of his strength. Jiang Qin did this to stop Mo Ling Dongchen and the other two. Otherwise, without sufficient strength, he wouldn't be taken seriously. Have a taste of my staff. Long Shursan's laughter was like thunder. He stepped on the void and swung his staff down with great force. One of the long-tailed giant beasts was hit dizzily. Its body trembled and it fell to the ground, twitching. The long-tailed giant beast breathed out cold air and froze Jiang Qin. However, the 5 elemental true fire in Jiang Qin's body instantly turned into ice water. The long-tailed giant beast swept away thousands of soldiers. Jiang Qin did not slow down. He swung his heavenly dragon sword continuously and chopped off a section of the beast's tail. The long-tailed giant beast roared and rolled away. On the other side, Mo Ling Dongchen did not hold back either. He faced one of the long-tailed giant beasts by himself. Both of them displayed their might. Although they were slightly injured, it was not a big deal. After all, both of them were stronger than Xiong Batian. The 4 of them charged forward and completed a counterattack. The long-tailed giant beast had fallen into a passive situation. The 4 long-tailed giant beasts roared continuously. The entire mysterious ancient ice path became extremely gloomy and terrifying. Ice and snow collapsed. The 4 long-tailed giant beasts were killed by Long Shursan with a single strike. After the 4 long-tailed giant beasts died, their huge bodies gradually turned into ice and snow and merged into the mysterious ancient ice path. Such a strange long-tailed giant beast. Jiang Qin frowned his eyebrows and wore a solemn expression. The people behind him were also on standby. The long-tailed giant beasts were defeated and disappeared from the heavens and earth in an instant. The situation here was even more terrifying. In the distance, Jiang Qin stared at the bronze door in front of him. A Bai En and a Yazi, both mighty and majestic. They were over 10 zhang tall, guarding the bronze door. The bronze door was covered in ice and snow. However, one could vaguely see that the bronze door was 30 zhang tall, just like the southern heavenly gate. It was incomparably majestic, as if it was peerless in the heavens and earth. Behind the bronze door should be the real divine treasury. Zhang Lingyun squinted his eyes. After coming this far and experiencing a battle of life and death, he had to give it his all. The bronze door was right in front of him. Whether there was a divine treasury behind it or not, he had to take a step forward and investigate. In that case, let's see exactly what's hidden behind the bronze door. Is there really a divine emperor-level divine treasury? Mo Ling Dongchen said calmly. I can't wait any longer. Little Qinzi, let's go. Long Shursan stared at the bronze door and said. Jiang Qin took a step forward and stood at the front. The wind howled, sweeping the surrounding ice and snow into the air. The bronze door had 2 handles that were around 1 zhang tall. Even though they were a few hundred meters away, they could still see them clearly. The 2 ancient demonic beasts, the sons of the dragon god Swan Ni and Chizi, also revealed their ferocious and lifelike appearances. Their crystalline eyes seemed to be staring at everyone, causing fear to rise in people's hearts. The mystical ancient ice path is indeed strange. The howling of the wind is like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. So scary. Isn't that right? This profound ancient ice path is surrounded by ice and snow. With such a huge space underground, shouldn't there be a sea of flames? Why would there be an endless ice field? Don't talk nonsense. The 4 long-tailed giant beasts have been killed by us. Now that the bronze door is within our reach, are we going to retreat? That's right. The divine treasury is right in front of us. Whoever retreats is a fool. Many void god experts nodded and said. Even though they were frightened by the howling of the wind, no one was willing to retreat. Humans are greedy by nature. How could they obtain the real divine treasury without greed? Brother Jiangchen, what do you think? Mo Ling Dongchen said in a deep voice as he looked at Jiang Qin. He had heard about this bronze door from a peerless senior. In the divine tomb there's a peerless bronze door. However, he did not know if this bronze door was the one he knew. If it was, it would definitely be a shocking scene. Scope. We've already come this far. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. What's there to be afraid of? Jiang Qin said in a low voice. Chapter 2141. This bronze door was like an incomparably gigantic killing formation, as though it was there to kill the immortals and gods from the 9 heavens. It was filled with a mysterious feeling, especially that faintly discernible aura. It was as though this place was hell itself. Thinking of hell, Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. To the divine world, wasn't this place hell? How could it be so easy for people to pass through hell? One would have to go through a near-death experience to get rid of this comfort and enter the divine world. Every expert from the immortal world had to pass through layers of tests to enter the divine world. Only 1 in 10,000 survived, which made the divine tomb even more mysterious and terrifying. Not to mention, the divine treasury of a god emperor must be extraordinary as well. The gate of hell, a peerless killing formation. Jiang Qin couldn't help but think of these words. No one knew what was hidden behind this door. Perhaps it could be said that no one had ever entered this place before. This was because this door seemed to have existed for thousands of years. No one had ever entered this place before. At least it seemed to be a taboo existence before them. Danger must exist. If one wanted to obtain the divine treasury, it would not be a smooth journey. Otherwise, wouldn't anyone be able to enter this place? This place is definitely not ordinary. Once you enter, it might be a path of no return. Jiang Qin said faintly. Since we're already here, even if we know that there's a tiger in the mountain, we should still go in and take a look. Zhang Lingyun said with a smile. He wasn't afraid at all. After all, he was strong and he had someone to rely on. However, those who followed Jiang Qin hesitated. Jiang Chen's words were very obvious. He was telling them that he couldn't protect them from the dangers here. They could only take care of themselves. But in the end, these people were greedy. They came here for the divine treasury who would be willing to retreat. Once they retreated, even if it wasn't a bottomless abyss, it would be fear in their hearts. On the path of cultivation, it would become an insurmountable moat in the future. If they advance, they would be high-spirited and full of danger. If they retreat, they would be fearful without a fight. Nobody was willing to be a coward. A fighter must advance with indomitable will. We're already here. Brother Jiang Qin will follow you. If it weren't for you, we would have become wandering ghosts in the tomb of the god of sin. Jiang Qin nodded and glanced at Long Shisan, signaling him to be careful. Long Shisan's expression was solemn. He knew that Jiang Qin had something on his mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so serious. Brother Jiang Qin, you're our leader. Mo Ling Dongqin said with a smile, full of trust for Jiang Qin. However, Jiang Qin knew that the strongest person here was Mo Ling Dongqin. It's just that he hadn't revealed his full strength. He might be a variable. However, Jiang Qin knew that even if he fought with his full strength, he might not lose to Mo Ling Dongqin. Flames rose in Jiang Chen's hands. The 5 elemental true fire could melt anything. In an instant, the frost on the bronze door was completely melted, turning into steam and rising. The bronze door was covered in rust. It was incomparably ancient. No one knew how long it had been buried here, or even tens of thousands of years. At this moment, Jiang Qin and the others felt as if there were several pairs of eyes staring at them. Strange, why do I feel like someone's staring at me? Damn it. Long Shisan's body trembled. His senses had always been sharp. As a battle saint ape, his senses towards unknown dangers were extremely accurate. Jiang Qin also felt it, but he didn't say it out loud to avoid causing trouble. To be more precise, both Mo Ling Dongqin and Zhang Lingyun felt it. The two glanced at Jiang Qin but chose to remain silent. Jiang Qin stretched out his hand and touched the bronze door. An ancient Sanskrit sound seemed to reverberate around him. The bronze door was gently pushed open by Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin didn't expect it to be so simple. After pushing open the bronze door, Jiang Qin saw a dim passageway. Night pearls illuminated the path on both sides, but it was still very dark. Jiang Qin took a deep breath and took the lead to enter. The others also followed. Their vision grew wider and wider, higher and higher. The world was 10 feet wide and 100 feet tall. Clouds and mist curled around it. Immortal chi filled the air. In the distance there was a rainbow that stretched across the sky. Deity, an ear-piercing sound rang out as the bronze door closed automatically. Jiang Chen suddenly turned his head. He clearly saw the two giant stone statues of the son of the dragon Xuanni slowly turn around. However, he didn't see the final scene clearly. After all, the bronze door had already closed completely. Jiang Chen felt an indescribable pressure in his heart. However, the sky here was filled with 7 colors. Clouds and mist curled around it. Hundreds of flowers vied with each other. It was an immortal qi. This place was like the abode of the gods of the 9 heavens. The deeper they went, the more dazzling palaces appeared. Some towered into the clouds, while others were majestic, floating above the 9 heavens. It's so beautiful. Someone took a deep breath and couldn't help but exclaim. Yeah, it's like a dreamland. So shocking. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth here is so dense that it's suffocating. If I were to cultivate here, I guess I'll be able to travel 1,000 miles in a day. Jiang Chen was slightly startled. Indeed, this place was simply too beautiful. It made people feel so comfortable that they didn't even want to leave this place. They just wanted to stay in this place forever. The people around Jiang Chen entered the palace one by one. Even Long Shisan, Mo Ling Dongchen and Zhang Lingyun were no exception. All of them rushed forward. Little Chenzi, I'll go and have a look. The environment here is not bad. I feel that my strength is going to break through to the middle void god realm soon. Long Shisan said and quickly rushed towards the golden palace that was floating above the heavens. In an instant, Jiang Chen felt that the people around him were all rushing forward. And in front of his eyes, a rather strange scene appeared. A person who looked exactly the same as him was standing in front of him with a sword pointing at the void. The corner of his mouth was slightly raised as he looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. You'll never reach my height. Although you're my continuation, you're still too weak. How can there be someone as weak as you in the divine tomb? Jiang Chen looked at him with eyes full of disdain. Who are you? Jiang Chen said. Who am I? He. I'm the other me in your heart. The killer Jiang Chen. The killer me. Jiang Chen frowned. His face was extremely gloomy. He knew that he had fallen into an illusion. The great soul derivation technique woke him up in an instant. However, he still couldn't get rid of Jiang Chen, nor could he escape from the murderous Jiang Chen. Who are you? Do you think you can kill me in an illusion? Jiang Chen sneered. The killer Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at him in surprise. You actually know that you're in an illusion? Jiang Chen did know that he was in an illusion, but he couldn't break through it. The great soul derivation technique could make his mind not be affected, but the killer Jiang Chen seemed to be real. When facing him, Jiang Chen felt a great pressure as if this person was really him. Even so, don't think about getting out. In the killer realm, if you want to kill someone, you have to kill yourself first. The killer Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. His eyes were full of killing intent. Everything around him was still so real. The immortal qi was lingering, the spiritual qi was pressing, and the jade palace was beautiful. However, Long Shisan and the others had already disappeared without a trace. Jiang Chen already knew that this was a very big illusion. From the moment they came in, this illusion had already existed. Moreover, they didn't know when they entered it. Everyone could not escape misfortune. If it wasn't for the great soul derivation technique, Jiang Chen would not be able to escape. However, although he knew that he was in an illusion, there was nothing he could do. The killer Jiang Chen in front of him was very real. Could it be that he was really the other him? In the killer realm, if you want to kill someone, you have to kill yourself first? Jiang Chen murmured. His heart was already very heavy. This Jiang Chen seemed to come from the depths of his heart. His existence could even affect his mind. Are you ready? In the killer realm, if I kill you, I will be reborn. I want to break through the shackles and return to being a god. Chapter 2142. Jiang Chen stared at everything around him. What was fake was real and what was real was fake. This was something that he did not expect at all. It was as if everything was real, but he was very clear that it was all an illusion. If I kill this Jiang Chen, can I break through the illusion? Jiang Chen muttered to himself. But at this moment he had no other way. He had to fight with his life on the line. Everyone including Long Shisan had been trapped in the illusion. Only Yi Futian was in between reality and illusion. He did not know what the situation was like. The Bronze Gate's killing formation had obviously been activated. In the illusion no one could escape. The all-killer Zhou Xian raised his sword and pointed it at Zhou Xian. The heavenly dragon sword was unparalleled and the sound of the dragon was endless. Zhou Xian was pointed at with a sword for the first time. Moreover, it was his own heavenly dragon sword. In that case, let me see what kind of evildoer you are. You want to control me? Impossible. Zhou Xian snorted coldly. With a turn of his hand, the heavenly dragon sword appeared. There was no hesitation in the battle between the two. Moreover, this all-killer Zhou Xian actually knew all of Yi Futian's methods. Slaughter dragon seal. The all-killer Zhou Xian's hand seals were flying and the spearhead was pointing at Yi Futian. Zhou Xian did not know whether to laugh or cry. But he was powerless. In this situation, as long as the illusion was not broken, then everything was real. Even if he died in the illusion, it was still real. Zhou Xian did not dare to take it lightly. This all-killer Zhou Xian's strength was comparable to his. It was difficult for him to defeat it, but it was absolutely impossible for it to defeat him. Zhou Xian was most worried about Dragon Xian. He had no idea how this bastard was doing right now. Given Dragon Xian's hot-tempered character, Zhou Xian hoped that he wouldn't do anything stupid. Zhou Xian fought and retreated. He found that no matter how strong the opponent's attack was, it seemed that it could not change his trajectory, but he could not fathom it. I did not expect that you still have such a strong fighting strength. Seems that your soul is really not suppressed. Today I will give you a good lesson. The all-killer Zhou Xian smiled proudly with a sneaky smile. Break for me. The all-killer Zhou Xian's sword danced in the sky. One sword swept across millions of miles, but it still could not hurt Zhou Xian because he was completely familiar with his own methods. On the contrary, the opponent revealed its weakness at this moment. Zhou Xian's eyes became cold. At this moment, the heavenly dragon sword pierced through the shadow. However, the murderous Zhou Xian roared and disappeared from the spot. He stepped on the void and stood not far behind Zhou Xian. With a flick of his finger, the heavenly dragon sword let out a buzzing sound and the corner of his mouth became even brighter. Puff! Zhou Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was ferocious. He was fooled. No wonder the life-killer Zhou Xian wasn't anxious at all, and had purposely revealed a flaw. He was the life-killer Zhou Xian and the life-killer Zhou Xian was him. Since he had stabbed the life-killer Zhou Xian, it also meant that he had stabbed himself. Despicable guy. Zhou Xian's face was gloomy, and he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He knew that he had to make a long-term plan. The all-killer Zhou Xian was too difficult to deal with. Although it was an illusory body that was a combination of illusion and reality, it was full of reality. Zhou Xian couldn't figure out what was going on. Being despicable is the pass of the despicable, and being noble is the epitaph of the noble. I want to replace you and regain my position as a god so you can only be my prisoner. Haha. The all-killer Zhou Xian looked at the countless immortal palaces and pavilions around him, looking down on the heavens. To be exact, you are already dead because no one can escape from this peerless killing formation. Do you know who set it up? Sky Tyrant Divine Emperor, one of the divine emperors who is closest to becoming a god emperor. The peerless killing formation that he set up, even a god emperor might not be able to break it. You are not even a void god. Do you really think that you can escape from Sky Tyrant Divine Emperor's grasp? What a fool's dream. Hee. Zhou Xian's words made Zhou Xian's body tremble. His mind started to pay more attention to it. It was the masterpiece of a divine emperor expert. It seemed like he had underestimated this peerless killing formation. However, since this peerless killing formation couldn't trap his spiritual consciousness, his great soul derivation technique could make him invincible and not be affected by the illusion. However, anyone would go crazy if they were to stay here for thousands of years. Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox. Zhou Xian's mind spun as he kept thinking about how he could break through this supreme killing formation. This murderous Zhou Xian was just a decoy. Killing it was equivalent to committing suicide, falling right into the trap of this peerless killing formation. If I'm already dead, if I can be reborn just like Taiji born for yin and yang. Between movement and stillness, it was like moving clouds and flowing water. With little effort one could move 1,000 caddies. With the weak one could defeat the strong. With the second move one could arrive first. The heavens and earth were vast and profound. In the divine assembly of illusory reality and illusory reality, the illusory defense and illusory reality attack. The oncoming momentum was ferocious and unwavering. Act according to your heart, adapt to the circumstances, live with the world and perish with the world. Jiang Chen murmured. In the illusion he knew that if he wanted to kill Jiang Chen, it would be the same as killing himself. In this realm of slaughter was he already dead? If the illusion was not broken he would be a dead man. There was no doubt about it. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3 and 3 begets all things. No matter what you do I will not move. My heart is the sky, my will is the earth. I do what I want. Who can stop me? Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. He breathed in and out. At this moment the realm of his soul was raised to another level, a level that he could not reach at all. Even he himself did not know that at this time, his eyes were like torches that could see through the world of mortals and demons. Unstoppable. Even in the tomb of the god of sin, in a desolate holy mountain in the northwest, a withered old man who was sitting on an astrolabe, opened his turbid eyes, gazed into the distance and murmured, I do what I want. Who can stop me? This wanton, this domineering, this arrogant aura, how long has it been since it appeared? 10 million years or 100 million years? The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth slightly curled up and he looked calm. As far as his eyes could see, he had completely passed through the void time and returned to reality. No. How is this possible? How did you do it? The figure of the killer Jiang Chen gradually disappeared, and his face was full of horror. You are just a projection in my heart. I want to transcend the past, but I don't want to put myself in danger. You are me, but you are not me. You only have the shape, but you don't understand my mind at all. I do what I want. Who can stop me? Haha, even the heaven is no exception. Chapter 2143. Not far away, Xian and the others were in a dreamlike state. They didn't even know what was going on. Jiang Chen was incomparably calm, because they must have encountered the same situation as him. This peerless killing formation was set up by the Supreme Divine Emperor. He was able to escape from it because of his great luck. Otherwise he would have been trapped alive in the formation. Jiang Chen was extremely calm. No, I have to go and save Monkey. Jiang Chen's expression became solemn in an instant, because Dragon Xianxia's eyes had turned incomparably red, indicating that he was on the verge of going berserk. He could ignore the life and death of others but not Dragon Xian. Motherfucker, I will kill you. Xian closed his eyes tightly and waved the peerless divine staff in his hand, sweeping in all directions. When the staff struck down, the void trembled. Because Xian had definitely used all of his strength. It was totally different from when he was fighting with Moling Dongchen and the others. Could be imagined that he must have encountered a great crisis in the illusion. Otherwise he would not be in such a state. At this moment, even Jiang Chen did not dare to face Xian head-on. This guy. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. As soon as the slaughter dragon seal was unleashed, ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. The current slaughter dragon seal was no longer the same as before. Although it was not Jiang Chen's strongest technique, it was still extremely ferocious. I am free to go anywhere in the world. I will follow my own will. Wake up. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly flashed and a ray of light went into Xian's mind. Xian's body trembled and his face turned pale. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and looked extremely terrible. He took a few steps back and almost fell down. Ah! Xian roared and his voice shook the sky. He was like a dragon entering the sea. His whole body instantly became dispirited and he knelt down on one knee. He looked terrible and sweated a lot. What happened to me? Little Chenzi. Xian's face darkened. Did you see yourself just now? Jiang Chen asked. How did you know? Xian was shocked. Behind this bronze door should be a peerless killing formation. From the moment we entered, we were already enveloped in the illusion of the peerless killing formation. Everyone has a side of their heart, so this peerless killing formation is to arouse the violence and uneasiness in the depths of our hearts, and even the ugliest side of human nature. Then didn't I just embarrass myself? Damn it, you must have seen all of my handsome face. After surviving a calamity, Xian did not have the slightest bit of fear. On the contrary, he still talked and laughed wittily. This was what Jiang Chen valued the most. You want to save face? Jiang Chen scolded jokingly. At this moment, among the dozens of people far away, some of them had already fallen to the ground. There were more than 20 of them. In other words, most of them had died in their own illusions. The ones who killed them might be themselves. However, the real killer weapon was this peerless killing formation. However, no one knew about it. Puff. Moling Dongchen's expression changed. He became pale and bloodless. He knelt on the ground directly. It was obvious that he had suffered from internal injuries. However, it also shocked Jiang Chen. He actually escaped from the illusion of the peerless killing formation with his own ability. In other words, this guy was definitely not simple. Moling Dongchen raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen and Long Shisan. His heart was in turmoil. I never expected that the two of them could also walk out from the illusion. Moreover, it seems that their strength did not suffer too much damage. Moling Dongchen thought. Initially, he thought that he was the only one who could pass this stage. Now, it seemed that he had underestimated the two of them. It could be said that they had hidden their strength well. As for Zhang Lingyun and the 20 early Void God experts, they were still in a daze. Wake up at the same time. A ray of light shot out from Jiang Chen's mind, piercing through the void. Zhang Lingyun and the others trembled. At this moment they gradually walked out from the illusion. However, there were still 7 of them who would stay here forever. In the end, including Zhang Lingyun, there were only 18 of them left. Each of them had suffered serious injuries. This illusion had almost killed more than half of them. Are you all right, Brother Zhang? Jiang Chen smiled. Thank you, Brother Jiang Chen. Zhang Lingyun's expression was solemn. He naturally knew that if Jiang Chen did not wake him up, he might have died already. Words could not express his gratitude. He did not say anything else. Thank you, Brother Jiang, for saving our lives. The remaining 10 people followed Jiang Chen's orders obediently. After all, Jiang Chen had saved them twice. Jiang Chen's kindness was equivalent to giving them a new lease on life. The illusion has been broken, but there are still many brothers who will stay here forever. Yeah. Seems like the divine treasury of the Supreme Divine Emperor is not something we can touch. Sigh. Since we have come this far, even if there are mountains of skeletons in front of us, we still have to go. After the illusion was broken, everyone understood a lot of things. In the illusion, they were almost killed due to their greed. This could only prove that they might not be suitable for this place. Danger and treasures accompanied each other, but it was still unknown who would have the last laugh. If one's strength was not enough, it would be hard for them to continue. Everyone was fighting for a future for themselves, a future where they could enter the divine world. Look, what's that? As far as Zhang Lingyun's eyes could see, he saw 2 rainbow bridges that were connected to an unreachable 5-colored palace. It was a spectacular sight. 1 life and 1 death, 1 yin and 1 yang. Jiang Chen said softly. The 2 rainbow bridges seemed to be connected to the edge of life and death. One was full of vitality while the other was filled with yin qi and ghosts. Seems like one of these 2 bridges is destined to be the bridge of helplessness. Long Shisan chuckled. His eyes were filled with coldness. No matter which one Jiang Chen chose, he would follow. I choose the gate of life. Who is willing to go with me? Zhang Lingyun said with a serious face. The reason he chose the gate of life was precisely because of that saying. Life and death, false and real. Because no one knew which bridge could possibly be the bridge of helplessness. There were 11 Void God experts behind Zhang Lingyun. Jiang Chen was not surprised about this. After all, everyone was just trying to survive. Then I choose the gate of death. Jiang Chen said. Since this was the divine tomb and it was already the realm of death, what's the point of choosing the gate of life? It was better to choose the rainbow bridge of the gate of death. Perhaps there would be a chance of survival. I also choose the gate of death. Life and death, it's up to fate. Moling Dongchen nodded and said. He took a glance at Jiang Chen and his expression became extremely solemn. The choice of life and death at this moment was destined for them to step into a path of unknown life and death. Jiang Chen knew it in his heart, but he was not sure that the path he chose was absolutely right. Who would dare to say that the path he chose was definitely the right one? The divine treasures of a supreme divine emperor, who dared to say that they could walk proudly in it. The remaining 6 people also chose to follow behind Jiang Chen. If I'm lucky enough to reach the other side, I, Zhan Lingyun, owe you my life. Chapter 2144. The Rainbow Bridge stretched for thousands of miles and was surrounded by immortal qi. It was impossible to see anything clearly. They could only see the bridge body that was extending, and the surroundings were filled with pavilions and pavilions. It was a beautiful scene. However, the rainbow bridge that symbolized the Death Gate was emitting a trace of yin qi everywhere. It was strange. The rainbow bridge of the Death Gate, could it be the bridge of helplessness? Don't talk nonsense. Just follow Brother Jiang. It won't be wrong. Yes, don't talk nonsense. If you want to die, we won't stop you. But don't be alarmist here. The few Void God experts had a solemn look on their faces, not knowing what to do. Do you also think that the Death Gate has a higher chance? Jiang Chen looked at Moling Dongchen and asked. That's right. This place is already the divine tomb of the land of death. Even if it's the life gate, how much chance of survival can there be? It's better to be reborn in the face of death. Perhaps there will be a chance of survival. Moling Dongchen said calmly. After adjusting his breath just now, he had recovered a lot. Great minds think alike. Think so too. Long Shisan interrupted Jiang Chen's words and said with a smile. Jiang Chen smiled and took a step forward. He took the lead and walked on the rainbow bridge of the Death Gate. As soon as they walked past the bridge, a flock of crows flew under the bridge with a strong smell of blood. Jiang Chen had a bad premonition, as if something bad was about to happen. Not good. The bridge seems to be collapsing. The moment Jiang Chen looked back, he saw that the bridge not far away had begun to crack inch by inch. The rainbow bridge of the Death Gate was becoming shorter and shorter. Hurry up, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice and quickly ran forward. However, the visibility was extremely low, only tens of meters. So he could only rely on his six senses to feel out what was in front of him. The group of people cried out in alarm and all of them dashed towards the side. At this moment, more and more crows appeared in front of them. They flew over the bridge and headed straight for them. They were so dense that it was terrifying to think of them as they blotted out the sun and sky. It was mixed with strange cries that made one's scalp go numb. Don't look back. Jiang Chen shouted at Long Shisan and the others in a deep voice. He took the lead and broke through the rainbow bridge of the Gate of Death and kept running. The flying speed of the crows was very fast and the trajectory was extremely tricky. Thousands of crows swept over the bridge and arrived in a moment. The people behind were retreating as they walked. Black blood splashed all over the rainbow bridge, and there were rotten corpses of crows all around. However, the dark crows were too much. They couldn't kill them at all. The three Void God experts were instantly swept away by the dark crows. Only their bones were left. They didn't even have the chance to scream as the dark crows devoured their bodies. What a terrifying dark crow. Moling Dongchen's scalp went numb. No one would be able to stay calm in such a situation. Run quickly. I don't want to die. Before a Void God expert could finish his words, he had already turned into a skeleton. His flesh and blood were devoured by the millions of dark crows, leaving not a single drop of blood behind. The remaining two Void God experts ran forward desperately. However, their speed was too slow. At least compared to the dark crows, they couldn't catch up with them. Their faces were already pale. They were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies. Wherever the dark crows passed, not even a blade of grass would grow. It was truly terrifying. Even the fearless draconic Shisan couldn't help but shiver in fear. He looked at the 6 skeletons that fell to the ground behind him with a solemn expression. I'm afraid that these dark crows can destroy everything. Don't look back. I can feel that the dark crows here seem to be afraid of something. Their speed seems to have slowed down, but they can still catch up with us. Run quickly. Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice. Long Shisan and Moling Dongchen didn't dare to be slow. Otherwise, they couldn't guarantee that the 6 skeletons would be the same as them. Motherfucker. This group of annoying guys. I really want to kill them with my stick. Long Shisan scolded. However, his speed was not slow at all. The 3 of them ran side by side while the dark crows were chasing closely behind them. Their cries were extremely ear-piercing and made people feel uneasy. No, these dark crows are going to catch up with us soon. Jiang Chen had an idea. Blindly searching for treasures would only produce the opposite of the desired result. He had to make a decisive move and fight to the death. You two go first. I'll stay behind. No. Xian rejected firmly. Monkey, it's not the time to argue. Jiang Qin shouted in anger. Xian trusted Jiang Qin very much. If Jiang Qin chose to stay behind, he would at least have 70 to 80% confidence. Careful. Dongqin warned. He and Xian quickly ran far away. Jiang Qin held the 5 types of true fire in his hands. True Dragon Fire, Thunderbolt Fire, Qilin Saint Fire, Vermilion Bird Divine Fire and Sun Fire. The 5 types of true fire merged together rapidly. The surrounding temperature rose to more than 1,000 degrees. Could even melt everything. As soon as the 5 types of true fire appeared, the speed of the dark crows slowed down. They seemed to be quite afraid of Jiang Chen's 5 elemental true fire. It's good that they are restrained. Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. He originally wanted to use the 5 elemental true fire to scare the dark crows away. Now it seemed to be feasible. This group of harmful things. I'll use my 3,000 flames dragon seal to purify you. Jiang Chen sneered. The 5 elemental true fire in his hands merged together completely. The fire seal soared up to the sky and stopped in front of the dark crows. Millions of dark crows did not dare to take a step forward. 3,000 flames dragon seal. Purify them. Jiang Chen roared in anger. The fire seal smashed into the flock of dark crows. Ear-piercing screams reverberated between heaven and earth. On the Rainbow Bridge, the 3,000 flames dragon seal merged with the 5 elemental true fire was like a bomb. It exploded on the flat ground. The fire tongue of the 3,000 flames dragon seal covered the entire heaven and earth. All the dark crows turned into ashes at this moment. The raging fire burned and thick smoke billowed. Arg! After a miserable scream, the remaining dark crows turned into a pitch-black shadow and flew deeper into the sky. Above the clouds, a pair of gloomy eyes stared at Jiang Chen with anger. The ghost shadow that the dark crows turned into should not be simple. Jiang Chen frowned. That guy still managed to escape. However, he must have suffered a heavy injury since he had burned millions of dark crows. However, Jiang Chen couldn't be sure that this fellow wouldn't make a comeback. Chapter 2145. Kid, you're too scary. Xian looked at Jiang Chen meaningfully. Although Dongqin was not clear about Jiang Chen's means, he would never dare to underestimate Jiang Chen from now on. I'm just lucky. Jiang Chen said with a smile. I don't know what kind of danger lies ahead. Let's take a step and see. Jiang Chen said. The 3 of them continued to walk towards the other end of the Rainbow Bridge. However, the crushed stones on the Rainbow Bridge were getting closer and closer to them. This place is too weird. If there's any danger, let's fight it out with real swords and spears. Motherfucker. Xian couldn't help but scold. It made him feel uncomfortable. At the end of the Rainbow Bridge, it seemed to become clear and the fog gradually receded. After walking for nearly an hour, they finally saw the end of the Rainbow Bridge. It was a huge altar. The octagonal altar symbolized the Zhou of heaven and earth, 5 elements and 8 trigrams, alternating between black and white. The altar was more than 10 feet high. There were 9 bulls and 2 tigers around it. 11 stone beasts were divided into 8 directions, as if they were trying to pull the altar apart. On the altar, there was a big blood-red flag that was fluttering without any wind. It was frightening. It was as if the blood-colored flag was the center of the storm. On the surrounding altars, there were many tattered linen cloths that were no longer recognizable. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, it was simple and unadorned. On the ground, there were obscure ancient inscriptions that no one could understand. Apart from that, there was nothing else around the altar. However, there was something strange about it. Is this the altar of God? Dongqin murmured and his face showed a touch of horror. What's the divine altar? Jiang Chen asked. It was his first time hearing about the divine altar. I also read about it in an ancient record. The divine burying altar is used to sacrifice heavenly gods, and the method is extremely cruel. The divine burying flag of the divine burying altar is a soul-gathering flag that gathers tens of thousands of souls. It's extremely mysterious. Even divine kings and ultimate gods could be sacrificed alive. It's a terrifying thing. No one knows what kind of existence the divine burying altar is. Even the existence of the divine burying altar is a kind of advancement. Who would be so cruel as to sacrifice a divine god? Moling Dongchen said in a low voice with a hint of heaviness in his voice. That's the divine burying flag. Moling Dongchen looked at the altar with lingering fear. The blood-red flag that was fluttering even though there was no wind had given Jiang Qin an invisible pressure. This is too abnormal. Even a godly king or hierarch could be sacrificed alive. What kind of expert would be able to do that? Long Xian took a deep breath and couldn't help but smack his lips. It's said that when a divine emperor or a god emperor dies, someone would use the divine burying altar to protect their divine treasures. A divine emperor or a god emperor is the supreme existence in the divine world. However, it was said that there were very few people in the entire god world who would use the godly burying altar. The reason for that was because the godly burying altar was simply too cruel. Sacrificing a heavenly god or stronger expert would incite the wrath of both men and gods. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to try it. It's said that there was a peerless divine emperor who tried to use the divine burying altar to create a divine treasure for himself after his death. He didn't want anyone to step into it. However, he went for wool and came home shorn. He was killed by an even more powerful expert. The divine burying altar failed to sacrifice a hierarch expert and was killed by someone else. It's a sad thing. However, because of this, it means that the probability of the divine burying altar appearing is very small. At least, experts below the divine emperor level wouldn't dare to try it. Moling Dongchen continued to say. Apparently he was quite afraid of the divine burying altar. He even looked at the altar with fear. This divine burying altar shouldn't be the real divine treasure, right? Jiang Qin said as he looked at the ancient altar cautiously. It was like a dreadful beast that could explode at any time. There's a door in the center of the divine burying altar. It's said that only by pushing 9 bulls and 2 tigers can the door of the divine burying altar open and enter the real divine treasure. This should be the last line of defense set up by the God Emperor experts. Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice. He dared not to be careless. After all, the danger could explode at any time. 9 bulls and 2 tigers. Interesting. Let me try. Long Xian said proudly. There were 11 vivid stone statues in front of them. Each of them was majestic, tall and full of charm. Let's start with your tiger head. Xian harumphed coldly. He held the peerless staff in his hand and swung it horizontally. However, the ferocious beast with the head of a tiger didn't even budge an inch when the staff landed on it. How could this be? Long Xian could not believe it. Since when did he become so weak? Damn it. This is embarrassing. Dragon Xian laughed out loud. After all, Moling Dongchen was here and he felt that he had lost some face. I don't believe it. Xian put away his divine staff and turned around. He lowered his shoulders, squatted down and held his saber horizontally. His hands and feet exerted all of his strength. His forehead was covered with sweat, but he still couldn't move the altar. Roar. The roar of a tiger and the howl of an ape was incomparably ear-piercing. The originally motionless stone statues of the ferocious beasts started to crack inch by inch. Within each of the stone statues, an incomparably huge ferocious beast appeared. Each of them was dozens of feet tall and exceptionally ferocious. Heavenly red horn bull. This kind of thing really exists. Moling Dongchen squinted his eyes and said, "Be careful. This guy's fighting strength is not any weaker than the divine dragon. Moreover, the 2 Sky Overlord divine tigers are not easy to deal with." Moling Dongchen reminded. Heavenly Red Horn Bull and Sky Overlord divine tigers. They are indeed extraordinary. They are not inferior to the sacred beast Qilin that I met before. Jiang Qin sighed in his heart. However, he dared not to underestimate them. The 9 bulls and 2 tigers had completely turned into ferocious beasts and were pointing at Jiang Qin and the other 2. Each of them seemed to have the power to devour the heaven and earth. These fellows, it seems like they want to kill us. Xian could smell the murderous intent of these mystical beasts. Each of them had a pair of blazing eyes. Although they looked harmless, they possessed the power of a thunderbolt, which made Xian not dare to let his guard down. These guys should be the guardians of the divine burying altar. Zhou Xian understood. Since they had set up this peerless killing formation and the divine burying altar, it meant that the expert who died was quite powerful. Moreover, he was the real deal. He was not the kind of person who looked good but was useless. Just one heavenly red horn bull alone had already made Xian suffer. Anyone who dares to enter will be killed without mercy. The Sky Overlord Divine Tiger said in a deep voice. It could launch a ferocious attack at any time. Since they were already here, Zhou Xian and the others would not retreat. Chapter 2146. The scariest thing about the red horn beetle is its horn. It's as hard as metal and has great strength. Dongchen reminded. No matter how hard you try to attack me, I will hit you with my stick. Xian said proudly without any fear. He had just suffered a loss in the hands of these stone statues. This time Xian wanted to get back at them. Xian took the lead and rushed towards them. The terrifying peerless divine stick fell from the sky and swept across the whole area. However, these red horn beetles were not ordinary beings. 3 of them attacked together and blocked Xian's attack. Even the indestructible peerless divine stick was pushed back at this moment. Moreover, the red horn beetle was not injured at all. Damn. It's really tough. These guys are pissing me off. Draconic Xian let out a furious roar. His face was extremely ugly. If he were to be beaten back by these guys again and again, he would lose face. These ferocious beasts are not souls? Zhou Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. His expression was incomparably grim. Initially he wanted to subdue these souls, but it seemed impossible now because these guys were real existences. They weren't souls at all. Early Void God Realm. These ferocious beasts are real Middle Void gods. Zhou Qian's face turned gloomy. This was the gap between the soul realm and the physical realm. If the strength of a Middle Void God Realm was comparable to a peak Early Void God Realm, in fact, a human's realm would only be comparable to a peak Early Void God Realm. After all, without a physical body their strength would be greatly reduced. However, these 11 ferocious beasts were different. Each of them was gifted. Even in the divine world they would be considered as divine beasts. They were not easy to deal with. Now they were equivalent to 11 early Void God Realm experts. Moreover, they were extremely powerful ferocious beasts. Naturally, Zhou Xian and the others were under a lot of pressure. Xian did not show any mercy while facing the 3 ferocious beasts. The iron stick in his hand flew again and again. He struck out the Battle Saint technique, suppressing the 3 ferocious beasts and gaining the upper hand. However, he could not do anything to the 3 red horn beetles at this moment. Because the red horn beetles were very powerful. The most terrifying part was their body and horns. No one could resist them. They could be called divine weapons. Be it the ability to resist or counterattack. Although the red horn beetles were a bit clumsy, they were still very powerful. Even an ordinary Middle Void God Realm expert might not be able to fight against them. Dongchen was fighting and retreating at the same time. He did not even have the chance to counterattack. At this moment he seemed to be in a tight spot. Because his strength had not recovered yet, he was severely injured. That was why he ended up like this. However, he managed to stabilize the situation. Even Xian could only block the attacks of 3 red horn beetles. On the other side, Dongchen had also exerted his full strength. However, he could only block 3 red horn beetles. The most terrifying thing was that the remaining 3 red horn beetles and the 2 Sky Overlord Divine Tigers were staring at him. When it rains, it pours. Since you guys are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Zhou Xian murmured. He pointed his sword at the void and stepped in all directions. His arrogant sword aura swept across the universe. Trespassers will be killed without mercy. The Sky Overlord Divine Tiger said in a deep and murderous tone. However, it had already led the other ferocious beasts towards Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian wielded his sword and swept across. The sword light swept across the place. The heavenly dragon sword was unstoppable. However, it still could not break through the defense of the 3 red horn beetles. The other 2 Sky Overlord Divine Tigers were ready to attack as well. Zhou Xian was fighting against 5 beasts alone, but he did not fall into a disadvantageous position. However, he also felt a sense of seriousness. These red horn beetles and sky overlord divine tigers had yet to unleash their full strength. Especially the sky overlord divine tiger. It seemed like it was toying with them as if it was not in a hurry to kill them. Roar. The 3 red horn beetles came from 3 different angles, crashing through mountains, rivers and everything. The void was almost torn apart. Their imposing manner was unstoppable. Xianxia struck out a few true dragon palm prints to block the attacks of the 3 red horn beetles. You have trespassed into the forbidden area. You will die. Accept your judgment. Lowly humans. Before the first wave subsided, another wave rose. The 2 sky overlord divine tigers also descended from the sky. Their morale was like a rainbow and their roars were like thunder, shaking the void. Their huge tiger claws directly swung towards Xianxia. Xianxia looked calm. The heavenly dragon sword slashed down but was repelled by the sky overlord divine tiger. Even he was sent flying backwards as if he had struck a huge rock. The other sky overlord divine tiger also supported him from the side. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, the ground beneath its feet cracked. Xianxia narrowly avoided this attack. The 2 sky overlord divine tigers were even more unscrupulous. They charged forward and were determined to tear Xianxia into pieces. Xianxia dodged continuously. Another 2 5 elements combat dragon seals failed to repel the sky overlord divine tigers and the red horn sky bull. On the contrary, he was forced to retreat continuously. Facing 3 early void gods and 2 middle void gods who were super ferocious beasts, even Xianxia had to go all out. If there was a slight mistake, he might lose his life under the feet of these 5 ferocious beasts. Xianxia was fighting fiercely, but he was forced to retreat step by step. However, he was not nervous at all because these guys were not strong enough for him to go all out. However, in the following battle, Xianxia was pushed back by these big fellows. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. Xianxia was furious. It seemed like if he didn't teach these guys a good lesson, they would really think that they were invincible. Stupid big guy. Looks like I have to teach you a good lesson. Xianxia sneered. His body shook and he casted the dragon transformation. His body suddenly became bigger and covered with dragon scales. His body looked like a ferocious beast. The half-human half-dragon transformation caused Xianxia's aura to rise. Most importantly, when Xianxia used the dragon transformation, a terrifying aura of a true dragon shrouded the sky and earth. Even the 2 sky overlord divine tigers could not help but take a step back, as if they were under great pressure. Such a terrifying aura. This half-human half-beast guy. The sky overlord divine tigers said in a low voice. They seemed to be afraid of Xianxia. After all, his aura made them feel a trace of fear. This was the aura of a superior being, the suppression of the bloodline of a divine beast. The aura of a myriad beast king. Who dares to fight me? Chapter 2147. At this moment, Xianxia's domineering aura soared to the sky. Even the heavenly red horn bulls were sent flying away by his attack. They crashed into the stone pillar in a rather embarrassing manner. Xianxia's human dragon form had also shocked Moling Dongqian. He had never expected that his opponent would be this terrifying. Not only did he not lose a single battle, he even managed to send his opponents flying away. One should know that the scariest part of the heavenly red horn bulls was its body and horns. However, at this moment they were perfectly restrained by Xianxia. Xianxia was unstoppable in his human dragon form. Xianxia was fighting with his bare body. He was fearless. He continuously rammed into the 3 heavenly red horn bulls, sending them flying for hundreds of meters. They were in a sorry state and were panting heavily. Good fellow. Interesting. But you still have to die. The heavenly overlord divine tiger sneered and pounced towards Xianxia. The 2 heavenly overlord divine tigers moved together because they knew that Xianxia was not someone that was easy to deal with. If they could not kill him quickly, he would become a huge threat. Xianxia and the heavenly overlord divine tiger's silhouette crossed each other and collided with each other continuously. Xianxia raised his hand and grabbed the heavenly overlord divine tiger's thick tail. He swept his hand and shook it. The heavenly overlord divine tiger did not expect that it would be caught by a human. Moreover, the human had grabbed its tail. Xianxia's strength was unparalleled. Finally, the Heavenly Overlord Divine Tiger was smashed to the ground, creating a 5 to 6 zhang deep pit. The Heavenly Overlord Divine Tiger was almost embedded into the ground. What a terrifying fellow. Moling Dongchen felt lucky that he did not go against Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's strength was far beyond everyone's imagination. Moreover, he was only a 9th-grade immortal sovereign. However, even though he was injured, he still had to fight against 3 red-horn longhorn bulls. It was not easy for him. Even though he was pressuring them with every step and was in a sorry state, he would not become a burden to Jiang Chen and the others for the time being. Long Shan, who was wielding his metal cudgel, was also incomparably powerful. His metal cudgel swept across the world and no one could stop him. Even when facing against 3 red-horn longhorn bulls, his battle strength was still magnificent, and every step he took was filled with killing intent. Go to hell. Jiang Chen held the Heavenly Dragon Sword in his hand and chopped down, ruthlessly chopping off the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger's tail. Roar. The Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger's roar was as loud as thunder. At this moment, the 2 Heaven Overlord Divine Tigers were spewing out terrifying flames of anger. Flames rushed up to the sky, spurting out from their mouths. The Heaven Overlord Divine Tigers wanted to burn Jiang Chen and kill him completely. The terrifying flames burned everything, but Jiang Chen was still standing in the sky. His sword fell down again, directly piercing into the back of the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger. Then he rode on the back of the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger. The Heavenly Dragon Sword pierced into the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger's bones. The Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger's roar was deafening, filled with pain and sorrow. The sword chi traversed 30,000 miles, piercing through the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger's body. Jiang Chen pulled out the sword and cut the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger into 2. The body of the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger was like a piece of tofu in front of Jiang Chen, effortlessly. The other Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger let out a terrifying and ear-piercing howl. After its companion was killed by Jiang Chen, it naturally felt endless sorrow in its heart. However, at this moment, the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger also descended from the sky, pouncing on Jiang Chen. The 3 heavenly red-horn bulls immediately rushed forward. 4 super ferocious beasts, completely sealing off all of Jiang Chen's escape routes. The terrifying charge of the 3 heavenly red-horn bulls, in addition to the charge of the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger, caused Jiang Chen's sword to slash forward, but he was forced back by the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger's claws. Jiang Chen temporarily dodged the attack, retreating instead of fighting. On the other hand, the 3 heavenly red-horn bulls rammed into Jiang Chen, sending him crashing into the Divine Burying Altar. Jiang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, which coincidentally landed on the Divine Burying Flag, causing it to shine brightly. At this moment, the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger and the Heavenly Red-Horn Bulls seemed to have the help of God. They became even more ferocious and terrifying. Their combat strength had also increased by several levels. In a split second, Moling Dongchen couldn't withstand the charge of the 3 Heavenly Red-Horn Bulls anymore. Even Long Shan had fallen into a passive position. Jiang Chen looked at the blood-red flag, the Divine Burying Flag. It seemed like it was the blood-red flag that caused all of this trouble. Damn it! Jiang Chen was annoyed, but he didn't panic. Facing the attack of the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger, he was still calm. After transforming into a dragon, Jiang Chen's combat strength had reached its peak. He wanted to compete with the Heavenly Duke. How could he be afraid of the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger? Even though the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger and the Heavenly Red-Horn Bulls had been strengthened by the Divine Burying Flag, he was still fearless. Jiang Chen had been fighting with the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger for a long time. The power of the dragon transformation was slowly weakening. At this moment he knew that he couldn't drag on any longer. He must kill the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger and the Heavenly Red-Horn Bulls in one go. Unification of dragon and sword. Invincible in the world. Jiang Chen instantly transformed into the Heavenly Dragon Sword. The Heavenly Dragon Sword was unstoppable and the dragon's prestige covered the sky. The Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger was shocked. However, it had never expected that the moment Jiang Chen merged with the Heavenly Dragon Sword, the Heavenly Dragon Sword had already pierced through the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger's body and exploded instantly. The sword pierced through the sky 9 times. Even Long Shisan and Moling Dongchen didn't expect that the 9 heavenly red horn bulls would be pierced through by Jiang Chen's sword. All of them were severely injured. Eat my staff. After Jiang Chen's sword passed through the divine burying flag, fresh blood spurted out. Long Shisan seized the opportunity and struck the heavenly red horn bulls with his staff. All of them were dead. Motherfucker. These guys are so hard to deal with. Fortunately, I am invincible. Long Shisan said in a serious manner. Forget it. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, I think you would have fallen into a disadvantageous position. Moling Dongchen said with a smile. That's because I don't want to lower myself to their level. Long Shisan said with a tough face. At this moment, Jiang Chen had returned to his human form. However, his body had become much weaker after the 10 consecutive sword strikes. His face looked slightly pale. Are you all right, Jiang Chen? Moling Dongchen cupped his hands towards Jiang Chen to express his gratitude. Jiang Chen had saved him once again. This guy's strength was definitely out of his expectation. It's all right. I'll be fine after resting for a while, Jiang Chen said. As soon as Jiang Chen finished his words, the divine burying flag was blown up by a chilly wind. The entire space became extremely cold and the wind was howling. Even the 11 ferocious beasts' corpses were swept into the air. The divine burying flag was fluttering in the wind. The wind was as sharp as a knife and the heavens and earth were shaking. It's the divine burying flag's spirit, Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice as he squinted his eyes. Jiang Chen slightly nodded his head. However, he had already taken some precautions against Moling Dongchen in his heart. Because Moling Dongchen was too unpredictable. He actually knew everything. Whether it was the divine treasury of the divine world or the divine burying altar, he seemed to know everything like the back of his hand. Chapter 2148. The weapon spirit's doing? Although Jiang Chen had some doubts about Moling Dongchen, he did not say it out. Some things were better kept in his heart. That's right. I've read about it in an ancient book. The divine burying flag is 1 in a million. Moreover, the divine burying flag is a divine weapon made of peerless materials. In order to create the divine burying flag, the first requirement is the souls of 9 ultimate god experts. Moreover, they must be living bodies. The divine burying flag can only be formed when the bodies and souls are combined. The evil thing about the divine burying flag is that it sacrifices hierarch experts alive. However, once the divine burying flag is formed, it's too terrifying. No one could compete with it. The divine burying flag is the core of the divine burying altar. It's also the eye of the killing formation. It's extremely terrifying. 9 divine souls are enough to look down on the 9 heavens. Moling Dongchen said in a low voice. Jiang Chen sneered in his heart. Another ancient book. I wonder how many ancient books you've read. Only by pulling out the divine burying flag can we open the divine burying altar and enter the real divine treasury. Pulling out the divine burying flag? Jiang Chen murmured. One could imagine how terrifying the divine burying flag would be when it was dancing in the wind. The wind blades could even cut the bodies of those super ferocious beasts into pieces. The wind around the divine burying flag could almost tear rocks and cut everything in the world. Moling Dongchen said with lingering fear. Then how can we pull it out? Isn't it the same as not saying anything? Long Shisan frowned and said. This is the only way. Later on, the 3 of us will attack together to block the terrifying wind blades and pull out the flag together. Only by pulling out the divine burying flag can we survive and enter the final place of the god treasury. Otherwise, the wind blades are extremely sharp and anyone below the true god realm won't be able to block them. Moling Dongchen said worriedly. This was the last way. Pulling out the divine burying flag? Seems a little difficult. Jiang Chen said. The 3 of them exerted their full strength. 3 powerful auras converged into a barrier and blocked the wind blades. However, the barrier started to crack before it could even get close to the altar. These wind blades are too strong. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold them off. Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice. Damn it, I don't believe it. Long Shisan dashed out like an arrow. He withstood all the wind blades and headed straight for the divine burying flag on the altar. Careful. Jiang Chen frowned. He knew that Xian wanted to use his body to withstand the wind blades. However, although his body was strong, he might not be able to withstand it. He dodged the wind blades, but the divine burying flag fluttered in the wind. The wind whistled and the wind was too concentrated. Eventually, there were wind blades that struck Xian's body. Xian's body was also slashed with deep wounds. However, he still managed to push forward and grabbed the divine burying flag with one hand. Instantly, the entire altar was filled with wind and thunder. Xian tried his best but was still unable to pull out the divine burying flag. I don't believe that I can't pull it out. Xian roared in rage. He had the strength to pick up a mountain and his aura was unparalleled. He could feel that the divine burying flag's resistance towards him was quite strong. However, at this moment the divine burying flag was still unmoved. If this continues, the monkey will be cut to death by these wind blades. Jiang Qin frowned. He wielded his sword and moved forward. He split the wind blades and moved forward with difficulty. He had completely transformed into a human dragon. After transforming into a dragon, Jiang Qin's body strength had improved tremendously. His resistance towards the wind blades had also improved. What a pair of terrifying brothers. Moling Dongchen murmured. The two of them were using their own strength to resist the terrifying wind blades. He knew how terrifying the divine burying flag was. In this god's graveyard, only those who had the body strength of a true god could survive the wind blades. At least he did not have the courage to do so. Let me do it. Jiang Qin shouted in a deep voice. The wind whistled and it was extremely ear-piercing. Xian looked at Jiang Qin but he did not retreat. Instead he helped Jiang Qin to resist the terrifying wind blades. He exerted his strength but he could not move the divine burying flag at all. On the other hand, the wind whistled and the wind blades became even more terrifying. Jiang Qin was the first to bear the brunt of the wind blades. The edifying light. Destroy it. Jiang Qin unleashed the edifying light. Sure enough, the sound of the divine burying flag's wind became fainter and weaker. However, it was still frightening. Rise. Jiang Qin shouted and pulled out the divine burying flag with one hand. At this moment, both Xian and Moling Dongchen were shocked. Jiang Qin really did it. He pulled out the divine burying flag. This meant that the resistance of the divine burying flag against him was relatively weak. It seems like the edifying light is really magical. It can even suppress such a terrifying evil creature. Jiang Qin did not expect that the edifying light could suppress the divine burying flag. However, the divine burying flag was much weaker than before. This meant that the edifying light had played a significant role. The divine burying flag moved without any wind. Jiang Qin did not even need to perform the edifying light. The divine burying flag danced by itself and stirred up the universe. What a wild and untamable monster. Suppress it. Jiang Qin roared in anger. As soon as the Zulong Tower appeared, the divine burying flag was completely suppressed. The aura of the Zulong Tower completely suppressed the divine burying flag. Jiang Qin laughed and waved the divine burying flag. The flag fluttered in the air and its aura was unstoppable. It was really a peerless treasure. It could be called a divine tool. This divine burying flag is truly frightening. Moling Dongchen said with lingering fear. This guy is really terrifying. He actually subdued the divine burying flag. This is an item with a spirit. It's definitely a heavenly divine tool. If it wasn't for the Zulong Tower and the edifying light, it would not be easy for Jiang Qin to suppress the divine burying flag. Now the divine burying flag was completely under Jiang Qin's control. Awesome little Qinzi. Seems like the divine burying flag is yours now. Xian's eyes lit up. He knew how powerful the divine burying flag was. I'm just lucky. Jiang Qin smiled proudly. Although that was what he said, there was no hint of fluke in his words. Most importantly, he said it to Moling Dongchen. Brother Jiang is really brave. This divine burying flag is definitely a divine item of the heavens and earth. You must keep it well. If someone in the divine world sees this, even a divine king would be jealous of it, said Jiang Qin. Moling Dongchen showed a hint of envy. However, he knew very well that this was not something that he could own. Thanks for reminding me. As soon as Jiang Chen finished his words, the wind stopped. Suddenly the surroundings started to shake. Rumble. At this moment the divine burrow altar slowly cracked open, creating a loud sound that shook the heavens and earth. A deep tunnel that led to the underground suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Chen and the others. Divine Treasury. It's the place of the Divine Treasury. We can finally enter the Divine Treasury. Ah. Chapter 2149. Is there really a divine treasure at the end of that place? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. They had managed to avoid all the dangers. If it was an ordinary person, he or she would have already died here. Therefore Jiang Chen had to be more careful as there were dangers everywhere. Jiang Chen looked at Moling Dongchen. Moling Dongchen didn't look like he was lying. Although Moling Dongchen's background was unknown and he might have some troubles, he didn't harm Jiang Chen and Dragon Zhou Xian along the way. This made Jiang Chen quite happy. Otherwise he would have killed Moling Dongchen already. Who cares? I also want to see what kind of god created this peerless treasure trove. Draconic Zhou Xian took the lead and dashed down. Let's go. Moling Dongchen followed him quickly. Jiang Chen didn't doubt him and slowly entered the tunnel. It was an ancient tunnel that stretched for thousands of meters. Both sides of the tunnel were ruined. The road under their feet was full of potholes. However, it led directly to a far place. It was still covered with mountain mist. The surrounding was so quiet that it was scary. Under the tunnel there was flowing water. The three of them walked for half an hour before they reached the end. Finally they could see the moon. It's a huge palace. Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice. Spirit-nurturing palace. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches as he stared at the three big words on the palace. Surprisingly, they also carried a terrifying pressure. The palace was hundreds of meters tall and it extended far and wide. There were 9 sons of the dragon guarding outside the palace. They were Qiunyou Yazi Pu Lao Swan and I, Tao Tai Swan and I, Qiwen Fuxi and Chao Feng. The 9 ferocious beasts were standing around the palace. They were quite ferocious and made people shudder. There aren't many people who dare to use the 9 sons of the dragon to guard the palace. This divine emperor must be a big shot when he was alive. Moling Dongchen murmured as if he was hesitating. No matter how powerful he is, he will still die. Do you think I'm afraid of him? Long Shisan chuckled, not afraid at all. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if it's a god emperor who has already disappeared from this world, his prestige is definitely not something we can violate. The god emperor was already the most respected person in the divine world. As for the god emperor, it's just a legend. Very few people have ever seen one. It's said that even in the immortal world, the god emperor no longer exists in this world after the immemorial battle. The god emperor is the true ruler of this world. Moling Dongchen sighed. The divine treasures left behind by the divine emperor are absolutely rare. Even in the divine world there are very few of them, let alone in the divine tomb. In your opinion, who is this divine emperor? Jiang Chen looked at Moling Dongchen meaningfully. Moling Dongchen smiled awkwardly and shook his head. How would I know? I've only read about these things in some ancient books. No matter who the god emperor was, he was an existence that could not be offended. Fortunately, he didn't use dragons and phoenixes as protection. Dragons and phoenixes. Jiang Chen's body trembled. The dragon clan, the true divine dragon clan, where are they? Does the divine dragon clan exist in the divine world? Jiang Chen continued to ask. I don't know about this. I've never seen anything about the dragon clan in the ancient books. Moling Dongchen smiled. He did not want to continue to discuss this with Jiang Chen. The 9 fierce beasts' protection means that the god emperor's identity is unusual. Let's hurry into the palace and see what's going on. Seeing that Moling Dongchen did not answer him, Jiang Chen thought that maybe he really did not know, or maybe he was trying to hide something. Jiang Chen did not ask anymore and the 3 of them entered the palace directly. Although the palace was old and dilapidated, the statues of the 9 ferocious beasts were incomparably powerful. They even carried a terrifying pressure that made Jiang Chen feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as if someone was staring at him from behind, making him feel uneasy. I never thought that a small early void god could enter the divine treasury. This is so funny. Moling Dongshan, it seems like your unparalleled handsome alliance has been annihilated. At the moment when Jiang Qin and the two of them entered the palace, a cold and mocking voice resounded in their ears. Ling Tianba, you're here too. Moling Dongshan said in a serious tone. He subconsciously clenched his fists. Don't be so nervous. Since you're here, I will not make things difficult for you. I wonder what kind of rare treasures are in the divine treasury. You can help me find one or two of them. I might even spare your life. Ah. The eagle-eyed man stood in the sky with a long spear in his hand. His figure was tall and slender. His strength had reached the terrifying peak early void god. Although his strength was almost the same as an early void god, a slight difference could make a huge difference. Ling Tianba's entire body was emitting a domineering aura, especially the divine spear in his hand. It was extremely sharp. Compared to Li Shuai, he was much stronger. Even among the void gods there were strong and weak ones. A talented expert could easily fight against 100 of them. Ling Tianba, you're really good at scaring people. Although the leader of the unparalleled handsome alliance is handsome, you don't have to be so jealous, right? I Bingchan will not agree to it. At this moment, a charming lady in red clothes appeared in front of everyone. Her appearance had shocked Ling Tianba and Moling Dongshan. Her face was as beautiful as jade and she was devastatingly beautiful. Even the bright moon and blazing sun seemed to be overshadowed by her. She had a beautiful figure and was as charming as a fairy fox. Sister Bingchan, you're really good. You're not afraid of such a dangerous place. It's really admirable. Moling Dongshan said in a low voice. This person's strength had also reached the terrifying peak early void god. He was not any weaker than Ling Tianba. Now Jiang Qin finally saw the top experts who stood at the top of the pyramid in the divine tomb. Their strength was really extraordinary. Even Long Shisan might not be able to defeat them. You're really a busybody. It's not easy to reach this stage. Why would I ruin other people's cultivation? Humph. Ling Tianba harumphed coldly. His face was gloomy. In fact, he was a little afraid of Long Shisan. Long Shisan and Moling Dongshan might not be afraid of him even if they joined hands. Moreover, if they were to fight, even if they killed Moling Dongshan and the others would definitely have the chance to take advantage of them. Ling Tianba would not do something that would harm others without benefiting himself. The Bingchan in front of him could not wait for him to fight with Moling Dongshan and the others so that she could kill him. This little brother is really brave. To be able to enter the divine treasury, you're really not simple. A 9th grade immortal sovereign. You've really opened my eyes. Bingchan laughed. Her eyes were like torches. She saw Jiang Qin at first glance. Their strength had reached the peak of Zhenji. Although they might not be invincible in the world, they had reached the peak of the divine world. It was not difficult for them to kill ordinary void god experts. Chapter 2150. Moreover, those who could enter the divine treasury were all peerless experts. This guy could enter the divine treasury as a 9th grade immortal sovereign, and he even wanted to get a share of the loot from the void god experts. How could he be someone easy to deal with? The three of them had obviously formed a small team. To be able to enter the final place of the divine treasury, they were worthy of respect. They were worthy of her respect. I'm just a follower. Jiang Qin said indifferently. Ling Tianba harumphed coldly, looking at Jiang Qin with disdain. Does such a person deserve to enter the divine treasury? I hope he won't die without knowing how he died. He's lucky to come this far. He should be careful of his own life. Such an arrogant guy. Let me teach him a lesson. Long Shisan's eyes turned cold. He was filled with killing intent towards Ling Tianba. Forget it. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. They had just entered the divine treasury and they still didn't know how deep it was. It would be a great loss if others took the opportunity to enter. Moling Dongshan looked at Jiang Qin and felt relieved. Fortunately, Jiang Qin had stopped Long Shisan. Otherwise, if a great battle were to break out, nobody knew what would happen. These guys are not easy to deal with. I was pushed down from the Tianlan Peak by these people. Although Moling Dongshan was unwilling, he could only admit that there were too many experts gathered on the Tianlan Peak. Jiang Qin nodded silently. How could he not understand? How terrifying were the difficulties and obstacles that he had encountered along the way. He almost lost his life. These people were able to enter the divine burial ground with him. Which one of them didn't have any abilities? They might even have more trump cards than him. Although Xianxia had the disposition to look down on all geniuses, he still needed to be cautious because these people were all outstanding geniuses from the various immortal domains. They might not necessarily be weaker than him. Once they started fighting, it would certainly cause more chaos. At least he didn't want to see such a scene for now. It's really lively. It seems that there are more than just us two brothers who have entered the divine treasury. Two burly figures also arrived in a flash, their domineering auras soaring to the sky. So it's De Lang and Air Lang from the Niu clan. Bing Chan said with a chuckle. The two of them were also at the peak early void god realm. Their aura was even stronger. Obviously, the strength of the two of them was more frightening. Even Ling Tianba, who had his eyes on the top of his head, kept his disdain. Why aren't you going in? Could it be that this god stash is filled with traps? Niu Erlang said with a smile. The black jade giant axe in his hand shone brightly and it was extremely eye-catching. This is a divine artifact? Bing Chan was startled. Her expression changed slightly as she looked at Niu Erlang. That's right. The two of us are lucky to have found these two divine items on our way here. One axe and one hammer, they're just to our liking. Niu Dalong waved the giant hammer in his hand with a proud look on his face. He's really lucky. Moling Dongchen couldn't help but exclaim. Both of them had divine weapons in their hands. Their strength must be stronger than the others. What about Ao Feng? Didn't he come in? Moling Dongchen was a little surprised. According to his deduction, the first person who came in should be Ao Feng. This guy's strength had reached the middle void god realm. He could sweep away everyone and no one dared to fight against him. He and another guy have already entered this place. We can only be considered as the second batch. Even Niu Daoang showed a hint of envy. He was very respectful towards Ao Feng. But now that we have divine weapons in our hands, the two of us want to fight with him even more. Another one. Moling Dongchen smiled bitterly and looked at Jiang Chen. It was obvious that there were a lot of experts in this place. The strong were always as bright as the stars, and the tomb of the god of sin was a big melting pot. Those who were able to survive here were all super strong. Looks like we have to hurry up and go in, Jiang Chen said. A mere 9th grade immortal sovereign dares to compete with us for the god stash? You're overestimating yourself. Niu Erlang sneered and looked at Jiang Chen. He swung the giant axe in his hand and a terrifying light shot out towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He was calm and composed. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and blocked Niu Erlang's attack. He did not retreat at all. At that moment, everyone was shocked. Not bad, kid. You can actually take my axe. Niu Erlang said coldly and stared at Jiang Chen fiercely. It was really shameful that his axe could not kill a 9th grade immortal sovereign. If you're not convinced, then come and fight. Fighters are heroes. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smile because he knew that his counterattack was enough to intimidate them, or it was enough to make them think twice before acting. Niu Dalong's eyes moved and looked at Jiang Chen. He did not continue to make things difficult for Jiang Chen. Second brother. Niu Dalong said in a deep voice. Whoever takes action first will become the target of everyone. At that time, when the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman will benefit from it. This was not something he wanted to see. Now that they've put in so much effort to enter the god stash, they must not cause any more trouble. Big brother. Niu Erlang was a little impulsive. It was obvious that he wanted to continue attacking Jiang Chen. There will be a battle between you and me. Niu Erlang snorted at Jiang Chen's arrogance. However, Bing Chan and the others did not dare to look down on him anymore. Jiang Chen might not be Niu Erlang's opponent, but it was not easy for him to block his attack. Moreover, the three of them were not weak. Once they joined forces, they might not even care about Niu Erlang. Niu Erlang was insensible, but Niu Dalong could see the situation clearly. There was no need to make a big fuss now. The real treasure has not been obtained yet. Wouldn't it be stupid to fight until the end? It's not too late to fight after we enter the god's stash. Niu Erlang looked at Jiang Chen with a cold smile. He was not able to kill Jiang Chen. He felt very upset in his heart. It was a kind of anger of being provoked by a lowly person. Jiang Chen looked at everyone with disdain because he knew the current situation. No one was willing to be the first to take action. Ling Tianba and Niu Dalong rushed to the front. When they entered the palace, everyone took a deep breath. Even Jiang Chen was no exception. The huge palace within a radius of 100 meters was filled with a gloomy feeling. However, no one cared about this because the ground of the palace was filled with ashes. Bones turned into ashes and divine tools were everywhere. All of these are divine tools? Niu Erlang's eyes widened and his body trembled. Even though he already had divine tools in his hands, he was still extremely greedy. His eyes shone with greed and he even wanted to take everything for himself. It's really magnificent, little Chenzi. It's too great. I have never seen so many divine tools. Any one of them here is not any weaker than your heavenly dragon sword. Long Shisan said excitedly. Pity, pity. Chapter 2151. What do you mean? Moling Dongchen looked at Jiang Chen and asked in a low voice. That's right. There are so many divine tools here. Are they not to your liking? Long Shisan seemed to understand the meaning behind Jiang Chen's words. They have form but no spirit. These divine tools have been corroded by the passage of time. Even the spirit of the tools is gone. Jiang Chen shook his head and said. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Chen finished his words, the 3 divine tools that Niu Erlang picked up turned into ashes when they touched each other. How could this be? I can clearly feel the abundant energy in the divine tools. How could the power of the divine tools become like this? Niu Erlang found it hard to accept, but it was a fact. There were thousands of divine tools on the ground. Although they were still intact, they turned into ashes when they were picked up. Niu Erlang still could not believe it. 1, 2, 3, 100, 200, everything was the same. Idiot. Jiang Chen sneered and looked at Niu Erlang. Niu Erlang roared and was about to take action but was stopped by Niu Dalong. He found Jiang Chen more and more unpleasant. How did you know? Moling Dongchen saw it with doubt. Divine bones are comparable to divine tools. When a divine bone breaks, the divine tool will break. I have seen it in some ancient books. Jiang Chen's words stunned Moling Dongchen. Immediately, an awkward expression flashed across his face. Jiang Chen was just making things up. He didn't know why he could tell that these divine weapons had turned into nothingness. Perhaps it was because of the great soul derivation technique which made his divine soul extremely powerful, allowing him to sense that these divine weapons had no spirits. What a pity. So many divine tools have been corroded by the passage of time. God knows how many years this place has existed for. Divine bones shattered and divine tools turned into ashes. It must have been here for millions of years. Bing Chan sighed and said. He seemed to be very sad. Time was fleeting and beauty was fleeting. So what? After all, this place is already abandoned. Look, there is still the second floor of the palace, the war god shrine. Niu Dalong said in a deep voice. Ahead of him were 12 stone pillars protecting the second floor, the battle god hall. In front of the war god temple, there was an incomparably huge bronze throne. It was 3 meters long and half a meter wide. It was rectangular in shape, and that dark yellow bronze throne actually had some green rust. On the bronze throne, there was a skeleton that exuded an unparalleled pressure. This skeleton seems to be coming to life. Jiang Chen stared at the skeleton for a long time. At this moment, other than Long Shisan and Moling Dongchen, everyone had entered the war god temple as they were afraid of falling behind. The person is already dead and the soul is extinguished. How can the skeleton come back to life? Moling Dongchen said. Suddenly, a ray of green light burst out from the skeleton and shot into Jiang Chen's mind. Neither Long Shisan nor Moling Dongchen noticed this scene. Even Jiang Chen only felt his body tremble. His mind shook slightly, but he could not find any trace of it. What happened? What happened to me just now? Jiang Chen murmured. Let's go, quickly enter the war god temple. Moling Dongchen said. All right. Jiang Chen followed the two of them into the war god temple. However, at this moment his hand coincidentally hit the bronze throne. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly stopped his footsteps. After so many years, Even the divine tools and divine bones have turned into dust. Why is this bronze throne not doing anything? It's just rusty. Jiang Chen stretched out his finger and picked up the bronze throne. At this moment he found that this bronze throne was not simple. However, it was too cumbersome. However, it seemed to be quite extraordinary. Let's keep it first. After keeping the bronze throne, Jiang Chen followed the others and entered the War God Palace. Inside the War God Palace, there were countless divine weapons and weapons. This time the divine weapons here didn't seem to have turned into ashes, but they had lost their charm. They had turned into ordinary weapons, rusted and stained. Time is an invisible blade. Even if it's a peerless divine king or a rare divine weapon, it would still be scattered by the wind. Bing Chan said faintly. Her sorrowful tone made people sigh. Look, there are a few war god statues over there. Moling Dongchen said. His eyes were shining brightly. Everyone's gaze fell upon the 4 war gods. Each of the war gods was 9 feet tall and looked mighty. Moreover, they did not look like stone statues. Each of the war gods was glaring with anger. They were overbearing and imposing as if they were made by nature. It gave everyone a feeling that they were above all living things. In the hands of the 4 war gods, they were holding a sword, a halberd, a spear and a pike respectively. The 4 divine weapons did not seem to have any decoration. The 4 war god statues stood there just like that, giving people a type of great majesty. They were vivid and lifelike, extremely lifelike. Why is the pike in the war god's hand still shining with silver light? Looks like a real divine tool. Ling Tianba murmured in a low voice. However, his figure had already rushed forward and directly pulled out the peerless divine spear from the war god's hand. The light of the pike was cold and unparalleled. Ling Tianba waved the pike and his imposing manner shook the heavens. Suddenly his chest was filled with an unparalleled domineering aura. Good pike, good pike. Ling Tianba's eyes shone brightly. This divine pike was many times stronger than his. It was definitely one of the best among the divine tools. Kikik, this sword is mine. Bing Chan stretched out her hand and took the white jade longsword from the other war god. The Niu brothers did not want to be outdone and each of them took a halberd and a pike. Only Moling Dongchen did not get anything. Moling Dongchen smiled bitterly. It seemed like he was not fated to get these divine tools. Long Shisan wanted to take action, but when he saw that Jiang Chen did not move, he chose to remain silent. Moreover, he already had the peerless divine staff in his hand. He did not need so many divine weapons. One divine weapon was enough for him. Rumble, rumble. Along with 2 loud sounds, the 4 war gods moved at the same time. 4 overbearing auras soared up to the sky. Everyone's expression changed. These 4 war gods were rushing towards Ling Tianba and the others. Jiang Chen and the others did not get any divine tools, but they managed to escape from this calamity. These war gods are actually alive. This is unbelievable. Long Shisan said. But it's just nice to deal with those greedy guys. Gee, this feels so good. Chapter 2152. Damn it. How did these things come to life all of a sudden? Ling Tianba said in a deep voice. His face was gloomy because after being locked on by the war god, he felt that he was in a terrible situation. Moreover, he seemed to have been completely suppressed. The terrifying aura that was being emitted from the war god made it difficult for him to breathe. Yeah. How did it become like this? Niu Daoang was also a little worried. The heavenly halberd in his hand was burning hot. Because he knew that it was not easy to get the divine tool. Big brother, let's fight them. Can't we kill these 4 stone statues? Niu Erlang said proudly. You might not be able to defeat them. Bing Chan said faintly and kept her smile. Because everyone knew that these 4 war gods were not simple. Moreover, they had their eyes on them. Even she could not smile anymore. It should be because of the divine tool in our hands. Otherwise, why would they come for us? Niu Daoang said in a low voice. At this moment they realized the problem. However, how could they let a cooked duck fly away? Of course, no one wanted to give up on this divine tool. Even for those who had entered the divine world, the divine tool was a supreme divine weapon. Not everyone was qualified to own it. How could they let it go? Now let's see if they can defeat these 4 war gods. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. He was happy to see these fellows fighting against each other. Moreover, the strength of these four war gods was definitely not weak. Everyone could feel it. Watching the tigers fight. I like it the most. Zhou Xian crossed his legs. Even at such a critical moment, there wasn't a hint of worry on his face. Instead, he had the attitude of watching a good show as if it had nothing to do with him. These guys. Seems like a fight is unavoidable. Moling Dongchen looked quite serious. He was a little worried that these guys would drag them down if they could not defeat the four war gods. Let's fight. Ling Tianba held the divine spear in his hand. He did not plan to let it go anyway. He wanted to fight with these guys even if he had to risk his life. Fine. If I don't go crazy, I won't survive. I don't want to give away this divine artifact. Niu Dalong also shouted with a deep voice. The four of them glanced at each other and charged up fearlessly, fighting against the four war gods. For a moment, the entire war god hall was filled with sand and stones. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The four war gods were quite terrifying. Even without divine artifacts, they were not at a disadvantage when fighting against Ling Tianba and the others. They were even able to suppress them. These war gods are all middle void gods. No one knows how terrifying they were when they were alive. Moling Dongchen said. That's right. Even though he's already dead, he's still able to unleash such a terrifying power. Truly, no one dares to look down on him. Jiang Chen nodded. This puppet should be quite extraordinary. Is this a puppet? Is someone controlling it? Moling Dongchen suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Could it be that there are more terrifying existences in this divine treasure? However, since they had already come this far, there was naturally no way to retreat. Yes. However, I'm afraid that the person controlling them is gone. However, the four divine artifacts should be the mechanism that activates their battle. Greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. The owner of this divine treasure has already expected that someone will definitely take the four divine artifacts. This is a greedy mechanism. If no one takes the divine artifacts, perhaps these war gods won't take action at all. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he looked at those people helplessly. Greed was everyone's original sin. If these people didn't take the initiative, perhaps he would have taken action too. However, he was lucky that he didn't get the chance to do so. The four of them were completely suppressed by the four war gods. There was even a hint of crisis in them. Niu Erlang was the most miserable one. He was already a little exhausted from dealing with them. The most terrifying one was Bing Chan. Although she was also in a passive position, at least she wasn't completely defeated by the war gods. Jiang Chen looked at the deeper palace. That was the third floor of the palace, Refining God Palace. However, the door of the Refining God Palace was sealed. On the door there were four indentations. They were a sword, a halberd, a spear and a lance. In other words, these four divine artifacts were the keys to open the third floor? Only by taking out these four divine artifacts could they open the third floor of the palace, the Refining God Palace. To put it bluntly, they must obtain the four divine artifacts in order to open the third floor of the palace. This was a fatal situation. Once the divine artifacts were taken, the four war gods would not rest until one of them was dead. However, why didn't I see Ao Feng that Moling Dongchen and the others mentioned? Jiang Chen frowned. It was really strange. Another bronze throne. Jiang Chen's eyes were slightly fixed. This bronze throne was definitely not simple. It was actually another one. Moreover, it looked similar to the bronze throne in the first floor of the palace. However, there were some densely packed ancient inscriptions on the bronze throne. Let's not care about that for now. Let's keep it first. Jiang Chen kept the bronze throne immediately. Although Ling Tianba and the others did not notice it, Moling Dongchen saw it. This bronze throne is not simple, right? I don't know. Jiang Chen smiled and did not say much. In fact, he really did not know. However, Moling Dongchen did not say much either. After all, they were on the same side now. The three of them were the weakest and they could not have any internal strife. Moling Dongchen did not put a bronze throne in his eyes at all. Look, they can't hold on any longer. Haha, the result of being greedy is really cool. Long Zhou Xian was not afraid of making things worse. He said while slashing the bronze throne. This made Ling Tianba and the others even more furious. On the other side, the four war gods were unstoppable. They were already having a hard time. If this continued, Niu Erlang would be in the most danger. His life might even be in danger. Even with a supreme rank god artifact in their hands, they still failed to harm the four war gods. Instead, they were forced into a difficult situation by the four war gods. Motherfucker, you gloating brat. I will kill you. At this moment, Niu Erlang's eyes turned cold. He directly led the war gods that he was fighting to the place where Zhou Xian and Xianxia were, leading the trouble to others. What a great idea. Niu Erlang's eyes were filled with joy. How could he be so smart? Chapter 2153. Son of Abt. This coward is too shameless. Xianxia said while gritting his teeth. I'd like to see who's the one who's going to cheat. Zhou Xian said disdainfully because he had already expected that Niu Erlang would do this. This fellow was obviously not a good person. Since he entered the divine treasury, Zhou Xian had already expected that this fellow would do something bad to him. How could Zhou Xian not take precautions beforehand? At this moment, Niu Erlang had already lured one of the war gods over. His eyes were filled with a hint of gentleness. I don't believe that a 9th-grade immortal sovereign like you can withstand this fella's attack. Niu Erlang sneered in his heart. But something shocking happened. After the war god got close to Zhou Xian, he did not attack him. Instead, he turned around and went towards Niu Erlang. There's such a thing? Zhou Xian was stunned for a while. Initially, he wanted to take out the Zulong Tower so that Niu Erlang would not be able to find him. So at this moment he gave up on the Zulong Tower. Niu Erlang was forced to retreat once again. He was dumbfounded. Moreover, he thought that the war god would deal with Zhou Xian. Unfortunately, he lost his guard and was instantly injured by the war god. Even the divine weapon in his hand was snatched away by the war god. After obtaining the divine weapon, the war god was like a tiger that had grown wings. He held the battle spear in his hand and instantly pierced through Niu Erlang's chest. The sound of tearing was deafening. No, I can't die. At this moment, Niu Erlang's eyes were filled with unwillingness. What a despicable and shameless person. Such an ending can be said to be a worthy death. Zhou Xian sneered in disdain. He didn't even need to do anything. This fellow was completely defeated. However, Zhou Xian was a little surprised. Why didn't the war god attack him? Second bro. Niu Dalong's voice shook the sky. He wanted to force the war god in front of him to retreat, but he couldn't. Moreover, Niu Erlang had already been killed by the war god with the spear. At this moment his eyes almost popped out of their sockets and his face was ashen. The two brothers had depended on each other for tens of thousands of years. When they were in the immortal world, they dominated the world. When they came to the divine tomb, they were even more so. But who would have thought that they would be killed by a puppet here? Therefore, how could Niu Dalong not be angry? And at this moment he thought that the culprit was Zhou Xian. If it wasn't for Zhou Xian, then his younger brother wouldn't have died. I'll never let you off, kid. Niu Dalong clenched his teeth as he looked at Zhou Xian. At this moment, whether it was Ling Tianba, Bing Chan or Niu Dalong, all of them felt their bodies tremble, and the pressure on them instantly disappeared. Looks like our wait was not in vain. Aofeng, don't forget about our agreement. A woman as beautiful as a fairy said faintly. She was wearing a blue dress that was as clean as ice and as clean as jade. Her temperament was extraordinary and her eyes were filled with sharpness. Although she was a woman, her strength was exceptionally terrifying. Don't worry, Goddess Luo. Aofeng will keep my words. Let's get rid of these four guys first. Aofeng said solemnly. He glanced at Zhou Xian and the others as if he did not put them in his eyes at all. Zhou Xian squinted his eyes. Both of them had reached the middle void god realm. Goddess Luo looked at Moling Dongchen and frowned. She felt that he looked familiar. So you guys have come in. Niu Dalong said in a deep voice. He felt extremely sullen in his heart. All these people deserved to die. If they had acted earlier, then his brother wouldn't have had to die. You two, what are you waiting for? Bing Chan clenched her teeth and said. Beauty, don't worry. I won't let you get hurt. Follow me, you can go anywhere you want in this world. Aofeng's lips curled into a playful smile. The long sword in his hand slashed towards one of the war gods. Disgusting. Really disgusting. Motherfucker. Long Xian said with an evil expression. Ah, looks like this brother is also a man of character. But let me warn you, if you don't take action now, don't expect to enter the third floor of the Divine Palace. Ao Feng glanced at Dragon Xian with interest. Not only did he not argue with Dragon Xian, but he also tried to persuade him out of goodwill. You two go and help them, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. He was only a 9th grade immortal sovereign, he had not taken action yet. Even if he did, he would be laughed at by people like Ao Feng, because they did not take him seriously at all. It was better this way, Jiang Chen could hide his true strength. If they wanted to harm the monkey, it would not be too late for him to take action. All right. Master Monkey will lend you a hand. Long Xian's hands were itching. He swung his staff and swept across the heavens and earth, shocking Ling Tianba and the others. They did not expect this monkey to be so powerful. Moling Tianchen also took action. The 7 of them fought against the 4 war gods. With Ao Feng and Goddess Luo as the main force, they forced the 4 war gods to retreat. Let's see how powerful you puppets can be. Ling Tianba roared in anger. His long spear pierced through the chest of the war god. In an instant the war god disappeared and turned into dust. However, there was a ray of light in the dust, entering the long spear in Ling Tianba's hand. Die! Bing Chan shouted. Her sword pierced through the void, aiming at the war god that was controlled by Ao Feng. The war god was split in half in an instant. After the dust settled, another ray of light entered the divine sword in her hand. Ling Tianba and Bing Chan glanced at each other. Their eyes were filled with shock. At this very moment, their divine weapons were even more divine weapons. They even had a kind of vivid and lifelike feeling, as if they had obtained a new life. I know that's the soul of a divine weapon, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. The soul of a divine weapon was sealed in the bodies of the 4 war gods. As long as the 4 war gods were alive, the soul of the war gods would support them in battle. Once they die, the soul of the war gods would return to their bodies, and those divine weapons would become terrifying killing weapons. This divine spear is not bad. Ao Feng immediately took action, trying to snatch the divine spear from the other war god that killed Niu Erlang. However, he was pushed back by the divine spear. Behind him, Goddess Luo moved her fingers. Green light flickered and her finger technique was like the wind, piercing through the war god's body. Ao Feng took the chance and charged forward. His blade technique was like lightning. Hundreds of blades fell from the sky and slashed down. That war god was instantly destroyed. With a flash of light, Ao Feng held the divine spear in his hand. Only one left. Niu Dalong roared. The giant axe in his hand split the war god apart with a thunderous roar. A ray of light entered the long halberd in his hand. The 4 war gods have been destroyed. Come. This time, we should be able to open the 3rd floor of the war god palace. Ao Feng said faintly. Before this, he and Goddess Luo had joined hands, but they still could not open the 3rd floor of the war god palace. Even after they obtained the 4 divine weapons, they still could not open the 3rd floor. They could not guess the reason. However, it seemed that there was no soul of the war god. That's why they hid. With their strength, even if they joined hands, they would not be able to kill the 4 war gods. Ling Tianba and the others were their biggest help. Chapter 2154. Niu Daolong stared at Jiang Chen. From his point of view, it was imperative to kill Jiang Chen. Even if that monkey and Moling Dongchen were to interfere, it would still be impossible for them to succeed. Brat, aren't you going to die? Niu Daolong held his divine halberd and stared at Jiang Chen coldly. His killing intent was unparalleled. Interesting. Seems like these guys are going to be unlucky. Ao Feng acted as if it was none of his business. He just stood there and watched the show. None of the people on the scene wanted to take action. After all, no one would help someone who would not benefit themselves. In this place, the only person you can trust is yourself. Other than that, there was no one else. If you want to fight, let's fight. Do you think we're afraid of you? Long Xian said proudly. Seems like Brother Ao Feng was just joking when he said that he would let us enter the 3rd floor. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and shook his head. He seemed to be sighing. In this world, strength speaks. Ao Feng shrugged. You're right. Jiang Qin nodded and looked at Niu Dalong. It seemed like this battle was unavoidable. Little Qinzi is only a 9th-grade immortal sovereign. You want to fight him? You're too shameless. Why don't I fight you? If I lose, you can kill him. I won't stop you. Long Shisan looked at Jiang Qin with a smile. His meaning was obvious. Let me teach him a lesson first. Since you guys insist on courting death, then there's no need for me to be merciful. All of you must die. I will use your blood to pay homage to my brother's soul. Niu Dalong's voice became colder. His brother was like his limbs. One could imagine the pain in his heart when one of his arms was cut off. Be careful. Jiang Qin did not attack forcefully. Although Long Shisan might not be able to kill Niu Dalong, he could still teach him a lesson. Eat my staff first. Long Shisan chuckled as he brazenly swung his divine staff. A terrifying aura that battled the heavens and earth instantly caused Ao Feng and the rest to become solemn. This fellow had been hiding his strength all along. Even Ling Tianba and Bing Chan did not dare to underestimate this attack. Battle Saint Art, battle heaven and earth. The shadows of Long Shisan's cudgel formed layers upon layers of shadows as it approached Niu Dalong with an imposing manner. Niu Dalong held the divine halberd in his hand and didn't need it at all. The divine halberd in his hand could be said to be matchless. Compared to before, it was like adding wings to a tiger. I refuse to believe that you can stop me. Niu Dalong and Long Shisan's weapons clashed. Sharp lights flickered and the sound of metal clashing was incessant. The terrifying sound shocked everyone's heart. The battle between the two of them could be counted as an experience for Ling Tianba and Bing Chan. They benefited a lot from it. Long Shisan's battle was bold and unrestrained. He did not stick to the small details at all. His crazy divine staff swept across everything. Even when facing the divine halberd in Niu Dalong's hand, he was not the slightest bit weak. Arrogance soaring to the sky, invincible. Mu, Niu Dalong instantly transformed into an incomparably huge divine bull. The bull-head god was several zhang tall and was quite domineering. Let the wind come from all directions. I only need one strike to kill you. Long Shisan sneered. Instead of retreating, he attacked with his cudgel for tens of times. Niu Dalong was also suffering. At this moment, his divine halberd couldn't exert its divine might anymore. He was miserably suppressed by Long Shisan. However, his defense was quite strong. Even if Long Shisan wanted to kill him, it would still be impossible. Shisan's aura was fully unleashed, an early void god. With such combat strength, even ordinary middle void god experts could not match up to him. Of course, it was a different story for Goddess Luo and Ao Feng, who were peerless geniuses. 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. At this moment, Jiang Qin took action without hesitation. Niu Dalong, who was suppressed to the point that he had no strength to fight back, took a hit from Jiang Qin's 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Instantly, Niu Dalong was completely defeated. Long Shisan did not avoid it at all. He struck with his cudgel and took Niu Dalong's life. Even Moling Dongchen did not expect that Jiang Qin would take action at this moment. This is simply shameless. Despicable and shameless. Ling Tianba harumphed. Don't care if it's a black or white cat. As long as it can catch a mouse, it's a good cat. Jiang Qin murmured to himself. He smiled and picked up the divine halberd from Niu Dalong's hand. If he did not take action, he would definitely become a hidden danger in the 3rd floor of the divine palace. He would be a ticking time bomb that could explode at any time. Jiang Qin did not want to keep him by his side. He did not need any reason to kill Niu Dalong. There was no need to talk about righteousness when dealing with enemies. If he did not kill Niu Dalong would always think about killing him. Beautiful. Little Qinzi, I like it. Ha. Long Shisan knew Jiang Qin the best. He gave a thumbs up to Jiang Qin. Why talk about morality with them? In this place, if you did not have the strength, you would definitely be killed by others. Only by surviving and becoming the winner could you have the right to speak and the ability to rewrite history. Moling Dongchen deeply felt how terrifying these two brothers were. Fortunately, he was not their enemy. Otherwise, he would not have a good ending if he stood on the opposite side of them. Some people don't deserve to die. Jiang Chen's words made Ao Feng excited. This kid seems to be a ruthless character. However, his strength is too weak. It's not enough for me to take him seriously. This monkey is not bad, but that's all. You're right. Since he's determined to die, he can't blame us. His brother only has himself to blame, and he's also acting recklessly. What a bunch of brothers in hardship. Xian looked at Niu Dalong's dead body with disdain. His eyes were full of ridicule. Now can we open it? Jiang Chen glanced at everyone. At this moment, although he was a 9th-grade immortal sovereign, no one dared to look down on him. You're right. Only the strong are qualified to stand here. Ao Feng looked at Jiang Chen and put the divine spear in his hand into the groove on the palace's door. Jiang Chen, Ling Tianba and Bing Chan did the same. Suddenly, the entire refining god palace's door was covered in flames. The scorching feeling filled everyone's heart. The surrounding walls were burning with raging flames. So hot. Is this the refining god palace? This refining god palace seems to be a huge furnace. Everyone's heart trembled as they resisted the raging flames around them. They couldn't even find where they were, but they were suffering from the scorching flames. Everyone felt an incomparably enormous pressure, as if it was rising from their hearts. That fiery heat made everyone unwilling to let down their guard. Only Jiang Chen was strolling leisurely, because there were 5 types of soft and hard flames in his body. Ordinary flames couldn't enter his body at all. Chapter 2155. Look, it's all divine weapons. It's really divine weapons. Even Jiang Chen did not expect that there would be so many divine weapons here. Moreover, every divine weapon seemed to be extraordinary. In the middle of the refining god palace there was a weapon grave. In the weapon grave there were tens of thousands of divine weapons. Every divine weapon was shining brightly. So many divine weapons. I'm rich. I'm rich. Ling Tianba's eyes lit up as he looked at the countless divine weapons in the weapon grave. Bing Chan also could not hide her excitement. She was extremely excited. Even the people from the divine world might not have seen so many divine weapons, let alone Bing Chan and Ling Tianba. It's rare to see so many divine weapons even in the divine world. Ao Feng murmured with a touch of excitement in his eyes. If I don't take it now, when will I? Ao Feng instantly jumped into the weapon grave and began to search for the divine weapons. Even Goddess Luo could not avoid it. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to collect the divine weapons because he did not need much. Moreover, his heavenly dragon sword was enough. However, he was quite happy to get a few more divine weapons. You're not tempted? Xian? Moling Dongshan was also a little excited. However, since Jiang Chen and Xian did not take any action, he did not take any action either. An iron rod is enough. Xian said indifferently. He was quite confident in his peerless divine rod. Even if it was a 9 heavens divine weapon, he was not afraid of it. Therefore he did not care about these divine weapons. What about you, Brother Jiang Chen? I don't have any ideas. A sword is enough. If you like it, you can go and take it. Jiang Chen smiled. Moling Dongshan hesitated for a moment. Finally he jumped into the weapon grave and began to search for divine weapons. Jiang Chen's gaze once again rested on the bronze throne in the distance. It was another bronze throne. However, the patterns on the bronze throne were very different. They achieved the same result by different means, but they were all very exquisite and obscure. No one could see any problems with them. The surrounding flames were getting more and more intense. Jiang Chen didn't feel much, but Xian was already sweating profusely. It was obvious that he was suffering from the scorching heat of the flames and was feeling rather uncomfortable. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt a terrifying flame rising from his heart. Not good. It's heart fire. Jiang Chen knew better than anyone else what the heart flame meant. It was a flame that could burn one's soul. It was even more terrifying than his own flame. He was very clear that to be able to control the heart flame, one's strength must have reached a certain level. Even the current him would not be able to control the heart flame. The heart flame could burn one's desire, it could burn one's consciousness, and it could even kill people invisibly. Such a terrifying heart flame. Could it be that the person who controls the heart flame is still in the refining god palace? Jiang Chen thought in his heart. At this moment he heard an exclamation from behind him. This is A heavenly divine tool? Ao Feng murmured. In the center of the weapons mound, there was a golden long saber that was overflowing with vibrant colors, exuding boundless radiance. All the divine weapons in the surroundings seemed to be prostrating themselves to it, as though they were submitting to the sovereign of the world. It can't be. Heavenly divine tool? Are you kidding me? Ling Tianba said disapprovingly. You don't understand at all. Ao Feng said proudly. It's possible. It's a heavenly divine tool. It can actually affect our minds. Goddess Luo said solemnly. Her jade-like hand moved slightly as she stared at the sickly golden long saber in the weapon grave. Heavenly lightning imperial demon blade? Goddess Luo said in a low voice. Her eyes were shining brightly. Seems like you're also from that place. Ao Feng suddenly squinted his eyes and looked at Goddess Luo. We're the same. This heavenly lightning imperial demon blade is mine. Goddess Luo said. You want it? You might have to go through me first. Ao Feng smiled faintly as if he did not intend to give in. Ao Feng took a step forward and grabbed the divine saber with one hand. However, he was pushed back by the saber radiance of the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade. This Ao Feng is also from that place. Moling Dongchen thought. Seems like I have to take action now. At this moment, the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade was worth his time. Seems like the real treasure is finally going to appear. Jiang Qin kept the bronze throne and instantly flew towards the weapon grave. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell on the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade. The surrounding flame was getting stronger and stronger at this moment. Especially after Ao Feng touched the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade, Jiang Qin felt that the heart fire in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. Everyone's face turned pale, but they did not say it out. Everyone knew how strong the heart fire was. From a certain point of view, it was the devil in one's heart. Almost no one could withstand the burning of the heart fire that was more terrifying than the illusion. Even you can't get close to it. Seems like this heavenly lightning imperial demon blade is real. Goddess Luo said faintly. At this moment she was not in a hurry to rush forward because everyone was enduring the burning of the heart fire. Only Jiang Qin was considered to be the most relaxed one. His flame could barely withstand the heart fire. However, the heart fire was obviously controlled by someone. Therefore, if one wanted to completely extinguish the heart fire, one must be stronger than the other party. Ao Feng was defeated, but he was even happier now. Because this heavenly lightning imperial demon blade was definitely the heavenly divine tool that he yearned for. This heavenly lightning imperial demon blade is indeed terrifying. Jiang Qin could not help but exclaim. At this moment he seemed to see this heavenly lightning imperial demon blade exploding like a huge flame, as if it was going to devour everything around it. Hold my hand, I'll help you to resist the burning of the heart fire. Jiang Qin transmitted his voice to Dragon Xian. Dragon Xian nodded heavily. The moment both of them shook hands, Dragon Xian felt refreshed. At least compared to before, he felt much more comfortable. This feels so fucking good. Monkey thought to himself as he bared his fangs at Jiang Qin. I don't believe that I can't take down this heavenly divine tool. Ling Tianba was obviously a little excited. He was quite badly burned by the heart fire. If this continues, he might be seriously injured. That was why he was so anxious. Ling Tianba held the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade with both of his hands. However, his face instantly turned red. At this moment, the surrounding flames gushed out. The 12 flame figures that were hiding in the palace suddenly burst out. The weapon tomb instantly turned into a sea of fire, which swept across the entire refining god palace in an overwhelming manner. Chapter 2156. The intensity of the fire was terrifying and it swept across the heavens and earth. Even the weapon tomb was surrounded by the fire. The entire refining god palace had turned into a refining god. They were all being refined by the fire. How could this be? Is this the doing of the heavenly divine tool? Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice. It can't be. Could the heavenly divine tool control the fire of the refining god palace? Ling Tianba said. His facial expression had changed. Suddenly he was no longer as crazy as before. He looked at the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade as if it was a devil. Look. Those figures are the death warriors who were reborn from the fire? Bing Chan cried out in surprise, and the 12 flaming figures came straight at her. The legendary fire god guards. Every fire god guard is refined from the body of a divine king realm expert. They possess the will of a divine king realm expert. These fire god guards are of the lowest rank. However, their strength has already reached the middle void god realm. If I'm not mistaken, the soul flame of these fire god guards is getting weaker and weaker. Otherwise we might all die here today. Goddess Luo said faintly. However, her facial expression was extremely serious. Even though they were the strongest experts here, she and Ao Feng could not help but treat them cautiously. Yeah. These fire god guards had the strength of a divine king realm expert at their peak. Unfortunately, their hearts are changing with time. Thousands of years have passed. Not to mention them, even this refining god palace is going to be forgotten soon. These fire god guards were awakened by the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade. Ao Feng said in a low voice. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. These two people knew more than Moling Dongchen. Now Jiang Chen even suspected that they were not from the immortal world, but from the divine world. Now we are all being burned by the heart flame. In addition to this illusion, the heavenly fire prairie is like a tiger with wings. We must get rid of them as soon as possible. Otherwise only death awaits us. Jiang Chen said. Boy, you do have some insights. But you better pray for yourself. These 12 fire god guards have reached the peak of the middle void god realm. You guys better pray for yourselves. Ao Feng sneered. Although Jiang Chen was not weak, in his point of view Jiang Chen was not a threat at all. It would not be difficult for these fire god guards to kill all of them. The more people who died, the higher the chance of them getting the real treasure. At least Ao Feng and Goddess Luo knew how powerful the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade was. That was why both of them were aiming for it. The other divine weapons were incomparable to it. You don't have to worry about it. It might be a miracle that you survived. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Ao Feng's expression became even uglier. How could he not be angry when this guy was walking around so casually? Even he couldn't help but feel nervous at this moment. However, Jiang Chen was calmer than anyone else. Be careful, monkey. These fire god guards are quite strong. Don't fight them head-on. Their soul flame is getting weaker and weaker. Just attack their heads. They are just a group of puppets. As long as their soul flame is not extinguished, they will never die. Jiang Chen transmitted his voice to remind Long Shisan. Alright, then let me go on a killing spree, Kaka. Long Shisan was not afraid of anything. Even though his strength was not the strongest, he was not afraid of these fire god guards. The 12 fire god guards rushed towards Jiang Chen and the others. They were holding a flaming long blade and swung it in all directions. Ao Feng and Goddess Luo went against 2 fire god guards each. Bing Chan, Ling Tianba and Long Shisan did the same. Finally, there were 2 fire god guards left. Jiang Chen and Moling Dongchen went against 1 each. Jiang Chen and Moling Dongchen were considered as the weakest among them. So no one doubted that they would fight against 1 fire god guard each. Ao Feng and Goddess Luo were still fine. Ling Tianba and the other 2 became a little bit overwhelmed. Even Long Shisan was in the same situation. The 2 peak middle void god fire god guards, their fighting strength and destructive power was imaginable. More importantly, they were being burned by the fire of heart. It was not easy for them to go all out and fight. Long Shisan was sweeping away thousands of soldiers. He kept striking out the battle saint technique and barely managed to fight on par with the 2 fire god guards. Ling Tianba was forced to take a few steps back. The divine spear in his hand was not weak at all. But facing the attacks of the fire god guards, it was hard for him to fight back. For these fire god guards, the blazing flames were a qualitative enhancement and transformation. Jiang Chen was holding the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. Although his sword might not be comparable to a divine tool, he was extremely proud of it. He could easily fight against a fire god guard. Every time he attacked, he would be able to find the fire god guard's fatal weakness. This made it hard for the fire god guard to get close to Jiang Chen. Instead, they were hindered by Jiang Chen. 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen fought poison with poison. Under the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal, the fire god guard was instantly devoured. However, at this moment the fire god guard did not show any weakness. Instead it became even more powerful. Even Jiang Chen's expression changed. He seemed to have used the wrong method. Facing his 3,000 flames dragon seal, the fire god guard was not afraid at all. The fire god guard that was refined from the body of a divine king was indeed very mysterious and strange. His 3,000 flames dragon seal had become its nourishment. At this moment the fire god guard's strength seemed to have recovered to the late void god realm. It can't be, right? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. The 3,000 flames dragon seal did not cause any damage to the fire god guard. Instead it boosted the fire god guard's strength. Everyone couldn't help but look at the fire god guard that Jiang Chen was fighting against had become the strongest among them. This brat is really courting death. Ao Feng said disdainfully. Little Chenzi? Long Shisan was shocked. He was afraid that the fire god guard would severely injure Jiang Chen. Don't worry. It's basically impossible for the fire god guard to kill me. Jiang Chen looked at Long Shisan and casted the 3,000 flames dragon seal again. This time the fire god guard's strength had also reached the late void god realm after devouring Jiang Chen's 3,000 flames dragon seal. Courting death. Ling Tianba sneered and looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. Jiang Chen was surprised. He never thought that his guess was right. These fire god guards were really terrifying. Moreover, his 3,000 flames dragon seal had become a great help to them. It could even help them to break through. It was really terrifying and extraordinary. Break it! Jiang Chen swung his sword and instantly enveloped the fire god guard into the Zulong Tower. No one knew what was happening at this moment. In the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen's strength had been improved perfectly. Moreover, he had a terrifying weapon in his hand, the divine burying flag. Chapter 2157. However, Jiang Chen also noticed that the fire god guard was extremely weak. Even his supreme flame could not help it break through to the late void god realm. Seems like it's not that easy to break through to the void god realm. Even so, this fire god guard should be able to fight against 5 at the same time. Jiang Chen's lips curved into a faint smile. He had one more terrifying trump card after taking the fire god guard as his own. Puff! The flame blade pierced through Ling Tianba's body. Ling Tianba was also in a difficult situation. If this continued, he might not have any chance to fight anymore. Bing Chan was also in a difficult situation. The current her did not have the same charm as before. She could not even take care of herself. Long Shisan was also in a difficult situation. Fortunately, his battle saint technique was extremely powerful. Moreover, Jiang Chen had told him where the fire god guard's life gate was. Only Ao Feng and Goddess Luo were evenly matched with the fire god guard. I must think of a way to deal with these guys. Ao Feng gritted his teeth. He was worried that Goddess Luo would become his biggest hidden danger if he were to use his trump card now. This battle is really refreshing. Jiang Chen held the divine burying flag in his hand. His expression was arrogant as the wind danced in the sky. His aura was unparalleled. Although he was only a 9th-grade immortal sovereign, he gave people a feeling of disdain. That's... Ao Feng's pupils shrunk and his expression became solemn. Could it be the divine burying flag? Goddess Luo murmured. Her beautiful eyes were filled with fear. I think so. The divine burying flag is like the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade. It might even be more terrifying than the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade. Goddess Luo said in a low voice. Is that the divine burying flag in your hand? Ao Feng looked at Jiang Chen coldly and said. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Jiang Chen said faintly. Seems like it's true. Ao Feng's eyes were filled with excitement. He looked at the divine burying flag and wished he could take it for himself. Hand over the divine burying flag to me, and I will guarantee that you will enter the divine world and live a prosperous life. Ao Feng stared at the divine burying flag in Jiang Chen's hand and said. Who do you think you are? Why should I give you what belongs to me? Jiang Chen was disdainful. There are some things that you don't deserve. Ao Feng said condescendingly. However, it was also difficult for him to deal with 2 fire god guards. It was already impossible for him to deal with Jiang Chen. Well said. It seems that in your eyes, you are high and mighty while the rest of us are as lowly as ants. If my guess is correct, you should be from the divine world, right? Jiang Chen's words shocked everyone. But when they thought about it, it was indeed the case. Other than this, there seemed to be no other explanation. Ling Tianba and Bing Chan were the most affected because they were outstanding talents from the immortal world. However, when they faced the experts from the divine world, they were actually suppressed so miserably. You're very smart. It's good that you know. Give me the divine burying flag and there will definitely be a place for you in the immortal world. Ao Feng said patiently. Give me the divine burying flag and I will allow you to enter the god Luo clan. Goddess Luo's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Jiang Chen. Her expression was still cold. She was like an ice mountain and she had always been disdainful, especially towards someone like Jiang Chen. However, she must not let Ao Feng get the divine burying flag. What a pity. No one can take away my things. Jiang Chen shrugged and said with a smile. He completely ignored Goddess Luo and Ao Feng. Brat, you dare to fool me? Ao Feng shouted in a deep voice. I'm not fooling you. You're the one who's too confident. Why should I listen to your command? Looks like we're at each other's throats. Then I'll add some paint for you to have a taste. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smirk. A 3,000 flames dragon seal shot out, directly hitting the two fire god guards who were fighting with Ao Feng. In an instant, the 3,000 flames dragon seal greatly increased the strength of the two fire god guards, completely suppressing Ao Feng. Moreover, it was a complete suppression, causing him to suffer injuries at every step. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Ao Feng was so angry that he was about to explode. However, he could not do anything to Jiang Chen. You're crazy, bastard. I'm not crazy. Under the divine burying flag, the fire god guards have nowhere to hide. Jiang Chen raised his hand and waved the divine burying flag again. The fire god guards that Xianxia and the others were facing were all engulfed by the divine burying flag. Xianxia instantly felt that the pressure was greatly reduced. Moling Dongchen, Ling Tianba and Bing Chan also felt the same. I only need a promise from you. Jiang Chen looked at Goddess Luo with his fiery eyes. I won't snatch the divine burying flag from you. Looking at Ao Feng, who was forced to a corner, Goddess Luo understood that the fire god guards were nothing to Jiang Chen. However, it was different for her. His strength was ordinary, but he could rely on the divine burying flag to control the fire god guards. One could imagine the power of the divine burying flag. Goddess Luo is indeed a smart person. Jiang Chen waved the divine burying flag and the wind whistled. He took away two fire god guards and disappeared between heaven and earth. Only Ao Feng was facing two fire god guards and he was beaten to the point that he could not fight back. Jiang Chen, you have guts. I won't fight with you for the divine burying flag anymore. At this moment, Ao Feng actually lowered his head towards Jiang Chen. This was something that he had never done before. Even in the divine world, he was also the leader of the younger generation. When had he ever been suppressed and ridiculed like this? Lowering your head now? Unfortunately, it's too late. Today I must kill you. Killing intent surged in Jiang Chen's heart. This Ao Feng was so arrogant. More importantly, he did not put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. His strength was not ordinary. Leaving him alive would definitely be a huge hidden danger. Moreover, unlike Goddess Luo and the others, if Jiang Chen were to touch them, he would definitely incur the wrath of the masses. However, Jiang Chen was different. He was the only one who revealed his killing intent towards Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen wanted to kill him, no one would say a word. They were very clear that if it wasn't for Jiang Chen using the divine burying flag, they wouldn't be so relaxed. Especially Ling Tianba. Although he was arrogant and unruly, at least he knew that his life was saved by Jiang Chen. Kill this little bastard, little Chenzi. Xianxia chuckled. There was a hint of violence in his feminine manner. He might lend a helping hand at any time. A mere 9th-grade immortal sovereign dares to talk nonsense about killing me? Even with the divine burying flag, you're still an ant in my eyes. Ao Feng said in a deep voice. Since you're so stubborn, then you can't be blamed on me. After obtaining the divine burying flag, I can only kill you. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not entering this place. Ao Feng declared Jiang Chen's death sentence straight away. If you want to fight, let's fight. I'd like to see how strong a guy from the divine world is. Chapter 2158. Immortal and mortal ants, how can you compete with me? Ao Feng roared, his aura suddenly rose. He held the long spear in his hand, and his battle strength was unparalleled. Facing the two fire god guards, he was not afraid at all. His long spear met the attack, fighting against the heavens and earth. Ao Feng's strength had caused everyone to tremble. Compared to before, his strength was more than 10 times stronger. Even the two fire god guards couldn't withstand a single blow from him. Get lost. Ao Feng's roar was like thunder, pushing back the two fire god guards. At this moment, Jiang Qin fearlessly went up against Ao Feng. He did not dare to be careless. Ao Feng had obviously used some kind of secret technique to increase his strength to the limit. He was only a step away from the late Void God realm. Moreover, he was talented and his battle strength was monstrous. 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen's first move was a terrifying killing move. The 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal was instantly unleashed. Ao Feng met the attack head-on with his terrifying long spear, crushing the heavens and earth. The surrounding flames retreated. The spear's shadows were heavy, giving Jiang Chen a great impact. Both of their figures continued to fight, teleporting and disappearing in the flames. Such a terrifying guy. I never thought that a 9th-grade immortal sovereign could have such power. Bing Chan murmured. She only realized now who was the most terrifying existence among them. From the beginning they had neglected Jiang Chen. However, his battle strength was the most terrifying. Because his strength was only at the 9th-grade immortal sovereign realm. Among the people here who could fight against a god realm expert when they were only at the 9th-grade immortal sovereign realm. Moreover, it was a battle that was a few levels higher. Jiang Chen's battle strength had really shocked Bing Chan. Ling Tianba had already been completely convinced. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, they would have been crushed to death by the fire god guards. Even Ao Feng did not seem to have such battle strength. The 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal flew up, and the seal shook the heavens and earth, sweeping across all directions. Kaka, now you know how powerful little Chenzi is. Long Shisan glared at Ling Tianba and couldn't help but snort disdainfully. However, Ling Tianba didn't refute at all because in front of absolute power, all methods were useless. Especially when he found out that Ao Feng was from the realm of the gods, Ling Tianba lost all confidence in going against him. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Moling Dongchen said with a smile. You give me a familiar feeling. Goddess Luo looked at Moling Dongchen. Moling Dongchen smiled awkwardly and shook his head slightly. However, his heart was in turmoil. As for the battle between Jiang Chen and Ao Feng, it had already reached a white-hot stage like a raging fire. Those who obey me will prosper and those who oppose me will die. Those who stand in my way will not have a good ending. Ao Feng sneered. His hands didn't slow down in the slightest. Layers of terrifying spear shadows transformed into sharp swords that pierced through the void, pressing towards Jiang Chen. Your thinking is a little too simple. 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen attacked again. Waves of fire surged up to the sky, accompanied by the endless fire in the refining god palace. Ao Feng's expression became extremely solemn. Unparalleled heavens. Who can do anything to me? Ah. Ao Feng laughed wildly. His divine spear dashed towards Jiang Chen. Ao Feng was a little arrogant in the face of the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. The fire god guards could withstand his attack, but Ao Feng might not be qualified to withstand the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. The terrifying flames engulfed the heaven and earth. The surrounding was filled with the flames of the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Ao Feng was completely injured. The burning of the flames caused the heart fire in Ao Feng's body to burn even more fiercely. Ao Feng let out a deep roar and flew backwards. The strength of the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal was beyond his imagination. He also suffered a setback and his face looked ferocious. You've really infuriated me. Brat, you're such a lowly human. Today only death awaits you. Divine power spring, God's blessing. Ao Feng roared continuously. He instantly turned into a peerless war god. His battle strength had also reached the late Void God realm. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Only Jiang Qin and Goddess Luo could remain calm at the scene. Divine Power Spring? To think that it's the Divine Power Spring bestowed by a Divine King expert. Looks like the Ao clan is going all out this time. Goddess Luo murmured. The Divine Power Spring could only be bestowed by a Divine King expert. Moreover, the Divine Power Spring could instantly increase one's cultivation by 1 level. Only those who were involved in the battle would know how terrifying it was. Moreover, the Divine Power Spring did not have any side effects. It was not like a secret technique that could forcefully increase one's battle strength. It was so precious that it was regarded as a secret treasure of the Divine King realm. In order to obtain it, one must have great luck or be from a powerful clan. Get lost. Ao Feng attacked continuously. It was extraordinarily terrifying. Compared to before, it was much more overbearing. Jiang Qin instantly fell into a passive position. The terror of a late void god. It was still difficult for the current him to fight with his full strength. However, it did not mean that Jiang Qin would give up without putting up a fight. True Dragon Palm. Jiang Qin's palm shook the heavens. It covered the sky and swept up layers of flames. The true dragon palm hit Ao Feng's body. Ao Feng's face was filled with arrogance. The Divine Power Spring was actually so terrifying. Ao Feng's current strength had reached an unprecedented peak. Let me see exactly how powerful this Divine Burying Flag is. Jiang Qin held the Divine Burying Flag in his hand and swept across the entire place. A strong wind was raised and the wind blades were like torches. The entire refining god palace instantly turned into a world of wind and fire. Even Goddess Luo and the others could only retreat as they did not dare to get close to the battlefield. Jiang Qin held the Divine Burying Flag in his hand and swept it across. Countless wind blades were shot out, cutting through the void. It was invulnerable to water and fire, extremely overbearing. As the wind blades flickered, the flames were split into 2. It was terrifying. Even Ao Feng didn't dare to take it head-on. The domineering aspect of the Divine Burying Flag was on full display. The Divine Burying Flag's ferocious attack instantly stabilized Jiang Qin's situation. He was not completely suppressed. On the contrary, Ao Feng became even more furious. Even the Divine Power Spring could not suppress Jiang Qin perfectly. This fella is really terrifying. However, he was only relying on the Divine Burying Flag. Without the Divine Burying Flag, he was nothing. You're just a fox borrowing the tiger's might. Looks like if I don't kill you now, you're destined to become my stumbling block. Ao Feng seemed to be infuriated this time. Even the Divine Power Spring did not seem to be his strongest move. I'll play with you till the end. Jiang Qin waved the Divine Burying Flag without any hesitation. The might of the Divine Burying Flag swept through the surroundings and reversed the wind. Even the entire refining god palace was swept up by the wind. The intensity of the fire weakened. World-defying universe, true dragon appears. Chapter 2159. The black dragon's entire body was flowing with light, and its scales flickered with light. It was incomparably dazzling and everyone was shocked. Ao Feng had already transformed into a 10-feet-long black dragon with 4 ferocious claws. The dragon's head was looking at the sky coldly at Jiang Qin. He raised his head and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The 10-feet-long black dragon was a real peerless divine dragon. He gave off a strong pressure. It was the first time for Jiang Qin to see such a divine dragon. True dragon? Is this a true dragon? Jiang Qin was slightly shocked. The dragon transformation skill in his body was circulating continuously. It seemed like there was a certain resonance. Especially the Zulong Tower, it was emitting a terrifying aura which made Jiang Qin confused. Oh my god! Is this the real divine dragon? Bing Chan said in shock. The divine dragon was the #1 divine beast in the world. No demonic beast could surpass its existence. Moreover, the real divine dragon was the symbol of supremacy. The true dragon has appeared. Ao Feng is completely infuriated. Seems like that guy is going to die today. Goddess Luo said faintly. No one knew better than her how powerful Ao Feng was. The Ao clan belonged to the Dragon clan. Even the god Luo clan was not willing to offend such an ancient clan. Moreover, the true dragon transformation of the Ao clan was even more powerful. No other divine beast or demonic beast could be compared to it. Ao Feng had deployed the true dragon transformation in order to put Jiang Chen to death. This guy shouldn't be so easily torn apart, right? At this moment, Moling Dongshan was a little curious because this guy had given him too many surprises. If he was killed by Ao Feng so easily, it would be a little inconceivable. To be able to die under my true dragon's body, you can be considered to have died a worthy death. Ao Feng opened his ferocious dragon mouth, bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he roared madly. True dragon transformation? Not only you, I have it too. Jiang Chen smiled. He moved his body and instantly transformed into his true dragon transformation. Not to mention Goddess Luo and the others, even Ao Feng was shocked. How is this possible? You have the body of a human dragon? Are you also a member of the Dragon clan? Ao Feng narrowed his eyes. Although he hated Jiang Chen to the core, if Jiang Chen was really a member of the Dragon clan, he might not be able to kill him directly. The Dragon clan had always been sparsely populated, so killing fellow clansmen was absolutely not allowed. However, Ao Feng had already made up his mind to kill, even if he was really a member of the Dragon clan. Therefore, after thinking about it over and over again, he didn't think of showing mercy to Jiang Chen. As long as he killed him, no one would know and the people of the Dragon clan wouldn't know, so it wouldn't be considered as violating the rules of the Dragon clan. I'm not a dragon. However, you're not the only one who knows dragon transformation. Jiang Chen coldly stared at Ao Feng. Between the two of them, one was big and one was small. One was a true dragon, the other was a half-human, half-dragon. This scene shocked everyone present. I've never seen anyone like that before. Is it a dragon or a human? Goddess Luo frowned and murmured. These two fellows, no matter which one it is, I'm afraid they're not easy to deal with. Ling Tianba licked his dry lips and said, in this divine tomb, it was impossible for him to surpass everyone else. Only by standing in a more powerful place would he understand that the experts in this world were far more terrifying than what he had imagined. Although this Ao Feng was from the divine world, Jiang Chen was from the immortal world. It was quite ironic that he couldn't even defeat a 9th-grade immortal sovereign. Roar. Ao Feng roared continuously, breaking through the sky. He twisted his dragon body and covered Jiang Chen completely. The pressure of a superior being made everyone feel suffocated. Only Jiang Chen was able to hold his head high and chest out. This kind of dragon prestige was nothing to him. Jiang Chen was the only one who could hold his head high and chest out. This kind of dragon prestige was nothing to him. Die. Roar. Ao Feng waved his body and swung his dragon tail, causing the sky and earth to spin. Jiang Chen did not move at all. He held his blade horizontally and grabbed Ao Feng's tail. Jiang Chen lowered his shoulders and crouched down, circulating his qi in both of his arms. Jiang Chen, who had 10 times his combat strength, had the strength to break the heavens. He instantly crushed Ao Feng's huge body, which was tens of thousands of kilograms, and sent it flying. Everyone gasped. Ao Feng was sent flying and he was in a sorry state. This scene was out of everyone's expectation. Jiang Chen sneered and quickly followed up. Ao Feng did not retreat but advanced instead, roaring continuously. Two silhouettes intertwined with each other. Banging sounds resounded through the entire refining god palace. Even Long Shisan felt pain. These two fellows were engaging in the most terrifying and simplest hand-to-hand combat. Oh Wu! Bastard! You bastard! I'm going to kill you! Ao Feng's furious voice resounded. Jiang Chen actually plucked out a few of his dragon scales at this moment. One must know that the reverse scale of a dragon was not something that anyone could touch. Once it was touched, it would be a battle to the death. Today Jiang Chen actually plucked out a few of Ao Feng's dragon scales. One could imagine how furious Ao Feng was. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Jiang Chen took a step forward. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps swept across the sky, suppressing Ao Feng. Ao Feng had no chance to restrain Jiang Chen at all. His huge dragon body was also completely useless. Jiang Chen stepped on Ao Feng's dragon body. Step by step he ascended to the heavens and his every step was filled with killing intent. Jiangchen, I won't rest until one of us is dead. Ooh. Before Ao Feng's voice faded, Jiangchen took 5 steps forward. It was already a scene of destruction. Ao Feng spurted out a mouthful of blood. The dragon blood dyed the heavens and earth. Everyone's expression changed. The dragon blood was ignited and the aura was terrifying. Slaughter dragon seal. Jiang Chen's killing intent rose. Because he knew that if he did not kill Ao Feng, then he would definitely not have a good life. Rather than putting himself in danger, it would be better to kill him as soon as possible. That way he wouldn't have to worry about the consequences. The terrifying slaughter dragon seal hit Ao Feng and sent him flying. His huge body smashed into the weapon tomb. The raging fire burned Ao Feng's body and he felt great pain. His injuries were not light. Jiang Chen took the opportunity to chase after Ao Feng. He leaped onto Ao Feng's huge dragon body, and the heavenly dragon sword pierced into Ao Feng's body. How could this be? Even a divine weapon might not be able to hurt my body, unless it's a heavenly divine weapon. How could this be? Ao Feng was terrified. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and pierced into his dragon body. That heart-wrenching pain made Ao Feng feel a sense of danger. This sword is obviously not a divine weapon. There's no surge of divine power in it. How is this possible? Even Goddess Lua was shocked. The heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand seemed to carry a domineering aura. It was unstoppable. Fuck him to death. Little Chenzi. Long Shan laughed and said, "This guy was too arrogant. Only little Chenzi could deal with him. You lowly human, you dare to hurt me? Not only will I hurt you, I will also kill you." Jiang Chen sneered. Fierce dragon sky-splitting strike. Chapter 2160. Unification of Dragon and Sword. Jiang Chen instantly turned into the heavenly dragon sword. Layers of sword shadows appeared and the sword light flickered. The sword light was 100 zhang long, showing off its sharpness. 2 terrifying rays of light clashed against each other. The heavenly dragon sword pierced through Ao Feng's body while Ao Feng spurted out blood. His dragon head looked dispirited. Even his strongest attack, the fierce dragon sky-splitting strike, could not defeat Jiang Chen. Instead he was pierced through by the heavenly dragon sword, causing him to become extremely weak. "Today I will pull out your tendons and skin you." Jiang Chen's voice was as loud as a bell, deafening to the ears. Everyone's heart was trembling. Isn't this too cruel and terrifying? Jiang Chen leaped up and flew onto Ao Feng's dragon body. His sword pierced through Ao Feng's dragon body and he stretched out his hand. The green dragon tendon was pulled out by Jiang Chen and was 10 meters long. No. Ao Feng was in great pain and screamed miserably. At this moment he no longer had the arrogance he had before. "Don't kill me. You can't kill me. Otherwise the dragon clan will not rest until you die. This is only your side of the story. If I kill you, not even the heavens can stop me." Jiang Chen raised his sword again. Tens of meters of dragon tendon were pulled out by him. Ao Feng's screams were still lingering in their ears, causing the people who heard it to feel guilty. "No, this is impossible. My dragon tendon, my dragon tendon." Ao Feng's body was extremely dispirited. Looking at his dragon tendon being burned by the raging fire, his heart sank to the bottom. "Boy, you dare." A loud shout resounded through the entire refining god palace. A white silhouette stood in the sky, staring at Jiang Chen with a pair of sharp eyes. "It's another peerless expert," Bing Chan said in a low voice. This person's strength had also reached the late void god realm. It was a true late void god realm. It was a completely different concept from those who used the divine power spring to increase their strength. One step into the true god realm would allow one to possess a god position. This late void god white-robed youth was only a step away from becoming a god position. "Who are you?" Jiang Chen sneered. "Save my 7th brother. I don't want to die." Ao Feng said with a sobbing tone. He had completely lost his previous demeanor, as if he was a person that was about to die. A piece of trash. He couldn't even subdue an ant at the immortal emperor realm. He's really a disgrace to my Ao clan. Aotion snorted coldly. His aura was peerless and even the surrounding flames couldn't get close to him. You actually have a dragon transformation body? Who are you? If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might be able to take you back to the Ao clan to die. You think too much. I don't of you. I don't care who you are or what background you have. I God. I'm afraid you're thinking too much. I don't care who you are and I don't care what kind of background you have. As long as you dare to provoke me, I'll kill you even if it's the emperor. How could Xianxia fall behind? Compared to Aotion, he was even crazier. As he spoke, he chopped down with his sword, directly chopping off Ao Feng's dragon head. In that instant everyone was shocked. Only Xian had long since understood what was going on. After offending Xianxia to such an extent, there was no way that Ao Feng would leave this place alive. You dare to kill people of my Ao clan? Aotion said in a deep voice. In an instant his rage enveloped Xianxia, leaving him with nowhere to hide. He's just an ant. So what if I kill him? What do you want? Xianxia said disdainfully. You dare to kill the people of my Ao clan. Today I will make you die without a burial ground. Proud Heaven felt that his prestige was being challenged. Even his identity as an expert of the divine world couldn't intimidate this little bastard. Even Ao Feng died in his hands. One could imagine Proud Heaven's rage. Aotion is different from Ao Feng. This fella is a true expert. A late void god. Even if I fight him with all my strength I might not have the upper hand. Xianxia thought in his heart. But even if he knew that he would die he would not retreat. Moreover, the current situation had not reached that stage yet. Botan, what arrogant words you have. I think that you merely want the divine burying flag in his hands, right? Hee. A cold sneer resounded. A man in brocade robe appeared in a flash. It was another late void god expert. I am Luo Wenhao. Little brother, you're really a god. A 9th grade immortal sovereign. You're really shocking. I Luo Wenhao have never seen such a person in my life. Luo Wenhao said with a smile and nodded at goddess Luo. His eyes were filled with admiration. Obviously, Luo Wenhao was also someone of the divine world, a member of the god Luo clan. Nice to meet you. Xianxia smiled faintly. Luo Wenhao was showing goodwill towards him. He was not an unreasonable person. Moreover, the current situation was very obvious. He wanted to isolate Aotion. This Luo Wenhao was not simple. Luo Wenhao, aren't you being a busybody? Do you think that you can stop me with your abilities? What does it have to do with you who I want to kill? So what if I want the divine burying flag? Aotion harumphed. The divine burying flag belongs to little brother. It's not good for your Ao clan to take it by force. From what I know, if it wasn't for Ao Feng, I think this little brother wouldn't have killed him. If he didn't kill Ao Feng, his life would be in danger. I'm afraid that no one would show mercy to him. Do you need others to teach you about this? It's the law of the jungle. You know it better than anyone else. Luo Wenhao said faintly. I don't care who he is. I don't care what the reason is. He killed the people of my Ao clan. I must take revenge. Even if it's for the divine burying flag, I will do anything. Why do you have to be so hypocritical here? If you're not convinced, let's have a showdown. Aotion said. No. Not. Ao Feng is dead. Can only be said that he was not as skilled. At this moment, you should know better than anyone that I will not stand idly by. I will definitely be friends with Brother Xianxia. If you want to snatch Brother Xianxia's divine burying flag, I will not agree. Think about it. If you think you can fight against the two of us, I will be happy to accompany you. Luo Wenhao spoke righteously. However, Xianxia knew that he had his own motives. If Luo Wenhao could rope him in, Aotion would definitely not dare to do anything. Luo Wenhao's words infuriated Aotion. However, he was not a reckless man. If he were to make a move and Xianxia and Luo Wenhao went all out, he would most likely lose terribly. It was not impossible for him to lose his life like Ao Feng. However, he would definitely not let this matter rest. And the Ao clan would not let this matter rest either. Great. Luo Wenhao, you're great. Aotion smirked and looked at Xianxia. I'll spare your life for now. However, I believe that you will not leave this place alive. I'm happy to accompany you. I also believe that you might not be able to walk out of this place alive. Jiang Chen smiled. At this moment, the entire refinement god palace was engulfed in flames. Everyone was feeling immense pressure. The heart fire had reached its limit. In the weapon tomb not far away, the Heaven's Lightning Imperial Demon Saber was also engulfed in flames, as if an extremely powerful force was about to be born. Shit. It's the fire spirit. The birth of the fire spirit will destroy the world. The Heaven's Lightning Imperial Demon Saber was left behind by that senior. The fire spirit is sealed within it. The sword spirit of the Heaven's Lightning Imperial Demon Saber has been devoured by the fire spirit. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.